Hello, everyone, and welcome back to KevinAudiobook.tv. I'm so glad you're here to continue our journey through the incredible world of complete martial arts attributes. Together, we'll follow Wang Teng as he grows stronger, unlocks extraordinary abilities, faces powerful enemies, and uncovers the countless mysteries hidden throughout the universe. Every chapter brings new challenges, unexpected twists, and exciting battles that make this adventure unforgettable. Whether you've been here since the beginning or you're just joining us today, thank you for being part of this amazing journey. If you're enjoying the series, don't forget to subscribe. Leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments. Your support helps bring more chapters to life. Now sit back, relax, and let's continue the adventure. Enjoy today's chapter complete. Martial Arts, Attributes, Chapter 801. It's you. The snow mountain went all the way into the clouds. There was mist covering the entire peak, so it was impossible to see it clearly. Wang Teng and Zhou Xuanwu turned into rays of light and dashed into the mist. Once they got closer, he felt a distinct space distortion. Be careful. Even though Wang Teng had reached the planetary stage, he was still cautious. He reminded Zhou Xuanwu unconsciously he had experienced the power of a dimensional rift personally, so he knew how scary it was. Even planetary-stage martial warriors couldn't promise that they could get out of a dimensional rift safely. Wang Teng still remembered the ancient god's corpse. Even that powerful presence got killed by space distortions, much less a planetary-stage martial warrior like him. Zhou Xuanwu knew the dangers, so he didn't dare to be careless. He nodded hurriedly and followed behind Wang Teng like a shadow. He scanned his surroundings vigilantly to detect any signs of danger. The two of them slowed down and slowly climbed up the peak. They pushed through the thick mist and finally arrived at the top. Tap, tap. When the two of them landed on the peak of the mountain, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. The entire space was pitch black and covered with dense fog. They couldn't see their surroundings clearly. Wang Teng frowned. There was astonishment in his eyes. From the bottom, the peak was shrouded in mist. However, when they stepped into this place, they realized that the top was encased by dark clouds. They were as thick as ink. A few bolts of silver lightning flashed across the dark clouds occasionally. They looked like silver snakes slithering back and forth among the clouds. Zhou Xuanwu was dumbstruck. He said in a hoarse voice, "When I was sent to guard this place, I observed the dimensional rift on this peak. This wasn't the scene I saw now." He didn't have to continue his sentence. Anyone could tell that the situation had gotten worse. "A more serious situation has appeared," Wang Teng said calmly, with no change in his expression. He scanned the ground and saw many attribute bubbles floating in midair. These attribute bubbles were all translucent and black. He knew what they contained. "It's you, Dark Force. It must be you." Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He released his spiritual power and swept the ground. "Get it!" Black attribute bubbles flew over to him and merged into Wang Teng's body. Dark Force 80. Dark Force 120, Dark Force 150, Dark Force 130. The attribute bubbles turned into large amounts of Dark Force and floated around Wang Teng's body. They even gave off a splashing sound like the water gurgling into a stream. Within a few seconds, Wang Teng had gained more than 8,000 points of Dark Force. His Dark Force advanced from the 11-star low-tier general stage to the 12-star general stage. Dark Force 3 through 50, 30, 50,000, 12-star. It felt amazing to be able to rise a rank within a split second. Others wouldn't be able to experience this joy. Wang Teng smiled. He was overjoyed. Zhou Xuanwu turned to look at him. He wanted to ask Wang Teng about his plans, but he coincidentally saw the smile on his face. He was stunned. What is this? Why was he giving that sinister smile? Did he get contaminated? Did he get affected by the Dark Force? Numerous possibilities ran wild in Zhou Xuanwu's mind. He stared at Wang Teng vigilantly and took a few steps back. He was prepared to run when needed. After all, Wang Teng was a planetary-stage formidable warrior. If he got affected by the Dark Force, he could only run. He didn't want to fight with him. No chance at all. He wouldn't be able to withstand a single slap from him. "What are you doing?" Wang Teng was surprised when he saw Zhou Xuanwu's expression. He didn't know what had happened. He looked like a normal person, but why was he suddenly doing stupid things? "Wang Teng, do you feel uncomfortable?" Zhou Xuanwu asked carefully. "Uncomfortable?" Wang Teng was puzzled. He asked in confusion. "I feel fine. Which part of me looks uncomfortable? Cough, why don't you feel your body again? Is there anything abnormal?" Zhou Xuanwu still didn't dare to get close. This was how a person who got contaminated with dark force normally acted. They didn't feel that there was anything wrong with them, just like how a mentally ill patient would feel that he was normal. Wang Teng was infuriated by his expression. The guy was looking at him as if he was an idiot. His face turned black, and he shouted, "You're the abnormal one. Your entire family is abnormal." Sigh. Zhou Xuanwu heaved a long sigh when he saw the furious Wang Teng. Good, good, he was able to remain normal even when he was angry. This meant that he wasn't contaminated by the dark force. "He was fine. You gave me a scare. I thought you got contaminated," he said hurriedly after confirming that Wang Teng was all right. "I got contaminated?" Wang Teng pointed at himself in disbelief. He didn't understand why Zhou Xuanwu felt that way. His dark force was at the 12-star general stage. He was a powerful presence among the dark apparitions. He wouldn't get contaminated or receive a backlash from the dark force. But Zhou Xuanwu wasn't aware of this. Only Wang Teng knew that he would never get contaminated. "What are you thinking? I'm stronger than you. If you aren't affected, I won't be either." Wang Teng was speechless. "Well, you gave that weird smile just now. In these circumstances, anyone will think too much," Zhou Xuanwu said in a righteous and angry tone. Wang Teng was speechless. It was all because of a smile. Cough, he got dizzy with success just now. Wang Teng felt embarrassed, but his expression didn't change. He kept a stern face and said, "What smile? You must have seen wrong? Why would I give that smile?" I was in deep thought all this while. Zhou Xuanwu started to doubt himself. Did he see it wrong? No, that was impossible. As a general stage martial warrior, he wouldn't see wrong. This was impossible. A sly look flashed past Wang Teng's eyes when he saw Zhou Xuanwu getting confused by his lie. The look only lasted for a second, though. He coughed softly and said, "Let's go and take a look around. The mist is too thick. We can't see the situation here clearly." "All right." Zhou Xuanwu regained his senses and nodded. He stopped pondering over the question. They didn't separate. Instead, they headed in the same direction and prepared to circle the peak first to detect anything amiss. The visibility was only 3 meters. Wang Teng activated his spiritual sight and scanned his surroundings. Swoosh! At this moment, a soft sound echoed in the mist. It was conspicuous. "Be careful." Wang Teng's expression changed, and he shouted instantly. Chapter 802, Golden Horn Giant Python. Almost simultaneously, Zhou Xuanwu's expression changed. A blade appeared in his hand, and he slashed it into the air within a split second. Swoosh! A thick and heavy blade glow shot out horizontally, cutting the mist into 2. When the mist separated, a pitch-black monster appeared in front of the blade glow. Roar! The monster roared in anger after getting discovered. It charged towards the yellow blade glow and collided with it. Boom! A thunderous roar was heard. The strange beast made a weird sound and got thrown into the mist by the blade glow. However, it shifted its body and disappeared into the fog again. A sharp glint flashed in Wang Teng's eyes. He saw the power ingrained in Zhou Xuanwu's blade attack. There was constellation force in it, so the impact was greater than a normal general stage attack. That was why he managed to force the python back. If not, a 13-star general stage martial warrior might have fallen for its sneak attack. After the strange beast disappeared, Zhou Xuanwu remained grim. "What is this? I felt dark force in it." "It is dark force," Wang Teng nodded. "The star beast must have been contaminated by dark force. That's why it can merge into the darkness. I can't find it. Zhou Xuanwu furrowed his brows as he glanced around him. There's no need to find them. They will come out themselves. Wang Teng smiled. Zhou Xuanwu was stunned. He caught a detail and exclaimed, "Them?" "Yes, there's more than one." The instant Wang Teng finished speaking, a soft plop was heard in the air again. You're seeking death," Wang Teng snorted. More than 10 flying daggers shot out of his body, even though he wasn't moving. They turned into sharp rays of light and stabbed into the thick fog. Zhou Xuanwu squinted when he saw the sharp rays. Splurt! Splurt! The instant the rays of light entered the mist, the sound of sharp blades cutting through flesh came from inside. They also heard heavy objects slamming into the ground. Within a few seconds, all noises had disappeared. The sharp rays of light flew back and floated around Wang Teng. They cut through the air gently, dispersing the mist. Zhou Xuanwu swallowed his saliva when he saw the flying daggers. The muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably, and he felt fear creeping up in his heart. Divine Spirit Master, a frightening Divine Spirit Master. Wang Teng was a monster. Not only was his force cultivation at the planetary stage, but he also possessed the rare Divine Spirit Master talent, and he seemed powerful in that field, too. Could he give other people some chance? You killed all of them? The question escaped his mouth as he looked at Wang Teng. They're not very strong. They just knew a strange concealing skill, Wang Teng replied casually. He walked into the mist and continued, Let's go and see what it is. Zhou Xuanwu was rendered speechless. He had attacked the monster before, so he knew how powerful it was. Hence, he didn't believe whatever Wang Teng said. Wang Teng's understanding of strong was vastly different from a normal person's. He would be an idiot if he believed him. He shook his head and caught up with Wang Teng. After taking a few steps, he saw Wang Teng squatting down and poking the beast with his finger. Zhou Xuanwu walked closer to take a look. He was stunned by what he saw. This was a strange-looking snake. It was covered with pitch-black scales and needle-like thorns. Its head was huge, and it had sharp teeth. It looked horrendous at first glance. Is this the creature? Zhou Xuanwu asked. I have never seen a star beast like this. Its body is full of dark force. Look at this. Wang Teng pointed to the black ice at the side and signaled Zhou Xuanwu. This is ice force. Zhou Xuanwu hesitated before making a guess. That's right, this is the combination of dark force and ice force. It was probably formed by this strange python when it attacked. Wang Teng nodded. He was certain because he had gained many dark force and ice force attribute bubbles. That means Earth's star beasts have been contaminated by the dark force. Zhou Xuanwu frowned. Maybe not. When I went to the Darkland, I saw similar star beasts. They might be star beasts from the Darkland, Wang Teng said. Zhou Xuanwu nodded in deep thought. Whatever it is, it's bad news for us. I wonder if there are other strange snakes, or are they coming into our world through the dimensional rift? We need to look at the dimensional rift to be sure. Wang Teng raised his head. Suddenly, he froze. You shouldn't have spoken. Zhou Xuanwu was stunned. Why was Wang Teng scolding him? He saw Wang Teng staring absent-mindedly at the sky, so he raised his head too. His body tensed up. Right above them, a gigantic head was popping out gradually among the dark clouds. A pair of black-brown eyes were staring at them coldly. Did we alert their ancestors? Zhou Xuanwu gulped with difficulty. I think so, Wang Teng nodded. Shall we run? Zhou Xuanwu could sense a terrifying aura from the giant creature. This beast was definitely above the 13-star Lord level. You can give it a try. Wang Teng gloated. Why don't you do it first? Zhou Xuanwu's face turned black. I'm not afraid of it. Why do I need to run? Wang Teng replied calmly. Silence. Zhou Xuanwu didn't know what to say. Wang Teng's words made sense. At the same time, he felt that he was teasing him. Roar. A giant creature appeared above their heads and gave a frightening bellow. The sound waves surged over like real solid. The dark clouds started churning, and silver bolts of lightning danced wildly. A small part of a large creature was revealed among the black clouds. The star beast was too huge. From the size of its head and the part of the body it had revealed, they could tell that it must be a few hundred meters in length. Its body was mostly hidden among the dark clouds, so they couldn't see it fully. It looked similar to the strange snakes Wang Teng had killed a moment ago. However, it was more hideous and majestic, and it had an extra black horn on its head. There were numerous complicated golden patterns plastered on the black horn. It looked mysterious. Wang Teng activated his spiritual sight and saw a huge ball of force light inside the giant python. It was a special force formed from the merger of dark force and ice force, and it was glaring. If he used the human martial warrior's rank to gauge this ball of light, this creature would be at the planetary stage. Chapter 803: The Adventures with the Netherworld Giant Python. The peak of the snow mountain was enveloped by dark clouds. A terrifying giant python circled within the gloomy clouds. Just a small part of its body was enough to terrify its opponents and make their hearts shudder in fear. It pushed its large head out of the dark clouds and stared down at the two humans below with its chilly gaze. Unexpectedly, one of the humans didn't seem to possess any fear towards it. His expression was extremely calm. This expression isn't right. This isn't right. How could a mere human remain composed in front of me, the netherworld giant python? When did my force of presence drop so low? A tinge of confusion floated in the netherworld giant python's heart. It didn't understand, so it opened its mouth and spoke to Wang Teng, human. Wang Teng was sizing up the giant python and comparing his ability with it. He felt that he could kill his opponent and was wondering how to do it when he suddenly heard the giant python addressing him. It wasn't strange for this star beast to speak. After all, it was extremely powerful, so it must have high intelligence. The weird thing was, it was speaking in Earth's language. This was a little interesting. Was this giant python born on this Earth? Was that why it could speak their language? But when did such a frightening star beast appear on Earth? It didn't make sense. Wang Teng was in deep thought. The giant python got furious when it saw the human ignoring it. Anger welled up in its heart, and its gaze froze over. Human, who gave you the balls to ignore me? An angry bellow came from the giant python's mouth. A powerful force of presence pressed down on him from the sky. Wang Teng and Zhou Xuanwu were hit directly. The force pushed against their bodies. Zhou Xuanwu's face turned slightly pale. He took a step back uncontrollably and was flabbergasted. What a terrifying aura! He knew that this giant python was formidable, but he didn't expect just its aura to be so suffocating. It was incredible. Why are you shouting? My eardrums are itching from the vibration. Wang Teng regained his senses and said in a contemptuous tone. He dug his ear with his finger. Silence. Zhou Xuanwu looked at Wang Teng helplessly. He felt that this fellow's focus point was a little off. Huh? The netherworld giant python was astounded. This human didn't get affected by its presence. Looks like his ability is not bad. No wonder he could maintain his composure. So this is his confidence. When Wang Teng was hiding his ability, he looked ordinary on the surface. Even the netherworld giant python couldn't see his true power. Suddenly, disdain and mockery appeared in its eyes. The humans on Earth didn't have any legacies, so they could only struggle at the general stage. No matter how strong this human was, he could only be at the general stage. A general stage human martial warrior was as weak as an ant in front of it. The confidence this human thought he could rely on would be easily shattered. This was its confidence as an emperor-level star beast. For star beasts, the emperor level was similar to the planetary stage. The netherworld giant python suddenly recalled the hardships it went through in its life. It started to shed tears of sorrow. In the past, it was still a naive and innocent little snake playing happily in the valley. After it got tired of playing, it would go home to find its mother. Life was mundane but joyful. However, it didn't know that it was a little snake that was meant to become a protagonist. One day, it climbed up this snow mountain out of curiosity and noticed an interesting little crack. It swore that it only used its tail to tap it cautiously because it found it interesting and wanted to play with it. It was just a light tap. It never thought of entering the crack. However, the situation went beyond its expectations. A powerful suction force came out of the little crack and sucked it in. That was what happened. It wasn't its fault. The force was so strong that it got sucked right in. The little snake fainted after it entered the crack. When it woke up, it realized that it was in a strange place. The surroundings were pitch black. The sky was dark and looked terrifying. It wanted to go back home to find its mother, but it couldn't find the small crack anymore. It had no choice but to roam around this strange world. However, there were many frightening, huge beasts here. They were malicious and wanted to eat it. Once they spotted it, they would pounce on it like hungry beggars. It was so scared that it scurried away in fear. However, it was destined to be a protagonist. It managed to escape every time and remained alive. Finally, one day it was chased by a terrifying large beast to a cliff. It had nowhere to run, so it could only jump down. At that moment, its eyes were filled with tears of regret. "Mother, I should have listened to you. I shouldn't have run around. I shouldn't have touched that little crack, Mother. If there's another lifetime, I promise I will be an obedient child." It closed its eyes and waited for a round of excruciating pain before it left this hellish world. But things weren't as simple as it thought. It managed to survive. It got tangled into some vines and dangled in midair. Come on, it was a snake. Vines couldn't trap it. It crawled out slowly from the vines and slid down the cliff. It was only around 10 meters away from the bottom. There was a deep pool right below the cliff. It seemed bottomless, and it was giving off a bone-chilling cold. The little snake was born to love the cold. When it saw the ice pool, the injuries on its body seemed to hurt less, and the uneasiness in its heart disappeared. It seemed to have found its home. It hurriedly dragged its injured body and wriggled towards the pool with all its energy. Plonk, it finally slithered into the pool. The ice-cold water might be lethal to other creatures, but to the little snake it was the perfect tonic. It closed its eyes comfortably. From then on, the pool became its home. There were no frightening large beasts here to eat it, and this place was a huge playground. It considered it as its amusement park. As it stayed longer and longer in the ice pool, it got stronger and stronger. Its body grew bigger until one day it got enlightened and possessed the intelligence of a human. It knew how to think and became a thoughtful snake. It was unwilling to stay here and wished to leave this place. However, before departing, it wanted to swim into the depth of the pool to discover its secret. This ice pool was strange. The chill it gave off strengthened its ability. Besides, there was a strange power in it. In the past, it didn't understand, but after gaining intelligence, it knew what it was. Hence, it decided to swim to the bottom of the pool. It headed in the direction of the chill and swam all the way until it saw a gigantic skeleton. The skeleton was half covered by the soil. It circled the entire pool, and there seemed no end to it. The snake was at the location where the skull was. It saw an uneven round crystal floating inside the skull. It was giving off a faint, mysterious glow and an ice-cold stream of energy which spread to the entire pool. The snake couldn't shift its gaze away after seeing the crystal. It had a lethal attraction toward it. Chapter 804, Race Legacy. The snake salivated because of the skull. Following its heart, it swallowed the crystal. Boom. The next instant, terrifying energy exploded in its body. It finally regained its senses and felt frightened and shocked. It forgot that it was an intelligent snake. How could it swallow things without caution? It could die from eating random stuff. It didn't have the time to think properly. As the frightening energy wreaked havoc in its body, a memory surged into its mind. Its pitiful brain capacity hit its limit because of the huge chunk of memory. Then it lost its consciousness. It didn't know how long it had slept. When it woke up, its body had grown 3 times bigger. Although it wasn't as big as the skeleton at the bottom of the pool, it was considered a huge python already. At the same time, many new memories had appeared in its mind. These memories allowed it to understand what cultivation and race legacy was. This race legacy came from a powerful star beast called the netherworld giant python. This race had difficulty producing offspring, so it was extremely rare. However, pure-blood netherworld giant pythons had great potential and could grow extremely huge. Adult netherworld giant pythons were mostly at the emperor level. They could roam in the emptiness freely and were a powerful race in the universe. What the little snake swallowed was the legacy stone of the netherworld giant python race. It contained cultivation memories and the purest essence blood of the race. The little snake slowly evolved to become a real netherworld giant python after receiving the essence blood. It started cultivating continuously thereafter, and its ability rose exponentially. It only left the ice pool after it reached the emperor level. When the netherworld giant python returned to the location of the little crack, it realized that this place had been overtaken by a bunch of dark apparitions. At that moment, it already understood that the little crack didn't disappear. It was just hidden in the emptiness at that time. It was too weak, so it couldn't detect its presence. Now, that little crack had expanded and turned into a huge dimensional rift connecting two worlds. The netherworld giant python had a strong desire to go home and look for its mother. The thought had become an obsession, so it planned to go back to Earth using this dimensional rift. Naturally, the appearance of a terrifying star beast alerted the formidable dark apparitions. Emperor-level star beasts were like the devil lords among the dark apparitions. The higher authorities of the dark apparitions sent a devil lord to confront the netherworld giant python. In the end, they reached an agreement and stopped fighting. The netherworld giant python passed through the dimensional rift safely and returned to Earth. After coming back, it discovered that its mother had died a long time ago in the hands of human martial warriors. The netherworld giant python had no good impression of humans. It yearned for its mother terribly, only to find out that she had died. It was extremely furious. The devil lord accompanying it kept brainwashing it, so the thought of taking revenge on the humans grew in the heart of this netherworld giant python. It decided to cooperate with the dark apparitions to annihilate the humans on Earth. This was the cause of the star beast riot on Earth. Hey, why are you daydreaming? Are you lovesick? I might have killed some of your children, but you don't have to be in a hurry to make more snakes. An irritating voice was heard. The netherworld giant python was pulled out of its thoughts. It looked at Wang Teng in confusion. Make more snakes? It felt speechless suddenly. To hell with making small snakes. A normal person with a normal mind wouldn't think of this in such a situation. This human's mind was a little crooked. The netherworld giant python complained in its heart. It wanted to crush this human to death so much. Little snaky, where are you from? Why do you know Earth's language? Wang Teng opened his mouth again and asked, Little snaky. Zhou Xuanwu stared at Wang Teng with his mouth agape. What was he thinking when he called this gigantic python little snaky? The netherworld giant python was on the verge of losing its temper. It was a majestic netherworld giant python, yet this human called it little snaky. This was so embarrassing. You're a little snaky. Your entire family is a little snaky. Brat, how dare you humiliate me? The netherworld giant python hissed in anger. You haven't answered my question. Silence. You're looking for death. This was the first time the netherworld giant python found a human so irritating. The veins on its head throbbed furiously. It couldn't control its anger anymore and roared into the sky. Its giant tail hammered down from the dark clouds. Boom! Eruptions filled up the entire sky, and the air seemed to be trembling as if it was going to crack under the overwhelming pressure. This scene was terrifying. Words couldn't describe it. Move! Zhou Xuanwu was flabbergasted as he stared at the giant tail hammering down from the sky. His heart was filled with fear and amazement as he shot back like a bullet. He didn't even have a single thought of resisting. No ordinary martial warrior would be able to withstand such an attack. Even in this situation, Wang Teng only raised his head slightly without any fluctuation in his emotions. He stared at the giant tail as it plummeted towards him like a meteor. A strong gale caused his hair to dance crazily. If the giant tail landed on him, he would be smashed into minced human meat. The netherworld giant python stared at him intently with merciless eyes. Wang Teng suddenly snorted. Is he laughing? The netherworld giant python was surprised. He's laughing. Wang Teng raised his hand above his head with his palm facing upwards. Boom! A deafening explosion quaked the ground below his feet. Large patches of snow tumbled down from the peak, creating a huge avalanche. The scene everyone was expecting didn't happen. The large tail stopped in midair. He caught it, and he caught it with one hand. Wang Teng looked extremely tiny below the giant tail, yet he managed to stop the tail with one hand. He stood there casually without budging an inch. The mountain was still trembling, but the ground below him showed no signs of sinking in. He had received all the strength and power of this attack with his small and tiny body. The netherworld giant python squinted. It stared at the figure below its tail in disbelief. How is that possible? This attack might not be its strongest move, but it was still the attack of an emperor-level star beast. How could a puny human resist it? And only with one hand. The next instant its gaze turned sharp, and killing intent shot out of it. This human was a huge threat since he possessed such power. It mustn't let him remain alive. The netherworld giant python pulled its tail, wanting to swing it back. However, it realized that no matter how hard it pulled, its tail refused to move at all. Chapter 805, Come, Mount the Clouds and Ride the Mist. The netherworld giant python was dumbfounded. An ominous feeling emerged in its heart. There was something wrong with this human. Human, I shall give you a chance. Let go of my tail, or else. The python pretended to be calm and composed. Or what? Wang Teng asked as he held on to the python's tail with one hand while placing his other hand behind his back. He raised his head and looked at the python with an ambiguous smile. Don't be too full of yourself, human. I gave you a chance to surrender because I saw that you're quite capable. I didn't even use any strength just now. The giant python got flustered when it looked at Wang Teng's expression. However, it was good at bluffing too, as its tone remained unchanged, even putting on a look of disdain. Then I really need to thank you. Wang Teng rolled his eyes. Go on. Try harder. He couldn't tell that this python was an expert in pretending just like him. Zhou Xuanwu was stunned. He had felt the tremors just now, and it showed how terrifying that blow was. Yet Wang Teng actually managed to stop that with one hand. Was he human? How terrifying was his strength to be able to do that so easily. It wasn't just about his strength. There were no cracks on the ground, meaning that Wang Teng had absorbed all that power with his physical body. If his body wasn't strong enough, that kind of power would have shredded him apart. Wang Teng's body must be frighteningly powerful. Zhou Xuanwu's heart shook as he gazed at Wang Teng in astonishment. This guy is really a monster. But it's just that his brain isn't wired normally. He actually has the time to chat with that giant python. That bastard needs to have some situational awareness. They were in a hurry. Zhou Xuanwu's heart was filled with complaints that he couldn't voice out. Wang Teng's face showed a trace of embarrassment and smiled at Zhou Xuanwu as though he had sensed his resentment. He then turned serious and looked up. Let's end this. I'll give you a chance as well. Surrender or die. Netherworld giant python. Damn, how ruthless. The conversation was going well until his expression changed. Humans are all cold-blooded animals. However, it was impossible for the netherworld giant python to surrender. The pride of the pythons never allowed them to be so cowardly. Furthermore, they hadn't gotten serious. It was still hard to tell who would emerge victorious. It was just a little doubtful just now. It didn't mean that it was afraid. A mighty emperor-level netherworld giant python was strong, really strong. To show that it wasn't cowardly, the giant python let out a hiss. It looked ferocious as the air billowed, extremely ferocious. Die! The upper body of the giant python finally emerged from the dark cloud and slammed towards Wang Teng. Its huge maw was wide open as though it was swallowing the sky. Wang Teng raised his head and could only see a dark hole and those huge, ferocious fangs. Everything else was covered. He measured himself and felt that his small body couldn't fit between the gaps of its fangs. As the messy thought flashed by, Wang Teng let go of the python's tail and disappeared from his spot. Boom. The netherworld giant python closed its mouth and swallowed a mouth of cool air. "This tastes wonderful. My foot." It quickly raised its head and searched for that human figure. Right then, it suddenly felt its head sink. Then came the human's voice. "Little snaky, come, mount the clouds and ride the mist. Go." Zhou Xuanwu was no longer worried about Wang Teng's safety anymore. He could tell that the brat didn't take the giant python seriously. This was a solid performance. The only thing that left him speechless was that this guy was too reckless. Go, what go? Only he could have thought about riding that giant python like a horse. The netherworld giant python was alarmed when it was stepped on. However, it was infuriated after hearing Wang Teng's words, extremely furious. "This human is so bold, how dare he use me as a mount?" "Get off me!" The netherworld giant python shook its head wildly in a bid to fling that bastard off. "Don't bother. You can't get rid of me. They used to call me a driver from initial D. A small worm like you flinging me off will only be an insult to my nickname," Wang Teng said as he held on to the python's horn lightly with one hand. Initial D? The netherworld giant python didn't understand what that was, but it could tell that nothing good ever came out of this human's mouth. However, this was not the time to think about this. It realized something embarrassing. It shook its head for the longest time, yet it was still unable to get that human off. This was bad, but when it felt something touching its horn, a treacherous smile appeared in its eyes. "You're looking for death," the giant python sneered, and the gold pattern on its horn suddenly lit up. An extreme chill was blasted from it. In just an instant, Wang Teng's hand, including the horn, was frozen with a thick layer of black ice. It even spread towards his body. Wang Teng's eyes flashed. He felt the chill penetrating his body as if it would freeze his whole body, even the force inside him. This is interesting. The next moment, the emerald glazed flame surged from his body. Boom. The emerald flames erupted from his arms, burning within the black ice. Scorching heat emanated from the black ice. The sturdy and tough ice melted, and in a short while, Wang Teng's arm was clasping the horn as per normal. "I'll let you taste my flames, too." The corner of Wang Teng's mouth showed a slight arc as the flames danced and enveloped the horn. The netherworld giant python was terrified. It channeled the force in its body into frost and shot it out from its horn. The frost of the black ice clashed against the heat of the flames. However, the divine flame already had a reputation. In the hands of a planetary-stage martial warrior like Wang Teng, it became even more horrifying. The clash didn't last long. The emerald-glazed flame quickly gained the upper hand. The black ice gradually retreated, and the wave of heat seared into the horn. Howl. The netherworld giant python was an ice-element star beast and was afraid of flames. Furthermore, the horn was the most sensitive part of its body. The amount of pain inflicted was multiplied, causing it to let out a shrill howl. Chapter 806. I beg you to come down. An evil smile appeared at the edge of Wang Teng's lips when he heard the agonizing scream. "What do you think? Is it good? Do you feel amazing? Do you want me to raise the temperature?" The netherworld giant python suddenly felt that this human was the devil. Zhou Xuanwu, who was on the other side, thought so too. The giant python's body swung wildly. If Zhou Xuanwu didn't stay far away, he would have been hit. He couldn't withstand that kind of terrifying power, but it was still fun to watch. For some reason, looking at Wang Teng torturing that frightening giant python was rather entertaining. "Not good. Looks like I need more power." Seeing that the giant python was silent, Wang Teng immediately condensed the emerald-glazed flame, causing the temperature above the horn to rise rapidly. "Howl! Pain! Pain! Pain!" The giant python suddenly let out another tragic howl and twitched fiercely as it rolled amongst the dark clouds fading in and out. The scene was frightening. It felt like it was about to explode. The netherworld giant pythons feared fire the most, and the heat was grilling it. "I'm about to die. Look at this. You did well mounting the clouds and riding the mist. Wang Teng's voice had a trace of mockery and was full of praise as he opened his mouth. You get off me! The netherworld giant python shouted again and shook its head frantically as though it was having a seizure. Calm down, calm down. It's just the beginning. I'll make you feel so amazing. Wang Teng smiled. I'm amazed. I'm amazed. Don't do it again. The giant python suddenly shuddered and felt chills as it shouted hurriedly. Really? Wang Teng asked curiously. Really? Yes. The giant python didn't dare to say no, fearing that Wang Teng wouldn't believe it. It had completely lost its pride. The dignity of the netherworld giant python was just a passing cloud. It was not worth mentioning. Staying alive was more important. How amazing was it? Wang Teng questioned. The giant python was stunned for a moment. Its mind was going berserk. What's with that question? Why are you asking me again when I've already told you it was amazing? Are you going to get to the bottom of this? There must be a problem with this human's brain. He's a problem child? You don't have an answer? It looks like it wasn't enough. Wang Teng shook his head, and the temperature in his hands rose again. Ah, the netherworld giant python roared in pain and was about to vomit blood. However, it had to shout. Amazing, very amazing, extremely amazing. It secretly told itself that this wasn't cowardice. It was just a strategic move. The netherworld giant python suppressed its feelings. Deceive this human first and kill him later. That's right. I worked so hard, how can it not be amazing? Wang Teng nodded. Yes, it's too amazing. I've already experienced it. Stop wasting your force. I beg you to come down. The giant python's eyes were filled with tears. This little snaky is very good at talking. But there's no need for you to worry about my force reserves. Since you find it so amazing, let's have another round. I love satisfying others. Save your thanks, Wang Teng said. Om-do. The netherworld giant python was dazed. Things shouldn't go like this. Wasn't he going to let it go after it said that it was amazing? Why wasn't this human keeping his word? Humans really are liars. They just love to deceive others. Sob, thank you. Why should I thank you? I will kill you with my spit. Zhou Xuanwu almost burst out laughing. Wang Teng was such a prankster that he could even make a star beast have doubts about life. Perhaps only Wang Teng could be able to do such a thing. Wang Teng increased the intensity of his flames and roasted the horn red. The gold patterns on the horn started turning crimson and emitting steam. Howl. The netherworld giant python kept making strange noises as it inched closer to death. It was too painful. There was nothing more unbearable than the scorching heat. It was simply the cruelest form of torture that the giant python had encountered in its life. Crack! Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound resounded in the sky. The netherworld giant python's body stiffened. What was that sound? Why was there such a bad feeling? What? Your horn seems to be broken, Wang Teng said, with a bit of guilt as he looked at the horn. Cracks were forming on it. Broken? The horn is broken. The giant python's eyes went dull as though it couldn't accept the fact. Crack! Crack! A series of cracking sounds followed. Each crack was like an arrow piercing the giant python's heart. Its heart hurt. Crack, snap. Suddenly, after a crisp sound, the entire horn shattered, breaking away from the netherworld giant python's head. Roar. The giant python went mad. With a flick of its head, it threw Wang Teng, who had lost his footing, away. Its body flew out of the dark clouds and turned into a black whip, rushing towards Wang Teng, who was still in midair. You actually destroyed my horn, damned human. The intense pain had caused the giant python to lose its mind. It roared angrily as an intense black light condensed in its mouth. A black beam of light then shot out. Oh crap, this is crazy, crazy. Wang Teng flipped his body and took a step in midair. He vanished from his spot, avoiding the beam in the nick of time. Boom. The black beam struck a mountain some distance away, raising the upper half of the mountain along with itself. This is a dark force attack. Wang Teng's eyes narrowed slightly. He stepped forward, charging toward the netherworld giant python in a streak of light. "Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant you your wish." Wang Teng's eyes flashed. He slashed fiercely with the sword that had appeared in his hand. Planetary-stage battle technique. Starfire sword slash. A flaming sword glow erupted from his sword, covering 100 feet in an instant. It rushed up the sky. When Wang Teng swung the sword, it came slashing down. The netherworld giant python spewed out a black beam of light again. It was much stronger than the previous one, and it brazenly faced the sword glow coming toward it. Boom! The two forces clashed in the sky. The rich black light and the dazzling crimson sword glow weaved against each other, setting off rumbling explosions. Boom! Eventually, the crimson sword glow sliced the black beam and continued stabbing forward. The giant python's pupils shrank into pinholes. It was terrified to the core as it soared into the sky, rushing towards the area with dark clouds, thinking of running away. The cold light in Wang Teng's eyes flickered as his spiritual power poured out of his body and changed the trajectory of the sword glow, sending it upwards. The giant python, who had dodged it initially, suddenly felt a sharp pain in its body. Splurt. Its huge body was split into two and blood spurted out. However, the netherworld giant python wasn't dead yet. It dragged along the remaining half of its crippled body and continued to flee towards the area with dark clouds. At the same time, it let out a roar. "Wu Gu, are you not going to act?" Chapter 807, Black Skull. The tragic cries of the netherworld giant python echoed in the sky. The poor snake sounded helpless and pitiful. It was indeed in a tragic state. Only half of its large body was left. The excruciating pain stimulated its nerves again and again. Honestly, it hurt. However, the pain of losing the horn on its head was still the worst. The netherworld giant python had an ultimate move, but it required its horn to launch it. Great, this move failed before he could even use it. If not, he wouldn't have been defeated by Wang Teng so easily. Wang Teng's luck was too good. He caught the python's weak point from the get-go, even breaking it accidentally. Actually, the netherworld giant python's horn was extremely tough. Ordinary martial warriors wouldn't be able to break it. Wang Teng possessed the emerald-glazed flame, which was a counter to its ability. This was fate. What could it do? The netherworld giant python only wanted to escape now. It wanted to run far away. Staying alive was the most important dignity. Ego. What were they? Could they be eaten? That wasn't all. It disregarded its status as an emperor-level star beast and begged for help from that sinister fellow. It didn't care anymore. It just wanted to remain alive. Only that fellow could save it now. Wang Teng also heard the netherworld giant python's cry. His gaze shimmered slightly, and he looked into the sky. "Wu Gu? So there is someone else?" Wang Teng muttered to himself. He wasn't in a hurry to act. Since the giant python pleaded for help from someone, they must be at the same level. He wanted to see what kind of presence it was. Zhou Xuanwu, who was standing some distance away, tensed up. He was surprised and overjoyed when he saw the giant python getting chopped into two. Wang Teng was indeed powerful. He was able to injure this powerful giant python. But before he could cheer, he heard the python's angry roar. His heart skipped a beat. There was another person. Was it another powerful being at Wang Teng's level? What was wrong with this world? In the past, there was no sign of any powerful creatures, but now they started blossoming like the flowers in spring. Everyone waited for the unknown being to appear, but the sky remained silent. There wasn't even a drop of rain, much less a living creature. "Are you putting on a fake show to fool me?" Wang Teng asked with a black face. Netherworld giant python? I don't understand either. It was having a mental breakdown. Damn it, was that bastard going to watch it die? As expected, other races couldn't be trusted. I was an idiot to believe you. The netherworld giant python was furious. It hurriedly shot towards the dark clouds. It was getting closer and closer. It would enter the clouds soon. A tinge of happiness appeared in the netherworld giant python's eyes. Once it reached the dimensional rift behind the dark clouds, it could return to the Darkland. The human behind it would never be able to catch it. Human, when I recover, I'll return this agony 100 times back to you. Seeing that it was about to reach the dark clouds, the netherworld giant python couldn't help but remember its encounter today. Its expression turned distorted, and it screamed loudly as it hurled a threat at Wang Teng. Then it prepared to launch itself into the dark clouds. The threat sounded fierce, but its speed of running away didn't decrease. It dared to do this because it had arrived in front of the dimensional rift and could enter it in the next second. The human behind him was still a long distance away. He would never be able to catch up. However, things seemed different from what it expected. It realized that it couldn't move. It couldn't move. It had stopped abruptly before the dark clouds and couldn't move an inch closer. What happened? What's going on with me? I'm going to have a nervous breakdown soon. The netherworld giant python was stunned. It realized that it was still able to move its head, so it turned its neck stiffly and looked behind. The human was looking at him contemptuously. He was still standing there with no signs of moving, but it must be him. No doubt about that. It was definitely him. Yes, it was him. There was no other possibility. Run? Why aren't you running? Wang Teng opened his mouth and asked slowly. The netherworld giant python almost teared up. These were tears of regret. This human was too infuriating. It was full of regret. It shouldn't have threatened him. Wasn't it better for him to jump into the dimensional rift quickly and escape? Look, it couldn't escape now. Wang Teng strolled over step by step and stopped in front of the netherworld giant python. The snake was deeply alarmed. It was panic-stricken. I gave you the chance, but you disappointed me. Wang Teng patted the netherworld giant python's head and said earnestly, "Why don't you give me another chance?" The netherworld giant python trembled in fear. "Are you daydreaming?" Wang Teng asked. "Spare me, and I'll leave immediately. The beast tied on Earth will disappear too. The netherworld giant python backed down. I'll kill you, and the beast tied will still disappear," Wang Teng said. "No, if you kill me, you will stir up a greater beast tide." The netherworld giant python shook its head anxiously. "I gave a firm order. All the star beasts will attack the human cities and destroy everything. They won't stop even if I die. You might not know, but most of the beast tides in country Saya have been suppressed. There are planetary-stage martial warriors in other countries. You should know about the planetary stage, right? Beast tides won't affect them," Wang Teng said calmly. "Even so, the majority of the humans will be killed. Are you going to let them die?" The giant netherworld giant python was dumbfounded. It stared at Wang Teng as if he was a devil. "I'm only a human. I can't care about everything." Wang Teng shook his head indifferently. You, the netherworld giant python, didn't know what to say. "All right, accept your death obediently. My hands are fast. I promise that you'll only feel a second of pain before you die. Don't worry." Wang Teng raised his hand and pasted it on the netherworld giant python's forehead. The netherworld giant python almost went crazy. Damn it. What does he think he's saying? A second of pain is still a pain. This human was a devil. The netherworld giant python was in despair. However, it was unwilling to die so easily. It bellowed once again. Wu-goo, the same name. It was begging for help. He was its last hope. Sigh, have you finished watching the good show? A peal of cynical laughter spread out slowly. Are you finally willing to come out? Wang Teng calmly looked in the direction of the noise. He saw a black skull popping its head stealthily out of the dark clouds. A surprised look appeared in Wang Teng's eyes. A black skull with two balls of dull blue ghost fire flickering in its empty eye sockets. Chapter 808. This was a heartless skull. He looked a little funny for some reason. He was a skull, but it had the expressions of a human. That sneaky look seemed a little cheeky. However, neither Wang Teng nor Zhou Xuanwu laughed. They stared grimly at the skull head. On the other hand, the netherworld giant python was elated. He seemed to have found his life's savior. "Wu Gu, you finally came. Save me. Please, save me. You're too noisy. Shut up. Bang!" Halfway through its sentence, Wang Teng slapped its head and forced it to close its mouth. It almost pierced its own tongue with its sharp fangs. "Oh my, this little brother seems a bit fierce." The skull above pulled a smile on his face. He stretched his skeleton arm out from the dark clouds and touched his chin with his bare and bony fingers. His upper and lower jaws moved, and to everyone's surprise he could speak. Wang Teng raised his head and seemed dumbfounded. Imitating the skeleton's tone, he said, "Oh my, this skeleton can speak. Zhou Xuanwu, netherworld giant python. Wu Gu." The skeleton was stunned, the dull blue ghost flames in his eyes flickering a little. He moved his jaws again and said, "This young lad is very interesting. This skull is very interesting." Wang Teng gave a look of interest and clicked his tongue. "This young lad is mischievous." The ghost flames in his eyes stopped moving for a split second. "This skull is mischievous," Wang Teng said without changing his expression. The skull was in a daze. He finally felt that he had met the arch enemy of his life. This human was as irritating as him. "All right, the game ends here. I'm not playing anymore. Let's get down to business." The skull shrugged and jumped out from behind the dark clouds. His body was finally revealed to Wang Teng and Zhou Xuanwu. This was a black skeleton. Besides being pitch black, he was no different from other skeletons. "All right, the game ends here. I'm not playing anymore. Let's get down to business." Wang Teng shrugged and said, the skull felt helpless. "Hey, I said that I'm not playing anymore. Why are you still continuing? Are you a recorder? Huh? Don't you know that it's human nature to repeat after others?" Wang Teng said indifferently. "Ah, my bad. Nice to meet you. Recorder." The skull rubbed his bald head and said in embarrassment, "Forget it. You're just a skull. I can't expect too much from you." Wang Teng waved his hand as if he was being broad-minded. "Thank you for being understanding." The skull seemed extremely grateful. The human and skeleton went through a few verbal confrontations. None of them gained any advantage. The skull bowed slightly and said, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Wu Gu from the spiritual bone tribe." When he straightened his spine, a black formal hat appeared in his hand. He wore it on his head. The spiritual bone tribe. Wang Teng wondered to himself. This was the first time he had heard of this tribe. He glanced at Zhou Xuanwu and noticed that he seemed at a loss too. He probably hadn't heard of this tribe either. "Wu Gu, why are you still talking to him? Save me!" The netherworld giant python couldn't bear it anymore and shouted again. Why hadn't they finished their chat? It was heavily injured. It was only left with half of its body. Shouldn't you care about the feelings of this injured snake? Bastards, you're really noisy. Wang Teng said eerily as he turned and glanced at the netherworld giant python. The netherworld giant python shuddered, feeling a chill running down its spine. Its large and round eyes were filled with fear. "Since the dark apparition behind you has appeared, you have no use now." The instant he finished speaking, a sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed it down at the speed of lightning. Blade glow cut through the air. Swoosh. The netherworld giant python was flabbergasted. Blood gushed out from the intersection between its head and its body, as if there was an endless supply of it. The water shot like an opened water tap. Then the head parted with its body. Zhou Xuanwu was stunned. Wu Gu from the spiritual bone tribe was appalled too. This human was brutal. He slashed the snake without any hesitation. What a poor little snake tool. Even the netherworld giant python was shocked. Immeasurable fear struck it head-on. It was sucked into a bottomless abyss. No, the netherworld giant python gave its last roar of anger. It stared at Wu Gu intently with a revengeful gaze. Why didn't he save me after he came out? Why? Why, boom. The giant python head crashed into the ground, giving a dull thud. Oh my, it's dead. Wu Gu sighed in pity. Zhou Xuanwu. He felt that the skull's acting was terrible. There was no sincerity at all. He seemed indifferent, as if someone unrelated to him had died. This was a heartless skull. However, Wang Teng was cold-blooded too. He killed the python after its utility expired. Come, let's continue playing. Wang Teng smiled and looked at Wu Gu. All right, what shall we play? Wu Gu chuckled. Why don't we play the eagle catches chicken game? I'll be the eagle and you can be the chick, Wang Teng said. Zhou Xuanwu was puzzled. What did he mean by the eagle catching chicken? Honestly, he wanted to open Wang Teng's skull and see what his mind was made of. Why was his thinking so strange? Why don't you be the chick? Wu Gu asked curiously. Wang Teng didn't reply to him. However, he was already staring at the lower half of Wu Gu's body with an ambiguous gaze. Wu Gu was puzzled. Then he felt speechless once again. Oh! Oh! Wu Gu was defeated once again. He covered his chest and took 3 heavy steps back as if he got heavily injured and pointed at Wang Teng. Leaning backward, he screamed, "Ah, I'm dead." He fell straight back into the clouds and floated there silently. Zhou Xuanwu. Where did this strange skull come from? He was having a mental breakdown. One Wang Teng was enough. Now there was another weird skull in the mix. The human and the skeleton looked like 2 fellow wardmates who had escaped from the mental hospital. They were having a whale of a time. Fake. Wang Teng didn't notice Zhou Xuanwu's hidden bitterness. He stared at Wu Gu grumpily. Really? My acting has never been bad. Wu Gu raised his head and exclaimed in surprise.
Of course, I could tell at one glance. Sigh, what a failure.
Wu Gu leaped up and patted the invisible dust on his body. I suggest that you start training your acting skills by playing an insignificant role first. Every extra has the potential to become the main lead. I know someone that kept being an extra until he became the Oscar winner. Wang Teng spouted nonsense.
Extra?
Wu Gu was dumbfounded. He remained humbled and asked, "What does being an extra mean?" "Oh, it means that you can act in any role. You might be a deliveryman, a passerby, an attendant, etc. It's a group of people that fulfill side characters. Most importantly, they can act as corpses. They are amazing at it. They have many different ways of dying. I promise that you'll be able to learn how to act like a corpse properly." Wang Teng tried to fool him. "Where do I go to be an extra?" The ghost fire burned furiously in Wu Gu's eyes. He asked in an excited tone. He even ran forward and wanted to grab Wang Teng's hand, looking anxious. "Hengdian welcomes you," Wang Teng replied with a shimmering gaze. At this moment, Wu Gu had arrived in front of him. His bony arm turned extremely sharp like a bone blade, aiming straight at Wang Teng's abdomen. He wanted to dig out his kidney. Wang Teng remained calm, but his actions didn't slow down. He clenched his fist and hurled it at the bony hand. The ghost fire in Wu Gu's eyes fluttered. He had no choice but to change his attack from a bone blade to a palm attack. He received Wang Teng's fist. Boom! An explosion occurred and the force impact swept through the mountain. The 2 of them separated the instant they collided. Soon only their lingering shadows could be seen. "You're treacherous, Mr. Skull," Wang Teng said calmly. "Same to you." Wu Gu chuckled. He stretched his hand, cracking his bones. "I heard that you have great strength. No wonder you're able to stop the netherworld giant python's attack with your bare hands. Why don't you experience it? Personally." Wang Teng vanished after he finished his sentence and appeared in front of Wu Gu. He smashed his fist at the skeleton. Strength of Ultima, boom. A terrifying explosion occurred. His fist was aimed directly at Wu Gu's head. If he succeeded in his attack, the skull would most likely shatter into bone fragments. "Ha ha ha!" Wu Gu giggled. He released his fist and met Wang Teng's move. Boom, their fists collided in midair. There was a momentary pause. No one could overpower the other. Wang Teng was stunned. This was the first time his strength of Ultima failed in pushing his enemy back. This skeleton wasn't easy to deal with. The 2 of them parted instantly before exchanging blows again. Wang Teng activated the ancient god's body and increased his strength to the maximum. He attacked Wu Gu again. The ancient god's body was extremely frightening. Wu Gu's expression finally changed with the added strength, although the skull's face remained the same. One could tell that his expression had turned grim. He couldn't smile anymore as he needed to withstand Wang Teng's fist aura with all his power. Even so, he kept retreating under Wang Teng's fist aura. The entire skeleton was cracking loudly. Zhou Xuanwu could feel his pain. Could a skeleton feel pain? Oh my, this is a good question. Zhou Xuanwu's expression changed. If he couldn't feel any pain, Wang Teng's attack would be in vain. Should he tell him now? Zhou Xuanwu was in a dilemma. He didn't know if he should open his mouth. What if Wang Teng beat him up in a fit of anger? Forget it. Looking at the power and viciousness of his fist, Zhou Xuanwu decided not to be a busybody. He seemed to have much strength left in him. Releasing a few more fists wouldn't harm him. Boom. Wang Teng frowned. He seemed to have noticed this too. He threw out a powerful punch and flung Wu Gu 10 meters back. Wu Gu only stopped after flipping a few times in the air. He staggered with much effort. Chapter 809. They're coming. Ouch. The pain, pain. My little fist is hurting. Wu Gu tumbled a few times before standing up in mid-air and crying in pain. Wang Teng. Fake, extremely fake. It was absolutely exaggerating. He could tell that his fist might hurt a little if he wanted to beat this skeleton up. However, he still wanted to see if he could break his bones. He was surprised that he failed. Mind you, he had used the ancient god's body and the strength of Ultima simultaneously. Even the physical body of a planetary-stage martial warrior would be smashed by his attack. Yet this skeleton remained unscathed. This was unbelievable. He was just a skinny and small skeleton. Look at those thin arms and legs. They looked as if they would break easily, but they were extremely sturdy. Wang Teng's gaze flickered, but his expression remained unchanged. Clenching his sword, frightening energy exploded on its blade. Slash, he released his sword attack without the slightest hesitation. The sword glow stretched a few hundred meters. Wow! Wu Gu gave a weird scream. He raised his hands hurriedly and blocked them in front of him. The black bones on his body started squirming vigorously, forming a large black bone shield in front of him. The bone shield was diamond-shaped, and the skeleton's skull was carved on the surface, with sharp bones sticking out of the edges. It looked fierce and hideous. This all happened too quickly. The sword glow shot towards him and crashed directly into the bone shield. Boom, a violent explosion resounded in the air. Wu Gu was knocked more than 10 meters back again by the sword glow, but it didn't hurt him. However, that bone shield was crushed. Only a fragment of the main body remained. The edges were all broken. Even so, the bone shield vibrated and merged back into Wu Gu's body after some time. It didn't seem affected. Wang Teng's gaze shimmered. He was astounded. Wu Gu's ability was extremely odd and mysterious. He could lengthen his bones and turn them into various items. This change broke the law of energy conservation. Wu Gu had a limited number of bones on his skeleton. Even if he used all his bones, he would only be able to form half of that shield. So where did all the bones from that bone shield come from? Newton is going to crawl out of his coffin. Wang Teng was full of complaints. However, these bones were truly tough. They might have broken at the end, but they managed to block his sword aura. The defense ability was astonishing. Also, the bones seemed to be able to regenerate. Breaking them wouldn't destroy them completely. Wang Teng suddenly felt his head spinning. This skeleton was a little hard to deal with. Hey, where did that enthusiastic young man go? Wu Gu stretched the bones on its body, causing them to crack loudly. He chuckled and said, "I've completed my mission, so I won't be playing with you anymore." Wang Teng frowned uncontrollably. What did this skeleton mean? His mission? A bad feeling floated into Wang Teng's heart. Look! Wu Gu knew what Wang Teng was thinking, so he raised his skull and pointed to the sky. They're coming! A loud explosion was heard immediately after. Wang Teng's expression changed instantly. He hurriedly looked up. The dark clouds in the sky moved abruptly and started tossing and turning. They churned violently like a pot of boiling water. A large vortex started forming at an incredible speed in the middle. The dark clouds spun around it. Thunder roared and thick bolts of lightning struck down, creating terrifying ringing sounds in the air. Wu Gu stood right below the vortex and opened his arms gradually. Then he raised them up. Silver bolts of lightning flashed around him, but none of them hit his body. Rather, they made him look like the king of hell. "What are you doing?" Wang Teng asked sternly with a grave expression. "Shh." Wu Gu raised his forefinger and placed it beside his teeth, signaling Wang Teng to keep quiet. "Don't speak. Feel the might of heaven." What a mesmerizing scene. Wang Teng's expression turned ugly. This skeleton was indeed a maniac. Boom. At this moment, a bolt of lightning as thick as a water pipe struck the ground to his left. A deep and burnt hole was formed instantly. Wang Teng wasn't afraid of lightning, but Zhou Xuanwu kept retreating. He moved as far as he could from the center of the vortex. The closer it was to the center, the denser and more frightening the bolts of lightning were. Even a 13-star general stage martial warrior didn't dare to stay in that environment. Zhou Xuanwu could feel an exceptionally powerful destructing presence blowing around him. Boom, boom, boom. Bolts of lightning struck the ground all around Wang Teng, but he didn't move. His brows were locked together, and he seemed to be in deep thought. "Wang Teng!" Zhou Xuanwu was appalled, he shouted anxiously. This was too dangerous. If Wang Teng continued standing there, he could be struck by lightning and explode into pieces. "Are you thinking of damaging the dimensional rift?" Wu Gu smiled as he spoke. He saw through Wang Teng's thoughts. Wang Teng didn't reply to him. Any struggle is pointless. The dimensional rift is fully formed, and there are 3 devil lords guarding it. You won't be able to destroy it alone, Wu Gu replied to his own question with a smile. "Y'all are prepared to make a massive invasion into Earth," Wang Teng said in a cold voice. "Oh, you just realized it. Unfortunately, it's too late." Wu Gu smiled happily. He sounded like a madman as he continued, "Look at this planet. Look at how beautiful, clean, and peaceful it is. What a perfect planet to destroy." Lunatic, Zhou Xuanwu turned furious when he heard Wu Gu's words. He moved his lips but only managed to force this word out of his mouth after a long moment of silence. This skeleton felt that destroying planets and different worlds was an interesting thing to do. He could sense it from his tone. Dark apparitions were all lunatics. They were mad. "I think that the Dark Land is prettier. Why don't we destroy it first?" Wang Teng remained composed and tilted his head as he looked at Wu Gu. The ghost fire in Wu Gu's eyes froze for a second. He lowered his head and stared into Wang Teng's eyes. The atmosphere turned extremely tense. "Did you say that you want to destroy the Darkland?" Wu Gu's voice was filled with disbelief, as if he had heard something ridiculous and funny. He burst out laughing. Zhou Xuanwu stared at Wang Teng like he had seen a ghost. He was astounded, too. This fellow was honestly daring. He dared to think about it and say it. It was already hard enough for them to survive under the constant assault of the dark apparitions. Yet he wanted to destroy their world. He must have gone crazy. "Is it funny?" Wang Teng asked calmly. "Yes, indeed. Oh my, this is so funny. You don't understand the immensity of heaven and earth. How can you think of destroying the Darkland?" Wu Gu nodded his head fervently. His action was too vigorous, so his skull dropped from his neck with a loud crack. Fortunately, he was nimble and caught it. Well, you could say that he was used to it. He fixed his skull back on his spine and apologized. "Sorry, I didn't fix it properly the previous time." Wang Teng, Zhou Xuanwu, Chapter 810, One Planet, One Gamble. "Can you have some decency when talking about serious matters?" Wang Teng said calmly as he looked at Wu Gu, who was still fiddling with his head. Sorry. I'll have it fixed properly this time. I'll make sure it doesn't fall off anymore." Wu Gu apologized profusely in embarrassment. "Is that the issue here?" Zhou Xuanwu was exasperated. But as soon as the words came out of his mouth, he broke down. He felt that he had changed, like he was going to be assimilated by the two idiots. Wait, I'm not an idiot! Boom! The changes in the sky became more intense as time went by. Dark clouds were rolling, and the huge vortex continued to expand. It churned at an incredible speed. Lightning bolts struck from above, wreaking havoc within a radius of dozens of meters. The area with dark clouds was originally just above the top of the mountain, but it had expanded rapidly, reaching a distance of 100 feet. At a glance, it was black and dark, and it was impossible to see anything inside it. There was also a strong force pulling everything in. The trees and boulders flew up into the sky uncontrollably, got swallowed by the vortex, and disintegrated into bits. When Wang Teng and Zhou Xuanwu saw this, their expressions became extremely solemn. However, there was a hint of surprise in Wang Teng's eyes. He could see attribute bubbles falling from the vortex. Although the situation didn't seem good, it was still necessary to collect the attributes. Pick them all. Space 35, space 50, space 65, space 55. The attribute bubbles were absorbed by Wang Teng's body. Currently, the system had defined space physique as his space talent. With the absorption of the attribute bubbles, he immediately felt that he became more sensitive to space. In just a short while, he had picked up all the space attributes that were dropped. His space physique was raised rapidly with a full 1150 points. Space physique, 11,150 over million, first rank. As the attribute bubbles merged into his body, he could feel a vast difference in his body. It was as if every inch of his flesh could feel the fluctuations of space, as though he had completely integrated into space itself. However, that feeling only lasted for a moment. It seemed as though he was only this sensitive when there was an improvement. Wang Teng's eyes flashed. He had even more belief in the strength of the space physique. If he could raise the level of space physique even higher, he might even be able to travel freely in space. How free would that be? No matter how vast, he would be able to travel to the ends of the universe. Wang Teng's mouth curved slightly as he thought about this. Over at the side, Zhou Xuanwu was dumbfounded. How could that brat still smile in such a situation? He must be mad. Wu Gu was a little surprised too. Did I scare this human's head off? I'm sorry. Brother Zhou, go back and tell the others to get ready, Wang Teng said. Aren't you going back with me? Zhou Xuanwu's expression changed slightly. Leave first. Wang Teng didn't look back as he stared at the vortex above his head. It was still dropping attribute bubbles. Be careful. Zhou Xuanwu nodded solemnly with a tragic expression. He then flashed away with great resolve and flew into the distance without turning back. Don't worry, Wang Teng. I'll definitely bring the news back. Hold on. You can't just die like this. Wu Gu smiled and let Zhou Xuanwu leave, looking at his expression. He seems to have misunderstood something. Wang Teng thought about it curiously and shook his head. Who cares? I can't curse him to death anyway. Anyway, picking up the attributes is more important. There are so many space attributes. That's hard to come by. Pick them all. Space 60, space 115, space 85, space 120. Aren't you afraid? Wu Gu suddenly asked. He seemed a little surprised. Afraid of what? Wang Teng returned the question. That we will kill you. There was finally a trace of killing intent in his voice as he spoke coldly. Or are you really naive to think that you can destroy the Darkland? I wouldn't know if I didn't try, Wang Teng replied nonchalantly. Afraid? I'm not afraid of bugs like you that breed in the dark corners, bugs. The ghost flames in Wu Gu's sockets flickered. You call us bugs? Well, I'm just stating facts. Wang Teng shrugged. How long has it been? It's been a while since someone made me this angry. Oh, how I've missed it. There was a trace of nostalgia in Wu Gu's voice, accompanied by an intense chill. He then laughed. How about we play a game, a real game? Oh, what game? Wang Teng asked with great interest. The armies of my race are reaching any moment now, and you can't stop them. But I can give you a chance by stopping all the dark apparitions from attacking. Let's have a gamble. The winner takes all. How about that? Wu Gu smiled. Interesting. Wang Teng caressed his chin and nodded. What are we betting on? It's very simple. Choose a place, and the two sides will fight till a winner is determined. Wu Gu's laughter was filled with bloodlust and cruelty. Why? Wang Teng was unaffected and suddenly asked without putting any thought into the question. Wu Gu seemed to know what he was asking. Because I like to see you humans in despair, to watch humans struggle desperately when there is nothing you can do but die. Don't you find it interesting? Ha! Wang Teng let out an inexplicable chuckle. Why should I trust you? That's a small issue. I'll just sign a spiritual contract, Wu Gu said indifferently. A black scroll appeared in his hand, and it looked similar to the spiritual contract that Wang Teng had seen before. How's that? Want to play? I'll play. Why wouldn't I? Since you want it, I'll give it to you. Let's see who would be dying. Wang Teng smirked. Very well, I like your confidence. I hope you can maintain that till the end. Wu Gu opened the scroll and wrote the contents before signing his name on it. Just when he was about to throw the scroll over, Wang Teng said, Your signature alone isn't enough. I can't be sure that the other dark apparitions won't attack. You don't believe me. Wu Gu was enraged. That's right. I don't trust you at all. Wang Teng nodded. You've made this skeleton sad. Wu Gu covered his face and wept. However, seeing that Wang Teng wasn't going to pay any attention, he couldn't continue acting. He spread his hands and smiled. All right, I'll give in. I'll get the dispatched devil lords to sign the contract as well. He threw the scroll into the vortex and clasped his hand around his mouth, shouting, Hey, you guys, sign that contract. I want to play with this human silence. After a while, a hoarse voice came from within the vortex. Are you sure you want to do this, Wu Gu? A charming voice followed. If you fail, you know the consequences. Although I love to see them dying in despair, you are crossing the line. We will lose our initiative by signing this contract. Another cold voice resounded. Relax. Relax. How can I possibly lose? Wu Gu dismissed them with a wave of his hand. There was silence in the vortex. Forget it. You're responsible for this. The spiritual scroll was thrown down after the hoarse voice finished speaking. Not a problem. I'll be responsible if anything goes wrong, Wu Gu assured. He then threw the scroll to Wang Teng. Take it, sign your name, and it's done. Wang Teng's eyes flashed as he looked at the contract. Besides Wu Gu's name, there were three others: Phantasma, Black Incubus, and Amalgadon. Black Incubus is actually here. Wang Teng couldn't help but feel a little surprised. She knew he was here, yet she didn't say anything. She controlled herself well. When the three dark apparitions were chatting with each other, Wang Teng had used eyes of essence and spiritual sight to peek at them through the spatial cracks. There were indeed three devil lords, and without a doubt, one of them was her. Seeing that there was no problem with the content of the scroll, Wang Teng stopped, hesitating, and signed his name. As soon as the names were signed, the spiritual contract was officially formed. Both parties knew about the bindings of the contract. Even at their ranks, they wouldn't be able to break free from the repercussions. The humans would never have imagined that Wang Teng would sign a contract concerning their planet's fate just like that. It was too hasty, of course. In a sense, Wang Teng had undoubtedly made a decision that was best under the circumstances. After all, the dimensional rift had been opened. The arrival of the dark apparitions was inevitable. No one could stop it. If the dark apparitions were allowed to slaughter as they pleased on Earth, sooner or later the planet would be reduced to ruins. This gamble, at the very least, had temporarily saved Earth. All right, it's done. You can leave now, Wu Gu gestured at Wang Teng. No hurry. This vortex is quite cooling. I've decided to stay for a while. Wang Teng said nonchalantly. Wu Gu, why did it seem like this brat was even more shameless than him? Hey, Black Incubus Devil Lord, it's been a long time. How have you been? Wang Teng ignored Wu Gu and shouted at the vortex. There was a moment of silence before Black Incubus spoke. Wang Teng, Don't count your eggs before they've hatched. Once this bet is over, it will be time for your death. Your friends and family will die in front of your eyes, one by one. That should be interesting." Wang Teng replied with a laugh. Behind the vortex, Black Incubus Devil Lord took a deep breath. Chapter 811. What could Wang Teng do? He was helpless too. There was a chaotic region behind the vortex. Space tumbled, and an enormous dimensional rift was formed. 3 figures sat cross-legged around the dimensional rift. Black light twinkled around them, releasing powerful fluctuations into the air gradually to support the dimensional rift. One of these figures was a beautiful lady wearing a black feather overcoat. She had dark purple curly hair, and her eyes gave off a pitch-black, evil glint. This was Black Incubus Devil Lord, who had some relationship with Wang Teng in the past. She pulled a long face when she heard Wang Teng's laughter. The other 2 Devil Lords were surprised at her reaction. "Black Incubus, do you have some grudges with this human?" The dark apparition Devil Lord called Phantasma was shrouded in mist, so his figure could only be seen faintly. Only his dark green eyes were visible. His gaze landed directly on Black Incubus's face. "Ha ha ha! I heard that you suffered in the hands of a human the last time. Was it this one?" The other Devil Lord, called Amalgadon, was extremely weird-looking. It stared at Black Incubus contemptuously and started sniggering. Phantasma's gaze shimmered. He seemed a little surprised. "Amalgadon, shut your trap," Black Incubus scoffed. She closed her eyes and decided to keep quiet. No one knew how frustrated she felt currently. Some time ago, Wang Teng was just a nobody who hadn't even reached the general stage. Although he had managed to injure her with the help of external power, she felt that it was because she had underestimated her opponent. If given another chance, she would definitely be able to kill him easily. However, things didn't go as planned. She couldn't find Wang Teng in time after he dropped into the Darkland and even gave him the chance to ransack a sacred city before escaping back to Earth. She lost to Wang Teng again. This time she volunteered to come here because she wanted to take revenge for that arrow by killing Wang Teng. But what on earth happened? That bastard Wang Teng came up from behind and advanced to the planetary stage. He was at the same level as her. How was she supposed to take revenge? She couldn't gain any advantage before he hit the planetary stage, much less now. Black Incubus was so exasperated that she wanted to vomit blood. She decided to close her eyes and rest, ignoring Wang Teng. Based on how shameless this brat was, he would definitely anger her to death. Phantasma's dark green eyes submerged back into the mist. He didn't make any more movements. Amalgadon chuckled and stopped sprinkling salt on Black Incubus's wound. It wouldn't do him any good if that lady went crazy. There was a moment of silence. The space fluctuations in the mountains got more and more violent, and the dimensional rift started expanding at an extremely fast speed. Dark fog covered everything behind the dimensional rift. The wind blew past, revealing the countless dark apparitions packed like sardines behind the black mist. Wu Gu sat cross-legged in the air below the vortex and glared at Wang Teng opposite him. Both of them were locked in a staring contest. "Aren't you leaving?" Wu Gu said angrily. "No," Wang Teng replied calmly. "Come, let's fight again." Wu Gu stood up and pulled the invisible sleeve on his arm. He looked as if he wanted to have another duel with him. "No." Wang Teng's expression remained composed. He changed his position and lay down in mid-air with one leg crossed over the other. The guy couldn't look more relaxed. At the same time, he released his spiritual power and picked up all the attribute bubbles around him. He had been here for around 3 hours and gained more than 3,000 points of space attributes. He was delighted with his gains. Wang Teng didn't want to leave because there were many attribute bubbles here. Wu Gu couldn't do anything to him anyway. After he raised his space physique, he would be able to increase the power of his space tornado and deal with those dark apparitions. No matter how many opponents there were, one ultimate move was enough. Wang Teng came up with a good plan. Wu Gu didn't know anything about it. He thought that Wang Teng stayed behind to irritate them. Wang Teng disregarded Wu Gu and closed his eyes. He focused on his attributes panel. He had gained many attribute bubbles when he killed the netherworld giant python, but he didn't have the time to count them yet. He was swallowing dates whole. He didn't know what it tasted like. Since he was free now, he pulled out his board to take a look. Constellation Force, Ice, 3500. Constellation Force, Dark, 3650. Emperor Level Ice Talent, 150. Nether Frost, 260. Imperial Realm Spirit, 115. Blank Attribute, 126,000. Wang Teng was elated when he finished looking through his gains. Good riddance, the harvest was not bad. As expected of an Emperor-level star beast, the attribute bubbles were huge, and there were many good items. First, there was the Ice and Dark Constellation Force. There were more than 3,000 points for both. Mind you, none of these two forces had reached the planetary stage. Gaining so many Constellation Force attributes was a surprise for him. He could release these two forces with some planetary stage power. Now then, there was the Emperor-level Ice talent. This was a higher level than the ultimate stage talent, Emperor level. The netherworld giant python was a race with extremely high ice talent. That was why all the adults in their race could reach the Emperor level. They relied heavily on this Emperor level talent. Wang Teng's ice talent was at the ultimate stage, and it had now been upgraded to the Emperor level. There were 150 points of it. This was a huge leap in his ice talent. The Emperor-level ice talent was higher than his ice cocoon physique. However, the combination of these two would give greater benefits. Emperor-level ice talent, 150, 1,000, Wang Teng smiled. He looked at another attribute, Nether Frost. This was a special skill. Wang Teng remembered the black ice the python had released. That was a fierce attack made with extreme frost. Normal martial warriors wouldn't be able to resist it. He could only curb it because he possessed the emerald glazed flame. No matter what, this nether frost was a powerful battle technique. Finally, he gained 115 points of the Imperial Realm Spirit. Wang Teng's spirit was extremely close to breaking through to the next level. With an additional 115 points, his spirit attribute came close to the bottleneck. Spirit, 2,985, 3,000, Imperial Realm, 15 points left. Wang Teng's face turned black. Was he someone that needed 15 more points? Yes. He only needed 15 points of spirit to advance. Wang Teng didn't know what was after the Imperial Realm. However, it would definitely make his spiritual power stronger. Torturing dark apparitions would be a piece of cake for him at that time, but he lacked 15 points of attributes. What could he do? He was helpless, too. Wang Teng shook his head and sighed. He looked at the last attribute bubble that gave him 12,600 blank attributes. The netherworld giant python is indeed an emperor-level star beast. Wang Teng exclaimed in his heart again. Chapter 8112, A Different Side of Commander Hong. Sigh, that brat is finally willing to leave. Wu Gu looked at the figure flying away and gave a long sigh. When he couldn't see that figure anymore, he placed his hands behind his back. The ghost flames in his eyes flickered a few times, becoming darker. Why did he seem a little happy when he left? Wu Gu felt puzzled when he thought about this. He shook his head and said, "This fellow is a little strange. Did I shoot myself in the foot by making a bet with him? Pfft, how can I lose?" Wang Teng left the snow mountain where the dimensional rift was. He crossed over Beijiang and headed straight for capital Xia. He left because he had already collected many space attributes. Space Physique, 2580, 10,000 first rank. He had picked up more than 10,000 points of space attribute this time. This was a huge number. His Space Physique rose tremendously. The dimensional rift was huge. That was why it had dropped so many attribute bubbles. The only regret was Wang Teng had to leave even though the dimensional rift was still expanding. If not, he could collect even more attributes. What a pity. Capital, Xia. The leader of martial arts, the three great commanders, and some other people were gathered in the imperial palace. Zhou Xuanwu had returned to capital Xia and was standing in front of everyone. A huge map of country Xia was displayed in front of everyone through a projector. A patch of dark clouds had started to spread out from the top of the map where Beijing was. It had covered a large area and was moving towards the other area of Beijing at a fast speed. Everyone's expression turned grim. Sigh, this is a troubled era. Commander Yong sighed. No one spoke. A tense atmosphere filled up the entire room. First, there was the Star Beast invasion, then the dark apparitions. Everyone sunk into negative thoughts. Was there a way for the humans to survive? The leader opened his mouth. Xuanwu? You said that Wang Teng remained there and didn't come back. Yes, he asked me to return to inform everyone, but he stayed behind. Zhou Xuanwu was filled with sorrow. He nodded his head solemnly and continued, I'm afraid, Wang Teng. I don't think so. Commander Hong frowned. Based on his personality and ability, he won't put himself in danger. I believe that he has a way to escape. I believe him too. Wang Teng won't die so easily. The leader of martial arts smiled and nodded. Zhou Xuanwu was surprised. He didn't expect the commanders and the leader to have so much confidence in Wang Teng. How could he survive in that situation? All right, let's discuss how we should deal with the dark apparitions. Since Wang Teng asked you to bring this piece of news back, we need to make preparations and not disappoint him. The leader waved his hands and said. The others started a heated discussion. There were many generals who specialized in battle formations, so they gave their suggestions and made arrangements for the troops. This discussion lasted for more than an hour. When everyone was prepared to leave, Commander Yong suddenly asked, I wonder if we can ask those two people to act. Those two. The leader's eyes flickered. He obviously knew who Commander Yong was referring to. It's hard to say. If Wang Teng was around, it wouldn't be a problem. But he isn't. The leader of martial arts hesitated. Even though he had trailed off, everyone knew what he meant. Two planetary-stage martial warriors. It would be a pity if they couldn't use them. The main issue was still Wang Teng. If he came back, everything could be solved easily, and they wouldn't be in such a difficult position. Everyone sighed uncontrollably. Why are y'all sighing? A burst of soft laughter suddenly interrupted them. Everyone was elated when they heard the familiar voice, Wang Teng. They turned and saw a figure strolling in. Although this was a special time, the Imperial Palace still wasn't a place where everyone could come. Except for Wang Teng, who else could enter so easily? Wang Teng, I know that you wouldn't die. Commander Hong came forward to welcome him. Oh, you thought that I was dead? Wang Teng asked angrily. Cough. That was what Zhou Xuanwu said. He said that there were countless dark apparitions and many devil lords, so you would never be able to make it back alive. Commander Hong laughed and pushed Zhou Xuanwu out mercilessly. Zhou Xuanwu's face turned black. He didn't expect Commander Hong to be so evil. He was framing him. This was slander. How ruthless. He saw a different side of Commander Hong today. No, it wasn't me. That wasn't what I meant. Zhou Xuanwu felt wronged. He shook his head and denied it fervently. When did he ever say that Wang Teng wouldn't come back alive? He just mentioned that the chances were extremely small. Having a small chance was still a chance. If he knew Wang Teng was so tough, he wouldn't have said anything. He had wasted his sorrow. All right, all right. Look at how frightened you are. Wang Teng waved his hand. You should have more faith in me. How can a few dark apparitions stop me? That's right. You're right. It's just a few dark apparitions. They won't be able to hold you back. Zhou Xuanwu nodded his head firmly. Everyone, Wang Teng felt speechless. I never knew that you were quite shameless too. Zhou Xuanwu smiled in embarrassment. He realized that he went a little overboard. He was given a scare when he saw Wang Teng arriving suddenly. He wasn't afraid of what Wang Teng would do to him. He was just scared that he would remember him. Getting remembered by someone as evil as Wang Teng wasn't a good thing. You wouldn't be able to sleep properly at night. All right, stop wasting time, and let's talk business. The leader shook his head with a smile and said, Wang Teng, how's the situation? Not good. The dark apparitions are going to launch a huge invasion. From the size of the dimensional rift, there must be at least a few million dark apparitions and numerous devil lords. Wang Teng shook his head with a grave expression. Everyone gasped involuntarily. A few million dark apparitions. Numerous devil lords. This magnitude was a little frightening. Where was the humans' hope? Everyone went silent. They were still discussing a moment ago, but the stimulation was too great. They lost all desire to resist. But we do have a chance. I made a bet with the dark apparitions. We will choose a battlefield to have a duel. The winner will be the king, and the loser will submit to the winner, Wang Teng said hurriedly. He saw everyone's dejected expression, so he decided not to hide the truth any longer. Bet! Everyone was astounded when they heard this. Chapter 813, Central Continent. 1. Everyone was attracted by his words. A bet with the dark apparitions. Only Wang Teng could come up with such a bold idea. If he didn't say it, no one would have thought of this method. Also, would the dark apparitions agree? Everyone found it unbelievable. Even the leader of martial arts frowned. He was filled with astonishment. They didn't know that Wang Teng wasn't the one who came up with this gamble. There was another happy-go-lucky fellow among the dark apparitions who suggested this idea voluntarily. Wang Teng just went with the flow. You can do that? Commander Hong hesitated before asking. Do you have a better way? Wang Teng found a chair and sat down. He randomly picked up a piece of pastry and ate it light-heartedly as if he wasn't worried at all. This is a good idea. The leader's gaze turned sharp. He nodded in deep thought and continued. The dark apparitions won't attack us suddenly, and we will have room to breathe. That's right. That was what I thought. Wang Teng nodded. If we can't solve it, other people will only make unnecessary sacrifices by participating in the battle. It will be useless, however, if we can solve the issue, they won't have to die. However, the people here are not the dark apparitions' match either, Commander Yang lamented. Including the other 2 martial warriors, we have 3 planetary-stage martial warriors on our side. How many devil lords does our opponent have? The leader asked. I saw 4 dark apparitions at the devil lord level, Wang Teng replied calmly. 4. Everyone took a deep breath. They started to get more hopeful. The difference was only 1. They still had some chances. That's on the surface. Who knows if there are other devil lords hiding behind, Wang Teng continued. Silence, everyone's expression froze. They looked at Wang Teng bitterly. He shattered their hope a second after he bestowed it to them. He must have done it on purpose. Of course there's a way out, Wang Teng chuckled. Tell us quickly. They were like ants on a hot pan. They almost couldn't control their anger towards Wang Teng. Why couldn't he say everything at once? Why did he have to make them ride an emotional roller coaster? Would he be responsible if they had a heart attack? We are not the only planetary-stage martial warriors on Earth. Since the dark apparitions are determined to destroy this planet, no one can stay out of this matter. There seemed to be another meaning behind Wang Teng's words as he spoke with an evil smile. You mean? The leader's expression changed slightly. The other people weren't stupid either. They understood who Wang Teng was referring to. Their gazes flickered, and they put on a sinister smile. Their expression was exactly the same as Wang Teng's. That's right, them. Wang Teng nodded. He touched his chin and asked, what's the situation like in the other continents? The Afel continent, North Sea continent, South Sea continent, and Central continent have suffered the most from the Star Beast raids, especially the center of the Central continent. This area is completely cut off from the other mainlands and contains the largest primary forest in the world. Before force dawned on Earth, it had the greatest biodiversity. Naturally, it has the largest number of star beasts with terrifying and unpredictable abilities. The Central continent is heavily affected by the beast tide. The leader of martial arts paused before continuing. As for the North Sea continent and the South Sea continent, the alien invaders there are more powerful, so they managed to suppress the star beasts quickly. But dimensional rifts linking to the Darkland have appeared in these 2 continents. We detected large amounts of dark force in there. Dimensional rifts have appeared in the North Sea continent and the South Sea continent. Wang Teng was surprised. That's right. After Xuanwu came back with the piece of news, I asked my men to pay close attention to the world situation. Actually, before this, we had already noticed the abnormality in these two continents. That was how we locked down these two-dimensional rifts rapidly, the leader of martial arts explained. Are there other dimensional rifts linking to the Darkland in the other continents? Wang Teng asked grimly. We didn't discover any unusual movements in the other three continents. There are many countries in the Aroba continent. The factions there are complicated, so it's harder to get information from there. Few people tread the North and South Poles, which makes it hard for us to detect anything. On the other hand, the FL continent seems peaceful. I haven't heard of any dimensional rifts appearing there. The leader shook his head. That means that there must be other devil lords in the North Sea continent and the South Sea continent. Wang Teng frowned and snorted. Wu Gu came up with a good plan. The other devil lords didn't sign the spiritual contract, so this duel is only limited to our land. In that case, the leader hesitated. Thinking about it, the other alien invaders might be busy with their own affairs, so they wouldn't have the time to care about their duel. No. Wang Teng smiled and shook his head. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. In fact, they will be excited to participate in this duel. The alien invaders might be powerful, but they won't be 100% confident that they can defeat the dark apparitions. If the dark apparitions invaded Earth and destroyed this planet, they will fail in their trial. Chapter 814, Central Continent, 2. Oh. The leader of martial arts' expression changed. He mumbled, Do we need to send out some signals? Of course. Spread the news of the duel. I believe they will start moving soon. Wang Teng smirked. The leader nodded. Silence. The other people were stunned. They felt that the leader and Wang Teng were like two sly foxes, one old and one young. How evil of them. Country Asha acted right away, releasing the news to the world. Country Asha was going to have a duel with the dark apparitions as a gamble. All the different countries learned of it. The various countries were controlled by the alien invaders, so this information naturally landed in their hands. North Sea Continent, White Eagle Nation. The golden-haired alien martial warrior's eyes were moving back and forth. You could tell that his mind was in a whirl. He glanced at the martial warriors below him and asked, Is this information reliable? It came from country Sia. I've sent many people to confirm it. It's from the Imperial Palace, so it's highly reliable. A martial warrior half kneeled on the ground and replied respectfully, Country Sia. The golden-haired young man's eyes shone brightly. A smile appeared at the edge of his lips. Looks like it's true. However, Country Sia is playing a great game of chess. Have you heard which candidate is situated there? I heard that it's a blue-haired young man. Based on my judgment, he should be from the Lan family. However, he seems to have been defeated by a martial warrior from Earth. The alien martial warrior contemplated for a second before he finished the sentence. Defeated by a martial warrior from Earth? The golden-haired young man squinted. His interest was piqued. So this martial warrior from Earth is the one who seized the areas around country Zia. Most likely. The alien martial warrior replied, Great. This is getting more and more interesting. I didn't think such a character would appear on Earth. The golden-haired young man smiled. Have you figured out who this person is? It's most likely a talent from country Zia called Wang Teng. The alien martial warrior tapped his wristwatch lightly. A hologram appeared in the middle of the room. It was the figure of a black-haired young man who seemed younger than 20. His face was angular and exceptionally handsome, and his aura was extraordinary. This was none other than Wang Teng. This person does have some talent. The alien martial warrior immediately listed out Wang Teng's deeds one by one. It wasn't hard for them to investigate his past achievements. However, they didn't know much about what had happened after he advanced to the planetary stage. They didn't know his current strength either. The alien martial warriors didn't think much about it. They even felt that Wang Teng's achievements were mediocre. Based on what you said, Wang Teng is indeed a talent, The golden-haired young man smiled gently as he praised Wang Teng, but his tone sounded as if he was just speaking about a normal martial warrior. He didn't place much importance on him. He can't be compared with young master. The martial warriors below replied, Earth is just an underdeveloped planet. It's not easy to have a planetary-stage martial warrior here. We mustn't ask too much from him, the golden-haired young man said. Suddenly he turned and looked to the left of the hall. Another bunch of people was standing there. They were a different group from the alien martial warriors. These were the ex-bosses of the White Eagle Nation after the alien invaders conquered and took over the White Eagle Nation. They chose to bow down to the aliens and were now the golden-haired young man's subordinates. Do you have anything to say about Wang Teng? The golden-haired young man asked, Zhou Xuanwu, you interacted with him during the Global Exchange Conference. Tell him your thoughts. General Cromwell looked toward the people at the end. Xuan. Yoke nudged Xuan, who was standing at the side silently. He's an unparalleled talent. Xuan didn't speak much. After saying his piece, he retreated to the back and resumed his silence. Yoke, Fortes, and the others were shocked. Xuan was too insensible. How could he call Wang Teng an unparalleled talent in front of these powerful alien martial warriors? He should learn to be flexible. The people from the White Eagle Nation were worried. They were afraid of offending the golden-haired young man. An unparalleled talent? The alien martial warrior's expression turned strange when he heard these three words. Then he started chuckling. There was a hint of contempt in his laughter. Cough. He can be considered an unparalleled talent on your planet. The golden-haired young man didn't embarrass him. He just smirked. You're right, Wang Teng is a talent from Earth to you. He's merely a martial warrior from the outskirts. He's nothing in front of you. Yoke kneeled down hurriedly as he curried favor with the golden-haired young man. All right. You don't have to fawn upon me. The golden-haired young man waved his hand and stood up from his seat. Since he sent out the word that he's having a duel with the dark apparitions, he wants us to participate. Let me fulfill his wish. Send my words out. Humans are scarce in the central continent. It's a perfect ground for a duel. I'll be waiting for him there. Let's head to the central continent. Yes. The martial warriors below bowed and replied in unison. The alien martial warriors from the North Sea continent were the first to head to the central continent. The information he asked his men to send spread throughout Earth. The South Sea continent was the closest to the North Sea continent. Hence, the candidate controlling the South Sea continent received this news first. This was a muscular young man who looked rough and lofty. He was more than 3 meters tall, and there were 2 fangs protruding from his mouth. He was a human, but it was hard to tell which race from the universe he was from. He held a large battle axe in his hand with blood dripping down from it. There was a gigantic star beast lying below the axe. It was killed recently. The muscular young man was half naked. A blood-red symbol of a hideous mutated beast was carved on his body. There was a red rune on its face. The crimson mutated beast and the rune were sparkling and giving off a red glow. It seemed devilish. The blood in the star beast below got lesser and lesser as time went by. Soon everything disappeared, and the star beast dried up instantly. The bulky young man stepped down from the star beast and said to the alien martial warriors around him, Come, let's join in the fun at the central continent. The ground below him exploded, leaving a deep, huge hole. Cracks formed around it like a spiderweb. The young man had already shot into the sky like a cannonball. All the martial warriors behind him were muscular and lofty too. They were from the same race as the young man. Laughing loudly, they dashed into the sky following the young man. Country star. Mount Saint. Interesting, interesting. The green-haired young lady suddenly laughed sweetly. She seemed extremely interested. After laughing for some time, she turned to a lace behind her and smiled. My lovely sister, why don't I bring you to your Wang Teng? You have been thinking about him all this time, right? You can go if you want, Alace replied indifferently without any change in her expression. Oh my, you're so boring. My plan will be disrupted if I do that. The green-haired lady seemed a little frustrated. "But I need to pay a visit due to the appearance of the dark apparitions. Come with me. I want to meet Wang Teng personally and see what kind of person he is." The green-haired lady flew towards a Universe spacecraft in the sky. This Universe spacecraft was exquisite. It had a sleek body, and it was light pink in color. Comparing it to the other spacecraft, one could tell that this was owned by a young lady. Elias stood on the ground and hesitated for a moment. In the end, she gritted her teeth and followed the young lady into the spacecraft. Very soon, the spacecraft flew towards the central continent. At the same time, the other alien candidates scattered across Earth chose to move when they received this piece of news. All of them headed towards the central continent. In an instant, all the powerful martial warriors on this planet gathered in one area. Chapter 815. You will get whacked to death because of your cheekiness. One central continent. A lonely patch of land floated in the ocean, surrounded by islands of many different sizes. This place was underpopulated by humans, but it was a heaven for star beasts. It had a tropical, subtropical climate, and massive areas of the mainland were covered with tropical rainforests. Before the martial arts era, this area was rich in plant biodiversity. The trees were luxuriant, and you could find many species here. After Force entered Earth, the plants started growing like crazy. Trees pillared right into the sky. There were countless trees close to 100 meters tall and some higher than 100 meters. Thick vines hung above the ground like giant pythons. This place had already turned into a primary forest. There were many unknown star beasts hidden here, high in both quantity and variety. Because of the large quantity, many Lord-level star beasts were born. They were extremely powerful, and all of them were overlords of their areas. Also, there were unimaginable star beasts hiding in the lakes or below the ground. These were popular resting areas for star beasts, even regarded as forbidden zones. Normal martial warriors might end up walking into the den of a star beast if they entered this area. The chance of surviving was slim. Even general stage martial warriors didn't dare to enter this place recklessly. Fortunately, in the past, the star beasts and the humans maintained a delicate balance, so there were never any large-scale beast tides. In addition, the central continent was situated in the middle of the ocean, isolated from the rest of the mainland. It wasn't as terrifying as it was now. Of course, this region was dangerous, but it was a heaven for martial warriors too. Star beasts, spiritual herbs, and even rare metal ores could be found here. These were all valuable goods. You are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link https://bit.ly3nsnqtr to support us, seeking wealth in risk. Many martial warriors chose to form small teams and enter this continent. They would fight with star beasts, take their star cores and star bones, and find spiritual herbs. Besides the Jingwu continent, the human martial warriors also visited such primary forests or the depth of the mountains. Recently, a piece of news spread around the world. The martial warriors hunting for star beasts in the central continent retreated out of the area one after another. No one dared to stay any longer. Alien invaders, dark apparitions. News after news ignited commotions in the world. People in every country felt uneasy and anxious. Everyone was aware of the presence of the alien invaders. All the martial warriors also knew that the alien invaders exceeded the 13-star general stage and had greater combat power. Yet these alien invaders wanted to have a decisive battle with the dark apparition on the central continent. This was a catastrophe. What was the ability of these planetary-stage martial warriors? Earth-human martial warriors didn't know, but they knew how strong the general-stage martial warriors were. It was easy to imagine the prowess of the planetary-stage martial warriors from that. The central continent was the battlefield. There would definitely be immense impact waves. Who dared to stay there? Before the human martial warriors came, the central continent remained peaceful. Everything was normal, roar. Occasionally, you could hear beasts roaring in the quiet primary forest or flying in the sky above to display their status as the overlords of their territory. Suddenly, the ground trembled. A loud explosion came from the primary forest below. Boom. Two large figures appeared in a part of this forest. It was a giant python and an enormous ape. Both of them were more than 100 feet tall and gave off a terrifying aura. They were both at the Lord level. They were fighting with each other and wreaking havoc in the forest. Trees fell by the hundreds, sparking an earthquake. The small and weak star beasts around them escaped in a flurry. They were afraid of getting implicated. Just when these two Lord-level star beasts were getting immersed in their battle, a shadow appeared on the horizon. Traveling at a fast speed, it was a gigantic spacecraft. The spacecraft didn't do anything after it got close to the forest. It just hovered over the woods. However, the two Lord-level star beasts stopped their battle unconsciously and raised their heads stiffly as they looked at the large spacecraft in the air. Before they could think further, another black dot appeared on the horizon in another direction. The black dot arrived above the forest in a split second. It was another huge spacecraft. After noticing the other spacecraft, it didn't get closer, stopping some distance away. The people in the spacecraft didn't appear. They seemed to be waiting for something as if they had a plan. The two Lord-level star beasts glanced at each other and felt a chill shooting up their spines. They lowered their bodies in unplanned unison and hid among the tall trees and plants as they crawled away slowly, not daring to make a peep. They were afraid that the two spacecraft above them would notice them, but they were thinking too much. The people in the two spacecraft didn't have the time to care about Lord-level star beasts. As time went by, more spacecraft started arriving on the central continent. 1, 2, 3, 4. The entire central continent was shrouded in a tense atmosphere. All the Lord-level star beasts detected the unusual vibe and moved out. They wanted to get more information, but didn't know where to start. All the star beasts panicked. They were exceptionally frustrated, however, they didn't dare to touch the people in the spacecraft. The aura exuding from them made the star beasts tremble in fear. An agonizing day passed as everyone waited in anxiety. More and more universe spacecraft came. The next morning, there were already 18 spacecraft hanging above the sky of the central continent. This meant that there were 18 alien candidates present. Chapter 816. You will get whacked to death because of your cheekiness. 2. Dawn arrived. The candidates were starting to lose their patience after waiting for an entire night. Just then, a person appeared on the top of a spacecraft. A powerful aura erupted from his body. Boom! The formidable aura of a planetary-stage martial warrior swept through the forest. The numerous star beasts below were terrified. They lay on the ground and shivered in fear. This is so scary. Too scary. When did such a powerful presence appear among the humans? All the star beasts started sobbing and trembling. Some weaker ones even peed on the ground. You couldn't blame them. Planetary-stage martial warriors were indeed scary. Star beasts who hadn't reached the Lord level could never resist them. At the same time, the planetary-stage martial warriors in the other spacecraft were alerted and flew out. They released their aura simultaneously, unwilling to back down. Boom, boom, boom. The sky above the forest turned into a restricted battleground for the planetary-stage martial warriors. Petrifying forces intertwined and collided in the air, creating a ringing sound. These alien candidates glared at one another. There was an obvious rivalry between them, so the atmosphere was heated when they gathered together. The only reason why they didn't fight was because of the upcoming duel with the dark apparitions. However, some spacecraft remained silent. They didn't care about what was happening outside. Time passed again. Another half a day passed. No other spaceships arrived. The golden-haired young man from the White Eagle Nation finally walked out of his spacecraft. He possessed a powerful force of presence and attracted everyone's attention like a huge magnet. It's him, Argus. He's recognized as the youth below 30 with the greatest potential from the Olent Federation's Blue Wolf Galaxy. Why is he participating in this trial? There are rumors that he left the Olent Federation and went out to gain more experience. Damn it, with him around, we won't have many chances. Argus remained calm after hearing everyone's words. However, the arrogance in his eyes couldn't be concealed. There were 7 large galaxies in the Olent Federation. The Blue Wolf Galaxy was one of them, and he was the most powerful talent in this galaxy. He didn't give himself this title. It was bestowed by the public. He had the right to be proud. Why isn't Wang Teng here yet? Argus glanced around him and frowned slightly. His emotionless voice resounded in the forest. No one answered him. Although the other candidates were afraid of him, they wouldn't curry favor with him. They had their pride as candidates. Ha ha ha, Argus, aren't you embarrassed? No one's replying to you. Someone laughed in a rough and loud voice. Cathu. The golden-haired young man's eyes shimmered. He turned his head and looked over with a slightly grim expression. A bulky and muscular figure had appeared on a similarly rough-looking spacecraft. There was a blood-red symbol of a mutated beast on his chest. It looked ferocious and ruthless. Cathu! Damn it! It's Cathu, the talent from Crimson Moon Galaxy. Another gifted martial warrior of the universe. Our chances are getting slimmer. I heard that the symbol on his body is carved using the famous Blood Moon beast on the Crimson Moon Galaxy. What's more, they used the blood of adult giant beasts that are at the peak of the 9th level planetary stage. They were killed personally by Cathu. I heard that he's at the 5th level of the planetary stage, but he possesses 9th level planetary stage combat prowess. It's scary. The alien candidates started discussing among themselves again. They didn't look good. They seemed frightened of this Cathu. Argus, I didn't know that you're participating in this trial, Cathu chuckled. Same. Argus's expression became normal. He refuted calmly. Looks like we might become classmates, Cathu laughed as he replied. He might be arrogant, but he didn't dare to underestimate Argus's ability. Argus snorted and kept quiet. Ha ha ha, y'all seem to be having a good time. How can you bicker at a time like this? Two ladies appeared from the pink spacecraft at the side. The green-haired lady standing in front covered her mouth and laughed sweetly. Emerald Abyss Galaxy Beluo. Argus and Cathu were surprised when they saw the green-haired lady. You're here too. The Saint Star Pagoda is indeed a huge temptation. No one can resist it. Of course. The Saint Star Pagoda is the #1 academy in the Olent Federation. I have to view it with great importance. Beluo smiled and replied, 3 of the talented stars from the 7 major stars have arrived. I wonder if there are any others. Cathu crossed his arms in front of his chest and glanced around him with interest. Include me, a voice was heard. A man with long brown hair flew out of his spacecraft. He looked like a human, except his ears were slightly sharp. He was exceptionally handsome. Poulin. The 3 martial warriors recognized this man immediately. They turned serious. Ha ha, since everyone is here, I shall not hide any more. Peals of laughter resounded in the air. A short and small human appeared in front of everyone, compared to the other alien candidates. This human was a dwarf. He was strange-looking. He had pitch-black scales on his face, but they were tiny and only grew on near his neck, making them not so obvious logins. The genius of the black scale tribe from the Uros galaxy, Loggins. The #1 talent and beauty of the Emerald Abyss Galaxy, Beluo, and the ultimate talent of the Wood Fairy race from Silver Blue Galaxy, Poulin. Cries of astonishment spurted out from the mouths of the alien candidates around them. There was a huge commotion. These alien candidates were extremely familiar with these 3 youngsters and recognized them instantly. They even knew their achievements and deeds like the back of their hands. As they spoke, they revealed the background of these 3. The 5 great stars. This trial will be a fierce and intense one. I wonder who will win and enter the Saint Star Pagoda. Though they are powerful, we still have a chance. We should fight for it no matter what. That's right. The appearance of the dark apparitions is unexpected. No one knows the result. The atmosphere above the primary forest was extremely tense after the arrival of the 5 great stars. Some distance away, 3 sneaky-looking figures hid behind layers of space obstacles and paid close attention to the situation on this side. I didn't expect so many formidable warriors to come, the octopus monster exclaimed. Boss, should we reveal ourselves? We have heard enough, the other fatty figure asked. These talents are so impatient. They got irritated after waiting for just a day. The last person touched his chin and shook his head. He expected better from them. These three people were Wang Teng, Jin Yuan, and Haydock. They had arrived a long time ago, but Wang Teng wanted to confirm everyone's identity, so he hid and observed them in the dark. He used his special space physique to hide the three of them in a space pocket, spying on the ability and reactions of these alien candidates. The gains were not bad. At least he had a good gauge of their abilities and identities. He also asked his two subordinates for more information to be on the safe side. When Jin Yuan and Haydock heard his words, they felt speechless and contemptuous. Their new boss was seriously shameless. He ignored those people for a day and was still complaining about them. "You'll get whacked to death because of your cheekiness." They silently complained in their hearts. "All right, it's time for us to appear." Wang Teng tidied his clothes and disappeared. A second later, he made an abrupt appearance in front of all the alien candidates and waved his hands innocently. "Hello, everyone's here. Chapter 817, Your subordinate's mouth is too filthy. Let me send him back for reformation." "Hello, everyone's here." Just as when everyone's eyes were fixed on Argus and the other geniuses from Olan Federation, a peal of laughter broke their concentration. The voice appeared out of the blue. Even the group of planetary-stage martial warriors didn't notice it beforehand. The alien candidates were all startled and turned toward the source of the sound. They saw a young man on a black crow in the sky, looking at them with a smile. Two more people appeared behind the young man, a fatty and an octopus with dozens of tentacles. This was quite an odd and peculiar combination. The expressions of the alien candidates turned grave, and no one dared to underestimate this strange group. That was because everyone knew that the fat man and the octopus were planetary-stage martial warriors, and no one could see through the strength of the young man, which made him seem like an enigma. What was even more surprising was that no one noticed when the three of them had appeared. The young and golden-haired Argus had a calm expression, but there was a sharp glint in his eyes. Kathu folded his arms and grinned slightly as he looked at Wang Teng with interest. Bilua was full of smiles. She glanced at Elias, and the smile on her face became brighter. She looked at Wang Teng with glimmering eyes. After Bilua looked away, Elias' eyes flickered slightly. It's really him. She felt uneasy. It hadn't been that long, yet he had already come this far. It was truly unbelievable that he could compete with alien martial warriors now. Meanwhile, Loggins and Poulin were looking at Wang Teng with different expressions. No one knew what they were thinking. "Who are you?" Loggins from the Euros Galaxy asked with a dull expression. "I'm Wang Teng from Earth. Please take good care of me." Wang Teng smiled. A martial warrior from Earth. Everyone's eyes flashed, and the corners of their mouths showed a meaningful arc. That was quite an introduction. The alien martial warriors were all present there, and Wang Teng had introduced himself as an Earth martial warrior. It was like he was trying to oppose them. "Were you the one who released the news that there was going to be a duel with the dark apparitions?" Argus questioned. "That's right. It seems that you are interested in participating as well?" Wang Teng pretended to be clueless and replied. Silence. Everyone was speechless. He released the news to attract them here, but he was putting on a pretense. He must think that all of them were idiots. "Do you think that you can do it alone?" Loggins said with a little contempt. "I'll only know after I fight them." Wang Teng didn't care and smiled. "But I was the one who decided on this duel. If you want to participate, you can either talk to the dark apparitions yourself or shut up." Loggins's expression changed. "How dare you?" Behind him, an alien martial warrior shouted. Wang Teng's expression remained unchanged. His gaze landed on the alien martial warrior behind Loggins, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. "Since when was it your turn to speak, planetary disciple?" Jin Yuan, who was behind, seemed to understand Wang Teng well. He glared back and shouted coldly before Wang Teng could speak. The planetary-stage martial warrior's aura instantly surged towards them. In the universe, planetary disciples were martial warriors who had yet to reach the planetary stage. They couldn't do anything to the planetary-stage martial warriors. The alien martial warrior's face went pale, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. "Hm," Loggins snorted. His powerful aura surged out, clashing against Jin Yuan's aura. Boom. Although auras weren't visible, they still made a violent roar when they clashed against each other. Jin Yuan's aura was instantly overpowered. "You have no right to teach my disciple a lesson." Loggins's face had a cold expression as his aura rushed forward. It wasn't just directed at Jin Yuan, but the whole group. Jin Yuan's expression was grim, as though he was facing a great enemy. As a talent from the Uros galaxy meant that Loggins's strength had to be extraordinary. To be able to stand out in a vast galaxy, Loggins was definitely the cream of the crop. Boom. The aura came in an instant and pressed down on the heads of Wang Teng's group. Loggins's sudden move was not only to protect his own people, but also to test Wang Teng, the Earth martial warrior who had suddenly appeared. The alien talents didn't think too much of the martial warriors on Earth. Search free web novel. Com on Google. Even if Wang Teng had reached the planetary stage, in their eyes humans were much worse off than them. There was no point in comparing them. Wang Teng's expression remained unchanged. Just as when the aura was about to engulf them, he waved his hand gently. Bang! With a muffled sound, the overwhelming aura evaporated. There was a slight change in Loggins's expression as he stared at Wang Teng. He was quite surprised. The other alien martial warriors were taken aback as well. Even Argus and the others were no exception. They all had different expressions on their faces. Jin Yuan and Haddock's hearts were filled with amazement as their eyes flashed. It hadn't been that long, and they could feel that their boss had become much stronger. The two of them exchanged glances, making sure that there wasn't anything wrong. Their hearts pumped even faster. However, Wang Teng wouldn't let it go like this. A bright light flashed in his eyes, and his spiritual power condensed into a formless sword before stabbing forward. Oh shit. Loggins's expression changed slightly. He wanted to stop it, but it was too late. The sword of spiritual power was too fast. It had already pierced into the eyes of the planetary disciple. So silent. The planetary disciple's body shook. Blood was flowing out of his 7 orifices. His body lost its support and tumbled backward. Bang! His body fell on the top of the spacecraft. His consciousness was gone, and he had completely lost his vitality. Loggins's eyes were filled with rage. Your subordinate's mouth is too filthy. Let me send him back for reformation. You don't have to thank me. Wang Teng ignored his gaze. Bastard Loggins was furious. He had never been ignored like this, and he had never been offended like this. This earthling had killed his most capable subordinate in front of him. It was like he was trampling on his face. There was no way he could bear with it. If you can't accept this, let's fight. I'll be your opponent. Wang Teng finally stopped smiling and looked at him emotionlessly. He only had one principle when facing enemies. If they couldn't accept it, he'd hit them till they could. If they still couldn't accept it, he'd hit them till they died. He would kill them, even if they were talents. In an instant, the surrounding atmosphere tensed up. Everyone's eyes were focused on Wang Teng and Loggins. They were either shocked, mocking, or gloating. Chapter 818, Born with Mocking Ability. The gazes of the alien candidates went back and forth between Wang Teng and Loggins. You can't tell Wang Teng's strength. He's definitely at the planetary stage, otherwise he couldn't have been able to withstand Loggins's aura, but that looked too easy for him. That was spiritual power, right? An attack that's hard to defend against. That's definitely spiritual power. This Wang Teng is an extremely rare divine spirit master. However, Loggins is a renowned talent of the Uros galaxy. How can Wang Teng be compared with him? What he did just now is tantamount to courting death. Discussions echoed in the surroundings, and everyone was stunned. They all marveled at the fact that Wang Teng was a divine spirit master. There was a divine spirit master on such a backward planet. Even so, they were not optimistic about Wang Teng's chances. They felt that he couldn't match up to Loggins. Angering him was like asking for his own death. Loggins's face was ashen, and his heart was seething with rage, almost to the point where he was about to explode. However, he took a deep breath and calmed down before looking at Wang Teng silently. The crowd was disappointed. They thought that Loggins wouldn't be able to stomach this and would definitely kill Wang Teng on the spot. No one expected the end to be so anticlimactic. He didn't say a word, choosing to avoid any conflict for now. The alien candidates were not idiots and naturally knew the reason why. Their gazes swept over Argus and the others, and they couldn't help but shake their heads. With them around, Loggins wouldn't reveal his strength just because of an Earthling. How boring, Wang Teng muttered when he saw that Loggins had no intention to do anything. A throbbing vein popped up on Loggins's head, and the muscles on his face twitched. Everyone was speechless. This brat just loves to stir trouble. He's literally asking for death. The phrase appeared in the crowd's mind. Everyone is here for the dark apparitions. There is no need to do anything for a trivial matter. Poulin, the talent of the wood fairy race from the silver-blue galaxy, opened his mouth. A planetary disciple's life and death were just a trivial matter in their eyes. That's right. Let's talk about how we are going to deal with the dark apparitions. Wang Teng, you probably know about the trial. Although you are a martial warrior from Earth, you are eligible to participate since you have obtained the personal terminal. Olent Federation's top academy, St. Star Pagoda, will be admitting students from the participants of the trial. It is undoubtedly a great opportunity for you, Biluo, the talent from Emerald Abyss Galaxy said with a smile. I don't really care about the trial. I'll play with you guys since I think it's fun, Wang Teng responded indifferently. Biluo's expression froze slightly. Such a great opportunity was disregarded by Wang Teng just like that. Biluo couldn't believe it. She could only say that Wang Teng was putting on an act. Wang Teng knew that it was a great opportunity for him to be able to participate in this trial, to enter the St. Star Pagoda. He wasn't as casual about it as he showed. Biluo and the others all thought so, and felt that Wang Teng was just bluffing. Wang Teng didn't intend to explain anything to these people, and found a comfortable spot on Little White's back. He sat down, with his legs crossed. Oh, I'm exhausted from running around. Since you want to talk, let's talk. Silence. The spectators were left speechless when they saw Wang Teng's passiveness. Was this guy really the talent of this entire planet? Something didn't feel right? He didn't look like one with that attitude of his. Don't just stand there. Feel free to speak if you have anything to say. Come, let's talk. Wang Teng prompted everyone as if he was the host. Silence. The corners of their eyes twitched involuntarily, and a sense of helplessness emerged in their hearts. This duel was decided by you and the dark apparitions. What are the rules? Tell us about it. Biluo took a deep breath and asked helplessly. There aren't any rules. It's just like what you've heard. There's nothing else. Wang Teng spread his hands. You decided on a duel with the dark apparitions without setting any rules. Biluo's emotions went out of control again. This brat was too infuriating. That's right, just like that. Wang Teng nodded. Throbbing veins appeared on Biluo's head. It looks like there's nothing else to talk about. Let's wait for the dark apparitions to come. Argus looked at Wang Teng and shook his head. He then sat down on his spacecraft, closing his eyes. Ha 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 ha, I like you. There's no need for a plan, we'll just fight. Kathu laughed as he looked at Wang Teng with bright eyes. I'm sorry, I don't like guys. Thank you. Biluo and the others cast strange glances at Kathu. Kathu choked suddenly as the corner of his mouth twitched. An urge to kill Wang Teng birthed inside him out of nowhere. He finally understood how helpless Loggins, Biluo, and the others felt. As long as you spoke to Wang Teng, you would definitely experience it. Wang Teng was born with the ability to mock others, and he was especially annoying. Kathu obediently closed his mouth, expressing that he didn't want to talk to him anymore. Biluo and Poulin were waiting on top of their respective spacecraft, but they were extra relaxed. They ordered their men to put out tables and chairs, even enjoying afternoon tea under their parasols. Seeing that, Wang Teng's eyes lit up slightly. He asked Little White to land on Biluo's spacecraft. Wang Teng jumped off Little White's back and smiled at Ale, who was sitting next to Biluo. "Your Highness, it's been a long time." While speaking, he took out a chair from his space ring and sat down naturally. Alays, so everyone won. Wang Teng picked up a rather delicate-looking pastry from the table and popped it in his mouth after looking at it carefully. While chewing, he said, "Is this a signature pastry from your universe? Let me see how the taste compares to the ones on my planet. Has anyone ever told you that you're really shameless?" Biluo was dumbfounded. "Yes, quite a few, actually, but I ignored them." Wang Teng thought about it and shook his head. "Are you here to meet your acquaintance or for my afternoon tea?" Biluo squinted. "Neither. I'm actually here to get to know you, the talent and beauty of the Emerald Abyss Galaxy," Wang Teng replied shamelessly. "Oh, you know me." Biluo was a little surprised. Wang Teng actually knew her name and that she was from the Emerald Abyss Galaxy. How did he learn that? "It's not just you. I know all the talents that are here." Wang Teng smiled mysteriously. Chapter 819, Earth's Apocalypse. Oh? Biluo was stunned. She shifted her gaze away from the cup of tea in her hand and placed it on Wang Teng. They were from outer space. How did Wang Teng know their identity? Was he trying to bluff them, or did he have other methods? Many thoughts flashed through her mind. She blinked and saw the two aliens standing behind Wang Teng, feeling astonished in her heart. "You guys seem a little unfamiliar. May I know which universe you came from?" Jin Yuan and Haddock stood behind Wang Teng obediently the entire time as if he was their leader. These two alien martial warriors were willing to bow down to a martial warrior from Earth. This provided much food for thought. Jin Yuan and Haddock glanced at Wang Teng. Noticing his lack of response, they chuckled and replied, "We don't dare to compare ourselves with you. We're just ordinary talents who hail from small families." Jin Yuan and Haddock were sly old foxes. They would never tell Biluo that they had escaped from an abandoned star. "Anyone that has the right to participate in this trial is the cream of the crop." Biluo smiled and said some words of compliment. No one knew if she truly believed their words. They hadn't lowered their voices. The other alien candidates were all at the planetary stage, so they naturally heard everything. Everyone was guessing the relationship between Wang Teng, Haddock, and Jin Yuan. Many people were surprised when they saw two candidates following Wang Teng. It wasn't a unique case. Some candidates in the past chose to follow other powerful candidates when they felt that they had no hope of passing the trial. However, it was a rare occurrence. These candidates were all gifted martial warriors. They were prideful and arrogant and would never submit to others easily. Hence, at this moment, besides the 5 famous talents, the other candidates grew more fearful of Wang Teng, Beijing, Country Saya. A group of war correspondents risked their lives and came to the military camp stationed in this place by Country Saya. The leader was a handsome young lady around 30 wearing a military uniform. She was a reputable news reporter from Country Saya. A general-stage martial warrior from the Beijing military camp came to welcome these war correspondents personally. Reporter Zhen. "I didn't know you were coming." The general-stage martial warrior seemed a little tired as he shook hands with the reporter. "The leader asked me to come. He wants me to represent the government and reveal the situation here to the public," Zhen Pin replied with a grave expression. "Are we really going to do this? If the situation here is made known to everyone, it will cause a huge panic." Chief Commander Chen frowned. "There's no better way. It's impossible to conceal this matter now. Everyone has the right to know." "All right. My thoughts were too simple. I'm still stuck in the past. Go ahead and report it." Chief Commander Chen sighed and shook his head sadly. "Chief Commander Chen, don't blame yourself. No one expected things to turn out this way. The change was sudden and caught us all off guard," Zhen Pin consoled him. She asked the camera crew behind her to aim their lens at the sky. The entire sky was enveloped with dark clouds, forming a terrifying vortex. Thick silver-white bolts of lightning flashed occasionally. It was like a scene from the end of the world. Ferocious and hideous faces of dark apparitions could be seen faintly amidst the dark clouds. They screamed and roared in a shrill and bitter voice. It was bone-chilling. This image was sent to the entire nation through the internet. Many people knew about this live broadcast, so they were waiting for it in front of their computers and televisions. When the images appeared, the viewers' breaths got stuck. Despair, fear, panic. Multiple emotions crashed into everyone's hearts. Dark apparitions. Were these the dark apparitions? Such a frightening presence had appeared on Earth. Was this the doom of their planet? Country Saya wasn't the only one. The dimensional rifts in the North Sea continent and the South Sea continent were being broadcasted by the governments simultaneously. None of the higher authorities of any country planned to contain this information. The world was already in a mess after the Star Beast riot. Some things couldn't be kept a secret anymore. Thus, in this instant, everyone on this planet knew about the invasion of the dark apparitions. There was a large-scale uproar. Countless humans sunk into despair and trepidation. The Star Beast riots had only ended recently. Some areas were still suffering from the impact and were fighting with the remnant Star Beasts. Yet, an even more frightening crisis awaited them. How were the humans supposed to resist? At the same time, what happened in the central continent gradually spread around the world, a gamble. The humans were having a gamble with the dark apparitions. This battle would affect the survival of Earth. If the humans succeeded, there would be hope. If they failed, they would become part of history. This chapter of history might be dug up by a new civilization thousands of years later, and they might study it. What a sorrowful ending. Time passed slowly. The dark apparitions did not appear on the central continent, but many general-stage martial warriors from various countries had arrived after receiving the news. The higher authorities of the various nations only dared to act after the alien candidates left. General-stage martial warriors from country Inca, country Star, the White Eagle Nation, country Boer, and many other countries reached the scene. Intelligence battlecraft developed by the different nations floated in mid-air, looking at the central continent from a distance. They didn't dare to go closer, so they could only watch from afar. The leader of martial arts and other generals were gathered in a round hall in their battlecraft. The screen in the middle was showing a bird's-eye view of the central continent. I didn't know there were so many alien candidates. The leader's eyes were glowing. He said with a stern face, "If it wasn't for the dark apparitions, they wouldn't have gathered together. They are all planetary-stage martial warriors. They can destroy Earth if they want to," Commander Hong said gravely. "Will the central continent sink if we let them hold the duel here?" Commander Young gave a forced smile. Silence. Everyone was shocked. Their expressions changed slightly. This was possible. These planetary-stage martial warriors had the ability to do it. They could decide if they wanted to sink this land. "Send the image here back to the country, too." The leader of martial arts gave his order. Everyone hesitated. This is Earth's catastrophe. Everyone should witness it with their own eyes. The leader explained. "Yes," the martial warriors replied in unison. They stopped hesitating and sent the image back to country AXA. Almost at the same second, the general-stage martial warriors from the other countries made the same decision. The situation here was revealed to the rest of the world. Time passed again, amidst many people's anxiousness. 3 days passed. At noon, the sky more than 10 kilometers away from the central continent suddenly darkened. Darkness dawned from 3 directions. It appeared at the same time and swarmed down from the sky as if swallowing them. It quickly flowed towards the central continent. "They're here." These 2 words appeared in everyone's mind. Alien candidates stood on top of their spacecraft one by one. They stared at the darkness in the distance with grim expressions. Chapter 820. A friend from afar must be killed regardless of the distance. Dark clouds tumbled and spread out in the sky, covering the sun and every inch of light available. The light had been swallowed entirely. Wherever the dark clouds went, the light was completely cut off. Only darkness remained. After some time, the dark clouds arrived above the central continent at a visible speed, covering the area where Wang Teng was at first. Within a few seconds, the darkness shrouded the entire central continent. All the star beasts in the central continent lost their voice. Search freewebnovel.com on Google. They hid in their caves or lay prone on the ground, shivering in extreme fear. Oh my, so many people came. Frivolous peals of laughter shot out from the dark clouds. All the alien candidates looked up. They saw a figure appearing below the dark clouds out of thin air. It was a black skeleton with green flames jumping around in its eye sockets. It was smiling brightly at the people below. That's right, it was smiling brightly. It was a skeleton, so there wasn't any expression on its skull, but for some reason, everyone could sense that this was an indecent skeleton. Hey, you brought many little sidekicks, too. While everyone was sizing up this black skeleton, a cynical voice rang out and disrupted the tranquility silence. The crowd turned in the direction of the voice. Their gazes landed on Wang Teng in the end. For some reason, this fellow gave off the same vibe as the skeleton. They would have thought that they were brothers if they weren't a human and a skeleton. Wait, did he say two? Little sidekicks putting two and two together? What did he mean? Was he treating them as little sidekicks? The alien candidates were infuriated. If looks could kill, Wang Teng would have been mutilated by these alien martial warriors. Wu Gu looked at Wang Teng. This was the human he recognized as his arch-enemy. The flames in his eyes started flickering. Ha, we are the same. There are so many people, so we need to resign the spiritual contract. Wang Teng went straight to the point without any bullshit. No problem. Wu Gu glanced around him. He was exceptionally easy to talk to today. He waved his hand and said, "Little ones, time to greet our guests." The dark clouds tossed and turned, revealing the figures inside. These figures were all exceptionally powerful. They seemed even more tall and majestic as they stood among the dark clouds like gods from hell. A terrifying aura exuded from their bodies. "Wu Gu, do you want to die?" A cold voice came out from one of the devil lords. He looked like a devil that had stepped out from the mythology. He was lofty and bulky. The muscles on his body bulged out like pitch-black rocks. He was a long-toothed man with a livid face. His expression was hideous, and he had a pair of sharp horns on his head. They looked like ram's horns with a little curl at the edge, a pair of flesh wings stuck on his back. He didn't spread them out, yet they were still huge. This devil lord looked like the sheephead dark apparition Wang Teng saw in the past, but this devil lord had better configurations. Ha, don't get mad. I'm just joking. Wu Gu shrunk his neck and smiled at the devil lord in embarrassment. All right, stop the nonsense and take out the contract. You can start the duel after signing it. I'm already getting impatient. I want to get a taste of these talents' blood. Another devil lord spoke up. His face was white, but he was extremely handsome. He had long black hair, looking like a noble of the dark apparitions. All right, here it is. Wu Gu took out the spiritual contract they had signed the previous time and threw it to the devil lords. The spiritual contract opened automatically in mid-air. The devil lords slit their fingers casually and signed their names on the scroll with a wave of their hands. The scroll flew down to the alien candidates. The alien candidates, including the top talents like Argus, Cathu, and Biluo, signed their names without any hesitation. They were similar in their attitudes towards the dark apparitions. They would fight for their lives. Wang Teng's gaze shimmered when he saw this scene. It looked like dark apparitions existed in other parts of the universe, too. This was why the alien martial warriors weren't surprised when they saw them, and even chose to face them together. This was good. He didn't have to worry about anyone creating trouble. In the current circumstances, he needed to rely on the strength of these alien candidates if he wanted to save Earth. Wang Teng opened his mouth excitedly after everyone had signed the contract. "Come, let's start. I can't wait." Silence. Everyone glared at Wang Teng as if he were an idiot. They had countless complaints pent up in their hearts that they didn't know how to express. Was this guy mad? These were dark apparitions. It wasn't hard to guess how tragic and intense the battle would be. However, this brat was getting all excited like it wasn't even a huge thing. Hee, let's get started. Wu Gu let out a weird laugh and looked at the devil lords behind him. Who wants to play first? I'll go. An enormous giant apparition who was almost 5 meters tall came out, speaking with a thick, thunderous voice. Wow, what a huge one. Wang Teng took a step back and looked at the alien candidates with a frightened expression. This guy seems so strong. One look, and I know that I can't beat him. Does anyone want to go? Silence. It was so easy and natural for him to utter those words. How shameless was he? Furthermore, this duel was decided by him and the dark apparitions. If he couldn't beat them, why did he even do that? Coward. All the alien candidates couldn't wait to kill Wang Teng right now. Don't just stand there. A friend from afar must be killed regardless of the distance. Wang Teng saw that no one was reacting and continued to talk. Everyone, oh. What was he even saying? The alien candidates were stunned and speechless, but when they heard those words, they felt that it made a bit of sense. However, they didn't dare to let Wang Teng continue embarrassing them. An impatient alien candidate snorted and glanced at Wang Teng contemptuously. He stepped out with a sword in his hand, pointing it directly at the giant apparition Devil Lord. I'll fight you. Without another word, the candidate and the dark apparition charged toward one another. Kill! The giant apparition Devil Lord was armed with a huge pole. With a black streak of light, he slammed it forward. The alien candidate was fearless. He condensed a terrifying glow on his sword and slashed straight out. Boom, 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 the battle broke out in the sky. There were streaks of black and yellow clashing against each other, producing a violent roar that resounded in all directions. The terrifying aftermath of the force swept across the surroundings, destroying the trees and peaks in the forest below. The land quaked as if the doomsday was here. Boom! After a few minutes. The yellow ball of light suddenly shattered, and the alien candidate flew out while vomiting blood. He looked pale as he almost slammed onto the ground. Chapter 821, Planetary-Stage Spirit 1. They lost. An alien candidate lost so quickly. The other candidates turned grim and started to treat the dark apparitions with more importance. Wow, good job, Wu Gu chuckled. The giant devil lord glanced at Wu Gu from the corner of his eyes and snorted. Then he disappeared again. Be careful, some martial warriors shouted hurriedly. Their expressions changed slightly. The alien candidate was appalled. He retreated immediately without much thought, but it was already too late. The giant devil lord appeared in front of him almost immediately. The shadow of the enormous rod-shaped weapon bore down on the alien candidate. The candidate's pupils narrowed. He gave an angry roar involuntarily and released all the force in his body. Boom. The giant devil lord was using his full power. On the other hand, the alien candidate had put up a hasty defense, which shattered almost instantly. He couldn't even last a second. Then the rod-shaped weapon landed on the candidate's head. Splurt. His head was smashed like a watermelon. Red blood and white matter splattered everywhere, leaving a headless body plummeting to the ground. Silence. There was an eerie silence. The battle started a few moments ago, but a planetary-stage formidable warrior had already been killed. Many people stared at the Devil Lord in bewilderment. Fear and dread appeared in their eyes uncontrollably. This scene was shown to the martial warriors from the different countries through the monitors. Everyone was at a loss for words. The powerful aliens couldn't beat the dark apparitions either. Their expressions were ugly, and they were in extremely low spirits. Human talents are disappointing. The giant devil lord glanced around him indifferently while holding his weapon that was still dripping blood. Many alien candidates were infuriated. They glared at the giant devil lord. The 5 great stars of the universe turned serious. Fierce killing intent burned in their eyes. Dark apparitions must be killed. Everyone, let's attack together. Argus didn't waste any time. He looked around him as he opened his mouth. As soon as he finished his sentence, he vanished, charging toward the giant devil lord. He left a trail of dazzling golden light behind him as he shot out like a sharp arrow. The giant devil lord squinted. His eyes glowed with the wildness of bloodlust, and the corners of his lips curled into a sinister smile. Boom! The next second, they collided. Impact waves swept through the air. Argus stood in front of the giant devil lord. His golden hair danced in the air, and his body was bathed in a golden aura. He looked like an immortal. He didn't use any weapon, only relying on his fist. He punched the giant devil lord. Bang, bang, bang. The giant devil lord was forced to move back while fresh blood trickled down the edge of his lips. Fist marks appeared on his tough body one by one. It was horrifying. Roar. He released an angry bellow. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he stopped moving back. Instead, he raised the huge rod-shaped weapon and swung it at Argus. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. By the time everyone regained their senses, Argus and the giant devil lord were locked in a fierce fight. "Ha ha ha, kill!" Cathu laughed when he saw Argus acting first. His voice was rough and loud. A dense pillar of red light shot into the air, forming the shape of a ferocious crimson star beast, roared into the sky. Then it dashed into Cathu's muscular body. Boom! In that instant, Cathu seemed to have turned into the crimson beast. He bolted towards the devil lords with gusto. He was indeed bold. It suited his style, fearless and invincible. "Come, have a great time with your grandfather," Cathu shouted. He raised his large axe and released a terrifying crimson axe glow into the air. He didn't care who he hit. When he saw a devil lord, he would attack. He was like a beast that went berserk. "How dare you!" The sheep-head devil lord screamed in anger. Malicious killing intent shot out of his eyes as he charged toward Cathu. He was holding a weapon that was shaped like a sickle. When he swung it, it created a black ray of light. Boom! The crimson axe glow crashed into the black blade glow. The deadlock lasted for 3 seconds before breaking apart simultaneously. Cathu and the sheep-head devil lord zoomed out from the residual impact and started battling with each other. The other alien candidates didn't hesitate either, and acted at almost the same time. They chose a devil lord and started fighting. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the sky was filled with raging battles. Explosions sounded continuously, shaking heaven and earth. Frightening force glows erupted in all directions, and powerful attacks destroyed the mountains and the trees around them. Some distance away, Loggins was battling with a devil lord. They smashed into a mountain which cracked into pieces. Only half of it was left. Poulin floated on the right. A green glow full of vitality was exuding out of his body as he fought with the devil lord called Phantasma. With a wave of his hand, the green force glow gathered into multiple vines. They shot toward Phantasma and attempted to bind him. However, Phantasma was extremely mysterious. He was shrouded in a mist so no one could see his body. The vines went through his body, catching nothing. On the other side, Biluo met Black Incubus. Biluo's long green hair flowed down her shoulders and her beautiful face. Black Incubus Devil Lord looked great too. She had purple curly hair, and her figure was amazing. They were both perfect. Chapter 822. Planetary Realm Spirit. 2. The two peerless beauties glared at each other without concealing the killing intent in their hearts. Boom. The next instant, both of them vanished and clashed against each other. While everyone was engaged in a deadly battle, Wang Teng was staring at the area where the candidate's corpse was lying. Several dazzling attribute bubbles were floating there, attributes from a planetary-stage warrior. Good stuff. Wang Teng hurriedly picked them up. Constellation Force Earth 1800 Imperial Realm Spirit 120, Imperial Realm Enlightenment 108. Common Universal Language 300 Ultimate Stage Earth Talent 360. Not bad, not bad. It's another wave of loot. Feeling a little sorry, Wang Teng proceeded to collect the attribute bubbles. His Constellation Earth Force skyrocketed in an instant. Constellation Earth Force 2795 10,000, Planetary Stage, First Level. Next was the Imperial Realm Spirit. As the attribute bubbles merged into his body, Wang Teng's mind suddenly shook. There was a storm in his consciousness, a breakthrough in his spiritual power. Wang Teng's spiritual power was already close to the peak of the Imperial Realm. In addition, he had recently gained the Imperial Realm spirit attributes multiple times. Naturally, it would improve rapidly. Before he knew it, his spiritual power stepped over the threshold. Boom. In Wang Teng's sea of consciousness, there were thunderous sounds, and the terrifying spiritual power rolled inside it as if it was forming a vortex. Waves of spiritual power swirled continuously, condensing towards the center. It seemed as if the spiritual power was undergoing training. It went through an incredible transformation, leaping from its original realm and entering a higher level. The changes in his consciousness seemed slow, but in reality, they happened within a few minutes. Wang Teng's spiritual power condensed into a single point in his consciousness, leaving only a small, bright light. Then that spot suddenly burst into glaring light. Boom! In an instant, an indomitable spiritual power erupted, circling within Wang Teng's consciousness, as if declaring ownership of this territory. A sphere of spiritual power was suspended in his consciousness. Planetary Realm Spirit. Spirit, 1,000 planetary realm. At this moment, Wang Teng was enlightened. Spirit and martial arts were the same. Before the Imperial Realm, they were called the Planetary Disciple Realm. After that, it would be the Planetary Realm, Celestial Realm. Wang Teng's spirit had now reached the Planetary Realm. It was a whole new level, which was several times stronger than the Imperial Realm. Ordinary planetary-stage warriors would not be able to achieve this feat. Only celestial-stage warriors usually attained the planetary realm spirit before advancing. In other words, Wang Teng's spirit was equivalent to a celestial-stage warrior's spirit. If only his spirit had reached the planetary realm, it wouldn't mean anything. It only signified that he was better than others in certain aspects, such as spiritual perception and consciousness. However, Wang Teng was a divine spirit master and possessed spiritual power. Spirit encompassed spiritual power and consciousness. As one's spirit realm moved up a level, one's spiritual power would naturally increase. An ordinary planetary-stage martial warrior would not be able to fend against planetary realm spiritual power. Wang Teng felt that if he used his spiritual power to maneuver weapons now, he could instantly kill almost everyone below the planetary stage 5 stars. As for warriors stronger than that, he could put up a fight with them. Wang Teng was overjoyed. Originally, he thought that he would have to rely on his space physique to fight against the dark apparitions. He didn't expect to have another trump card. Just as he was above to withdraw his gaze from the attributes panel, his gaze suddenly stopped. There was a change in origin of soul. It had increased from 1,256 points to 5030 points. Wang Teng was in deep thought. Spirit, soul, both seemed to be the same thing. Did origin of soul attributes increase along with the spirit attribute? He suddenly remembered that when the origin of soul attribute was increased in the past, his spirit attribute had followed suit. Apparently so, Wang Teng's gaze stayed on the first and second columns of the attributes panel, origin of life and origin of soul. These were the most important things of the body. One represented the flesh, while the other represented the soul, and both would constitute a complete living body. As Wang Teng improved his martial arts and spirit, these two origins grew as well. He seemed to understand something. These two origins must progress together. He mustn't tilt the scale to one side too much. Somehow, he felt the importance of these two origins. Thoughts flashed through his mind. Wang Teng looked at the changes in his other three attributes. He had gained 108 points of Imperial Realm enlightenment, raising it to the peak of the Imperial Realm. He was not far away from breaking through. The concept of enlightenment was a little hard to grasp, but one must have it. If not, they would be an idiot. Wang Teng would be entering the universe and fighting with the other universe talents. He mustn't let his enlightenment fall behind. Besides this, he also gained the ultimate stage Earth talent and the common universal language attributes. Honestly, Ever since his ice talent reached the Emperor level, Wang Teng didn't like ultimate stage talents anymore. It was easier to get rich and harder to go back to poverty. However, if he wanted to reach the Emperor level, he needed to max out his ultimate stage talents or wait for Emperor level attribute bubbles to drop. The common universal language was quite useful. It was prevalent in the universe, so he would be able to converse with other people normally. As he collected more and more attribute bubbles, his grasp of the common universal language got better. Common universal language, 12,000, small achievement. Wang Teng pulled his attention away from the attributes panel and looked at the duels around him. I should do some exercise too. He scanned his surroundings and finally fixed his gaze on a heated battle. The talent of the Emerald Abyss Galaxy, Biluo, was fighting with Black Incubus. Wang Teng swore that his intention wasn't to gaze at beauties. He just wanted to settle some accounts with this old acquaintance of his Black Incubus, had created a few clones and surrounded Biluo. 8 similar Black Incubuses circled Biluo, making it hard for her to find her true form. Biluo's brows were locked in a tight frown. She held her sword and multiple glows erupted from the blade. It twirled around her like a whirlpool. But she was still unable to hit the true form of Black Incubus. Damn it! Why does this Devil Lord possess such a strange cloning skill? I can't figure out which is the real one. I need to find it soon. There was no expression on her face, but her mind was running in 6th gear. Do you need my help? Wang Teng asked with a smile appearing outside the battle circle. Can you find her true form? Biluo's gaze flickered. I will only know after I try, Wang Teng said casually. Why are you standing there then? Biluo rolled her eyes. Why don't you ask me nicely? If not, I have no reason to help you. Wang Teng shrugged and said helplessly. Biluo felt her head throbbing. Why do such weirdos exist? This fellow is an idiot. What on earth is he thinking? Even in this critical situation, he still has the heart to make a joke. Damn it, I feel like beating him? Quick, don't waste any time, Biluo frowned. There's no relationship between us, and you're the invaders. If you don't do it nicely, I can't convince myself to help you. Wang Teng wasn't moved. His tone remained calm as he spoke righteously. Silence. Biluo was helpless. Wang Teng was right, but she had a hunch something was missing. Black Incubus felt a little anxious as she looked at Wang Teng. Could he really find her true form? No, she must defeat her opponent soon. She couldn't let that fellow act. Recalling Wang Teng's history, a bad feeling swarmed into Black Incubus's heart. She stopped wasting time and controlled all her clones to move forward. A thick black glow exploded from their bodies and merged into sharp black blades slashing at Biluo. Chapter 823, Stubbornness. Biluo's expression changed slightly. She didn't dare to be careless. Her sword conscious billowed out, forming an impenetrable defense around her. She was the renowned martial arts talent of the Emerald Abyss Galaxy. Ask for help? That would never happen. She might treat Wang Teng politely, but in her heart she more or less looked down on this martial warrior from Earth. Some things couldn't be erased with a few sentences. Foundation. The foundation of Earth couldn't be compared to the Olent Federation's at all. The difference was wide as a chasm. It was like a noble lady from the upper-class society meeting a beggar from the slums. No matter how outstanding the beggar was, the noble lady would never place him at the same level as her. This was impossible. Wang Teng didn't get impatient even though Biluo didn't beg him for help. He just smiled and watched them from the side. He understood what these alien candidates were thinking. They were a bunch of arrogant and conceited fellows. Their arrogance made them look down on martial warriors from Earth. They thought they were high and mighty and above all beings on this underdeveloped planet. So what? Wang Teng would step on the dignity of these talents and rub it on the ground. They looked down on Earthlings, right? Well, he would crumble and destroy their pride if the dark apparitions hadn't invaded them. Wang Teng would have looked for the alien candidates and defeated them one by one. Since these talents placed so much importance on this trial, he would turn their trial into nothing. This was the real revenge. Wang Teng was a true blue Earthling. He had deep feelings toward his homeland. These alien candidates descended on his planet as invaders and treated this place as their trial ground as if it was a hunting ground for opportunities. As an Earthling, he couldn't accept this. He mustn't accept it. He would take revenge at this moment. Black Incubus's 8 clones surrounded Biluo in all directions and slashed a black blade glow in the air. Die. An angry scream came out of her mouth. It was filled with ruthless killing intent. She knew better than Biluo how scary Wang Teng was. Before he reached the general stage, he could already force her into a miserable state, much less now. No one should underestimate this fellow. Biluo's expression turned grim. She realized that all the 8-blade attacks were real. They weren't illusions. How was this possible? She was in disbelief. Since not all the 8 clones were real, how could they release 8 real attacks at the same time? This didn't make sense. Biluo turned serious. Even as an outstanding talent, she had to remain cautious in front of 8 mighty blows from a Devil Lord. The constellation force in her body churned violently. It turned into numerous sword glows and merged into the defense shield around her, protecting her from all corners. Boom. Just as she completed her move, the 8 black glows fell on her. The black force glow and the green force glow exploded when they met, engulfing Biluo completely. No one could see what was happening inside. Powerful force impact echoed in their surroundings. A large patch of sky-towering trees collapsed, throwing dust and soil into the sky. Black Incubus stared intently at the center of the explosion. Suddenly her expression changed. A figure shot out from the center. Her long green hair was a little messy and her clothes were torn and tattered. Blood dripped down from the corner of her lips. Many alien candidates turned pale when they saw this scene. Biluo was one of the 5 great stars who were the most powerful and famous candidates in this trial. Yet she was at a disadvantage when she fought with a Devil Lord. "You're not dead." A sharp glint flashed in Black Incubus's eyes. She was shocked. "You don't have the power to kill me." Biluo might look a little disheveled, but her expression didn't change. She had her pride as a top talent of her generation, even if she couldn't win. She mustn't lose her dignity. Constellation Force, Wood 800. Constellation Force, Dark 950. Darkness, Clone Technique, 360. Wang Teng happily picked up the attribute bubbles at the side. Then he looked at Biluo and gloated in her misery. "Are you all right? If you can't handle it, you can seek my help. Don't be so stubborn." Silence. To hell with being so stubborn. The corners of Biluo's eyes twitched slightly, and she almost couldn't maintain her expression. This stupid bastard. How could he make such irresponsible and sarcastic remarks? She glared at him from the corner of her eyes. "Go and die. How heartless. We're old friends, but you're helping this lady to kill me." Black Incubus winked seductively at Wang Teng, pretending to be heartbroken. Oh, Coat. Oh, Wang Teng was stunned. He stared at Black Incubus in astonishment. Black Incubus might look beautiful, but Wang Teng still remembered her devil transformation. It was etched deep in his mind. Whenever he recalled the assembly of decayed flesh, his hair would stand on ends. It was so disgusting. Sob, however. Biluo didn't know anything. She turned and looked at Wang Teng in astonishment. This fellow had a relationship with this dark apparition? Although love between different races was touching, she had to admit that Wang Teng had a unique taste. You can never judge a book by its cover. "What does that expression mean?" Wang Teng was infuriated. This lady thought that he had some weird relationship with this female dark apparition. He couldn't bear it. Are all ladies so dirty? Boom. Right then, Black Incubus vanished. She took the chance when Wang Teng and Biluo were distracted to launch her attack. She wanted to kill Biluo as soon as possible. She felt helpless, even though she was a Devil Lord. This was too difficult. She felt ill at ease because Wang Teng was eyeing her as if she was his prey. Fortunately, Wang Teng never went by the script. If the 2 humans worked together, she could only run away. She needed to finish this lady before he decided to act. Boom. Biluo had been vigilant of Black Incubus all this while. Seeing her attack, she moved too. The human and the dark apparition turned into two lingering shadows as they collided fervently in the air. Tisk! Women are so brutal when they're fighting. Wang Teng clicked his tongue as he exclaimed. He raised his head, touching his chin as he watched them. Biluo was one of the most outstanding geniuses of the Emerald Abyss galaxy. She was extremely powerful. When she got serious, she was on par with Black Incubus and even inflicted some serious injuries on her. Boom. Splurt. Splurt. They crashed into each other again and got thrown back. Their hair was in a mess, and they were vomiting blood. They looked like two lunatics. Roar Black Incubus suddenly gave an ear-piercing roar. A thick black glow erupted from her body and started expanding like a black heart palpitating furiously. Chapter 824, What are you looking at? If you continue looking, I'll eat. Black Incubus's body puffed up like a balloon, emitting intense black light. It looked like a black sun. This sudden change attracted everyone's attention. Devil Transformation, a Devil Lord had executed the terrifying Devil Transformation. Mind you, Devil Transformation was a special skill that Devil Lords possessed. The Devil Transformation of every Devil Lord was different, but there was one similarity. They were all powerful and frightening. Of course, Devil Transformation wasn't something they could execute whenever they felt like it. Not many dark apparitions were willing to use this skill unless they were forced into a tight corner. The Devil Lords in the area were astounded. All of them turned and looked at Black Incubus. Wow, Black Incubus executed her Devil Transformation. The green ghost flames in Wu Gu's eye sockets jumped violently. He moved his jaws and made a weird sound. What is she doing? That human lady didn't have the power to force her to this stage. A vampire Devil Lord frowned. Idiot. The Sheephead Devil Lord scoffed. The other Devil Lords wore different expressions on their faces. Some sneered, some frowned. These dark apparitions weren't as harmonious as they seemed. They didn't know that Wang Teng was the reason why Black Incubus executed her Devil Transformation so quickly. Yes, it was that simple. There were no other reasons. They didn't understand Black Incubus's plight. Wang Teng stood at the side without doing anything, but it gave her immense mental pressure. Hence, she decided to unleash her Devil Transformation. Of course, another reason was that Biluo's ability was on par with her. She couldn't take her down easily, so she had to do this. Oh my Devil Transformation! Wang Teng looked up and exclaimed in surprise. This was the third Devil Transformation he saw. The first time was this Black Incubus Devil Lord, and the second time was Devil Lord Qi Yan. That fellow was still in Wang Teng's space fragment. He had to suffer the burn from 3 divine fires continuously. This pain was worse than being imprisoned under Mount Saint. At that time, he was only tormented by 1 divine fire. Now, there was the flame of light, the emerald glazed flame, and the dark flame. One could imagine how painful it was. The third time also belonged to Black Incubus. However, Wang Teng wasn't who he was in the past anymore. He wasn't a newbie who hadn't even reached the general stage. He was already a planetary-stage martial warrior. No matter how powerful Black Incubus's Devil Transformation was, she wouldn't exceed the 5th-level planetary stage. Hence, Wang Teng could still wreck her. Biluo saw this scene, and her face turned grim. These aliens were extremely familiar with the dark apparitions. They didn't just exist on Earth. There were signs of dark apparitions everywhere in the universe. It seemed that there were records of dark apparitions ever since the birth of the universe and the existence of civilizations. Naturally, there were many records of battle experiences with the dark apparitions over the centuries. Hence, there was detailed data on the Devil Transformation. Biluo understood how scary it was. At this moment, the glaring black light retracted, revealing the current appearance of Black Incubus. Her body had expanded greatly. She looked like a mashed-up ball of rotten flesh, which was squirming with flesh whiskers hanging down and flying in the air. The thin purple long hair turned as thick as a giant python. It danced wildly. A pair of sharp horns grew out from it. It gave off an eerie and sharp glint. Numerous blood-red eyeballs were etched in the flesh. They looked evil and ghastly. Roar. She opened her giant mouth, revealing her sharp teeth that looked like a sawtooth. Saliva dripped down uncontrollably as she gave a loud roar that sounded neither human nor beastly. Wang Teng realized that Black Incubus's appearance was a little different from before. She didn't have so many eyeballs in the past. These eyeballs were scattered around Black Incubus's body. Anyone with trypophobia would probably shudder in fear and pee on the spot if they saw her. What the fuck? She transformed. Wang Teng was startled as he muttered to himself. Black Incubus twirled her pupils as if she had noticed Wang Teng's gaze. Her numerous eyeballs stopped on him in unison. Her eyeballs were bloodshot and filled with chaos, evil, distortion, indifference, bitterness, and various negative emotions. Boom. As the eyeballs turned, a savage spiritual fluctuation surged out and penetrated right into Wang Teng's mind. Wang Teng snorted. A look of disdain flashed in his eyes. His spirit was at the planetary realm. This spiritual fluctuation might be chaotic, but it was only at the imperial realm. Black Incubus was embarrassing herself when she tried to use her imperial realm spirit to affect him. Boom, instantly, in Wang Teng's consciousness, his vast and terrifying spiritual power turned into numerous bolts of lightning and struck down. It was like the punishment from heaven. The chaotic spiritual power was destroyed in an instant and turned into pure attribute bubbles. Wang Teng absorbed them all. Imperial Realm Spirit, 360. Unfortunately, he was already at the planetary realm, so these 360 points of Imperial Realm Spirit were only 36 points of planetary realm spirit to him. But it was still the first spirit attribute bubble he received after his advancement. It was worth mentioning. Not bad. Black Incubus did make some contributions. He should kill her quickly later and prevent her from suffering too much. Of course, he would get all he could out of her first. Wang Teng squinted. Many thoughts went through his mind. Black Incubus shuddered for some reason. Roar. At the same time, she felt that wisp of spiritual power disintegrating. Her countless pupils narrowed as they stared at Wang Teng simultaneously. Wang Teng wasn't afraid, but the eyeballs were horrifying. He glared at them. What are you looking at? If you continue looking, I'll eat. I'll beat you up. He almost said the wrong thing. Black Incubus looked disgusting. He felt nauseous just looking at her. Eat her? That was too challenging. Black Incubus, silence. Biluo stared at Wang Teng in bewilderment. You almost exposed yourself. Are you still saying that you have no relationship with her? Go away. Wang Teng glared at her, feeling irritated by her gaze. Roar. Black Incubus knew that Wang Teng wasn't easy to deal with. She stopped testing him and rushed towards Biluo instead. The horrendous body was like a ball of flesh. It opened its sharp teeth and wanted to swallow Biluo. Fake. Biluo cursed uncontrollably. This Black Incubus Devil Lord was the perfect example of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. She couldn't beat Wang Teng, so she attacked her. Shameless. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Biluo was infuriated too. Her face turned cold and a dazzling ball of white light erupted from her body. Light Force. She possessed the Light Force. Chapter 825. Goddess of Light Mode. Light Force. The sudden appearance of Light Force astounded everyone, especially the dark apparitions. Light Force was their nemesis as it could restrain their dark force. They were like the day and night, complete opposites. No one expected Light Force to appear here. Moreover, it came from a talent from the universe. All the Devil Lord's gazes landed on Biluo. What kind of gaze was that? They wanted to skin her alive and tear her into pieces. All along, the dark apparitions had only one rule towards the possessors of Light Force. Kill them. They would kill them before these martial warriors could grow up. Every martial warrior who possessed Light Force was a huge threat to the dark apparitions. They would never allow them to grow powerful. Argus, Cathu, and the other alien candidates turned their heads too. They were also astounded by the fact that Biluo possessed light force. Light force was rare. Not many people had it. Biluo's light force was more powerful than the wood force she had been using all this while. That meant that her true power was many times greater than what she displayed. Biluo expected this reaction from the dark apparitions, but she was still shocked. She felt a little scared when so many devil lords glared at her. Her hair stood on ends. It was frightening. However, she didn't have the time to care about this. Defeating Black Incubus in front of her was the top priority. Biluo turned into a ray of white light and charged toward Black Incubus. Boom. A battle ensued. Biluo seemed to have turned into a goddess of light. She soared through the sky, releasing powerful light force in her every attack as she hurled it at Black Incubus. Boom, boom, boom. Black Incubus kept moving back her hideous body. The flesh on her body hissed as it got stained with light force. It started melting at a visible speed and turned into wisps of black smoke dispersing in the air. This lady is quite powerful. Wang Teng was stunned. He almost swallowed his tongue when he saw Biluo's transformation. He thought that Biluo was just a wood element martial warrior. He didn't know that she was hiding her light force, which seemed more powerful than her wood force. It was at least at the 4th level of the planetary stage. She was bathing in white light like a goddess descending from heaven. She switched on her goddess of light mode. However, very soon, Wang Teng's gaze was attracted by the attribute bubbles dropping on the ground without stopping. Constellation Force, Dark 13, came EL. Constellation Force, Dark 120. Imperial Realm Spirit 30. Imperial Realm Spirit 45. Constellation Force Light 180, Constellation Force Light 220. This is good stuff. This is the attribute I'm lacking the most. I must pick it up quickly. Wang Teng smiled brightly. He hurriedly released his spiritual power and collected the attribute bubbles diligently. Seems like I'm not needed. I didn't know Biluo had this trump card. It should be a piece of cake for her to finish Black Incubus. Wang Teng collected the attribute bubbles and wondered to himself as he rubbed his chin. Boom. While he was deep in thought, the situation in the sky changed. Glaring light force exploded from Biluo's body, piercing Black Incubus like a large light force sword. Roar. Black Incubus gave a scream of agony. Her voice was shrill and ear-piercing. Everyone felt their eardrums hurting. Black smoke wafted out of her mass of flesh. She was getting purified by the light force at a fast rate. Parts of her body disappeared, and the large ball of rotten flesh disintegrated quickly. Die? Let's die together. A crazy and furious yell escaped Black Incubus's throat. Her countless eyeballs swelled, and veins covered her flesh as if she had eaten a blood bomb. Oh shit. Biluo's expression changed slightly. Force swarmed out of her body and turned into a defense shield. At the same time, she retreated hurriedly, wanting to escape from the vicinity of Black Incubus. The other Devil Lords squinted as they looked in this direction. Self-destruction. Black Incubus was forced into such a tight corner. Boom. The next second, a terrifying explosion occurred at the spot where Black Incubus's body was. It resounded in the entire sky while violent force fluctuations swept through the area. Bang. With the explosion as the center point, the trees in a circular radius started to tumble and were destroyed by the strong residual forces. The ground quaked. Huge cracks appeared on the land, spreading out like spider webs. Next, the entire ground collapsed. The black explosion in the sky blossomed like a mushroom, releasing its beauty in the sky. The residual impact traveled for more than 1,000 miles. It was exceptionally frightening. The formidable martial warriors retreated involuntarily. Biluo wasn't able to escape in time and got swallowed by the explosion. There was no sign of her. Argus, Cathu, and the other alien candidates stared in the direction and furrowed their brows. Unfortunately, they were held back by their opponents, so they couldn't reinforce her. After some time, the dark force glow scattered in the air. A white figure was finally revealed. The white glow was a little weak and faint. It was on the verge of collapsing. It was Biluo. She was in a bad state. Her breathing was weak, and her face was pale. Blood was dripping down the corners of her lips. She had suffered grievous injuries. Fortunately, she had managed to stay alive. Black Incubus's large body had already disappeared. She seemed to have vanished from the world. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. The human side had gained a small victory in this battle. If Biluo was killed, it would be a huge blow to humans. After all, she was one of the 5 great stars in the universe. If she got defeated, the other people wouldn't have the morale to continue fighting with the dark apparitions. However, at this moment, a change occurred. "Be careful," Argus warned Biluo in a loud voice. Biluo's expression changed. She felt a chill behind her, aimed directly at her back. "I'm dead." Her face turned white as despair overwhelmed her. With her current state and injury, she couldn't evade the attack, much less resist. Bang! But the expected pain didn't come. Instead, a dull thud was heard. Biluo turned around hurriedly. To her surprise, she saw a familiar figure blocking her back. "Wang Teng, it's that bastard?" Biluo was filled with disbelief. She didn't expect Wang Teng to act. Mind you, he had been standing at the side and watching her indifferently. Yet, he still saved her. What did this young man have up his sleeve? "Don't misunderstand me. I just want to finish the duel I had with that skeleton." Wang Teng replied in a calm voice without turning his head. He seemed to know what she was thinking. Chapter 826. My lady, I don't want to work hard anymore. In the sky, Wang Teng appeared behind Biluo and grabbed Wu Gu's bony palm. There was a cold and sharp glint on the bones like a sharp bone knife. Biluo looked at the figure standing not far away. Her expression changed slightly. She didn't know if she should laugh or cry. He saved her, but he had to find an excuse. What an egoistic fellow. The alien martial warriors and the devil lords were all attracted by Wang Teng. They didn't notice when this fellow appeared behind Biluo in time and saved her. Argus, Kathu, and the others squinted slightly. They carefully sized up Wang Teng. They had to admit that they were astounded by his swift movements. He could react promptly in that dangerous situation. They might not be able to do that. The group of devil lords was flabbergasted. The dark apparition who ambushed the young lady was Wu Gu, a devil lord known for being treacherous and crafty. It was surprising that this human had managed to block his attack. This was a little unexpected. Wang Teng didn't care what the others were thinking. He released his spiritual power and picked up all the attribute bubbles dropped during the battle. Constellation Force, Light 1860, Light Physique, 1200, Holy Sword /450, Constellation Force, Wood, 1450, Constellation Force, Wood, 300, Constellation Force, Dark, 2530, Imperial Realm, Spirit, 540, Dark Devil Scripture, 100, Devil Transformation, 10. Amazing. This is amazing. Wang Teng's eyes were glowing with happiness. He almost burst out laughing. Besides the light attributes Biluo had dropped, there were also wood attributes and dark attributes by Black Incubus. Wang Teng received 1860 points of Constellation Light Force. This was a sizable income. After all, this wasn't an ordinary force. It was Constellation Force, which was many times more powerful than the normal force. He also gained 1200 points of Light Physique. Light Physique, 3350, 10,000. Wang Teng received the Light Physique from Alès. With this additional 1200 points, his Light Physique rose from more than 2,000 points to 350 points. Wang Teng's body started transforming. His grasp and understanding of the Light Physique rose to another level. Then there was the Holy Sword Slash. This was the skill Biluo used to kill Black Incubus. The dazzling light glow appeared in his mind as he went through the skill. The blade formed from light turned into an invincible long sword. When the sword was wielded, light shone brightly, tearing the endless darkness into pieces. Wang Teng's eyes were shimmering with the light from that sword. He was bewildered. Celestial Stage. This was a celestial stage light element battle technique. Wang Teng was dumbfounded. At the same time, he found it reasonable. Luo had relied on this attack to kill Black Incubus. This wasn't something a normal planetary stage battle technique could do, as expected of a talent from the universe. She had planetary stage ability, yet possessed a celestial stage battle technique. Moreover, it was a rare light element celestial stage battle technique. Rich, wealthy. Wang Teng suddenly wanted to rush over and hug Luo's leg. "My lady, I don't want to work hard anymore." He forcefully pushed this thought out of his mind with his remaining consciousness and crushed it with his feet. Pff, was he a person with no dignity? I have the system. Cozying up to the system is the correct choice. System, I love you. As long as I have my system, I will not lack battle techniques. It will give it to me. For instance, an ordinary martial warrior would never be able to get the holy sword / skill if they didn't come from the same family or faction. But he had it now. Holy sword / 450 10th, 1000 well-versed, the 450 points of holy sword / attributes allowed this battle technique to rise from the foundation to the well-versed stage. If he wanted to advance to another level, he needed 1000 points. Wang Teng glanced at Luo secretly from the corner of his eyes. He must get more attributes out of her. Luo felt an evil intention swimming toward her. She frowned slightly, but she didn't know where it originated from. There were also 1450 points of Constellation Wood Force and 300 points of Emperor-level Wood Talent. Constellation, Wood Force, 1680 10,000, Emperor-level Wood Talent, 300 10,000. This was the second Emperor-level talent he had received after his Emperor-level Ice Talent. Luo was indeed full of potential. Not only did she have Emperor-level Wood Talent, but she also possessed the rare light physique. Wang Teng had more respect for these alien talents. At the same time, he felt some anticipation. He wondered if the other talents would drop any more powerful attributes. After counting the attribute bubbles Luo had dropped, Wang Teng moved on to Black Incubus, 2,500 330 points of Constellation, Dark Force, 540 points of the Imperial Realm Spirit. Wang Teng's Dark Force rose to another level. As long as he reached the planetary stage, his ability would exceed that of a normal first-level planetary stage. Also, this was the first scripture he had received, a planetary stage dark element scripture, Dark Devil Scripture. The outline of a figure entered his mind. Its body was covered with black meridians and acupuncture points, with dark force flowing through them. Then they gathered into a black star above the sea of nihility, the planetary stage. This was the method to advance his dark force to the planetary stage. It sounded simple, but it was actually quite complicated. Without the relevant planetary stage scripture, one could forget about breaking through. Dark Devil Scripture, 1/500. Well-versed 100 points of Dark Devil Scripture were barely enough for him to cross the foundation stage and reach the well-versed stage. If Wang Teng wanted to, he could raise his dark force to the planetary stage. He had many blank attributes, so raising his dark force to the peak of the 13-star general stage was a piece of cake. However, his dark force wouldn't be of much help now. He wasn't in a hurry. Then there was the last attribute bubble, Devil Transformation. Devil Transformation had attribute bubbles too. Wang Teng was honestly shocked when he saw this attribute bubble. Devil Transformation was a special skill only for the Devil Lords. This was their greatest secret, yet it still got dropped. Wang Teng picked up the attribute bubble. There were only 10 points of it, but the relevant information about the skill floated into his mind. The outline of a figure appeared in his consciousness. It absorbed various negative emotions and stored them in the special force stars in a planetary stage martial warrior's body. When needed, these negative emotions would explode and merge with the dark force, forming an incredible mutation that would ignite the potential in one's body and raise one's power a few times. This was the Devil Transformation. Devil Transformation skill was powerful, but the appearance of the person after the transformation was horrifying. That was a real monster. Unless he was in a dire situation, Wang Teng felt that he wouldn't need to use the Devil Transformation. Chapter 827. How do you know that I didn't put on a show for you? While Wang Teng was in the mid of his enlightenment, Wu Gu, who was opposite him, sensed something. He was confused. But carefully studying this brat again, he didn't find anything amiss. Did I see wrong, devil? Lord Wu Gu was bewildered. It sounded like a long time, but Wang Teng only took a few seconds to pick up all the attribute bubbles. Wang Teng and Devil Lord Wu Gu were still standing opposite each other. They were in the spotlight. The human and the dark apparition glared at each other. Sparks flew in the air as their gazes collided. "Oh, I didn't think you'd notice me." Devil Lord Wu Gu chuckled as he exclaimed in an exaggerated tone. "Is it strange that I noticed you?" Wang Teng asked calmly. "Yes, I hid perfectly and almost succeeded in my sneak attack." Devil Lord Wu Gu said with regret. "Almost succeeded? You must be daydreaming," Wang Teng scoffed. Since you want to finish our past duel, I'll fulfill your wish and play with you." The two balls of flames in his eye sockets flickered a little. The instant he finished speaking, he twisted his wrist, and his bones shrunk. He pulled his hand out from Wang Teng's grip with a swoosh. "Huh?" Wang Teng was surprised, but he didn't chase after Wu Gu. Instead, he looked calmly at the Devil Lord who had retreated more than 10 meters back. "You're an interesting skeleton," he said indifferently. "Ha ha ha, the real show hasn't started yet." Devil Lord Wu Gu sniggered. Wang Teng turned and glanced at Biluo. "Hey, why don't you ask me? If you do it nicely, I can take revenge for you along the way and beat this skeleton up." Biluo looked at Wang Teng helplessly. He refused to let go of that despite the circumstances. His willpower was amazing. All right. Please, can you take revenge for me?" she replied in a weak tone. She could still feel her heart palpitating from the sneak attack just now. If Wang Teng could deal with that Devil Lord and take revenge for her, she didn't mind pleading with him. In the past, she would never have begged anyone. But for some reason, she felt no pressure saying such words now. "You could have said this earlier." Wang Teng laughed. When he turned around, his expression had become stern. He stared coldly at Devil Lord Wu Gu as he opened his mouth. "I'm starting." Boom. Suddenly, the ground below him exploded, creating invisible fluctuations in the air. Wang Teng vanished without a trace. In the blink of an eye, Wang Teng reappeared in front of Devil Lord Wu Gu. He didn't use any weapon. He just hurled his fist at him. "Oh my, you're too naive. Have you forgotten your lesson the previous time? This fist skill can't injure me." Devil Lord Wu Gu's bones increased in size. They seemed entirely inconsistent with his tiny and frail skeletal body. The bones on his fist were pitch black. They gave off a metallic glimmer as they welcomed Wang Teng's fist. Boom, the two fists collided, creating a huge explosion and releasing a buzzing sound as if two metals had crashed into each other. Clang. Devil Lord Wu Gu's frail and tiny skeleton flew out. He flipped a few times in the air before stopping himself. There was astonishment in his eyes as he half-kneeled in mid-air. Numerous cracks had already appeared on his fist. There were balls of emerald flames burning in those cracks too. They couldn't be extinguished. During the collision just now, an extremely fierce tremor conscious had burrowed right into his fist. There was even a sharp sword conscious hidden in it. Not only did Wang Teng use the strength of Ultima in this fist attack, but he also used the 10th level Golden Ray earth-shattering sword conscious and instilled the emerald glazed flame in it. Even Devil Lord Wu Gu's tough bones couldn't withstand such a mixture of attacks. I was too careless. For the first time, Devil Lord Wu Gu turned serious. Wang Teng's attack was powerful enough to hurt him. If he didn't treat him seriously, all his bones might break. At that time, death would be his only ending. Wang Teng floated high in the air and looked down on Devil Lord Wu Gu. "Do you think I displayed my true ability the previous time? How do you know that I didn't put on a show for you?" "You?" Devil Lord Wu Gu was dumbstruck. If he wasn't a skeleton, if he were a normal person with flesh and blood, his expression would have turned really ugly. It was rare to see the happy-go-lucky Devil Lord Wu Gu get frustrated to this extent. Wang Teng was the first person to force him to such a stage. The other Devil Lords were shocked. At the same time, they became more serious. This human wasn't easy to deal with. The emerald flame was a divine fire, right? To think that he possessed such a rare item. Ha ha ha. I almost got fooled by you. Do you think you can frighten me with your tricks? So what if you hide your skills? I have killed many conceited human talents like you. Devil Lord Wu Gu suddenly laughed. Ignorants have no fear. Wang Teng shook his head in a composed manner. He looked at Devil Lord Wu Gu as if he were a dead skeleton. From his gaze, one could tell that he didn't care about Wu Gu at all. After all, who would care about someone that was about to die? Devil Lord Wu Gu was infuriated. He gave a furious roar as he stood up. His body started expanding abruptly. Boom, black light shot out of his body. He was just a skeleton, but his body seemed to be hiding another space inside it. This space was filled with terrifying dark force. At this moment, the roaring dark force exploded. Devil Lord Wu Gu's body kept expanding under the nourishment of the dark force. Within a few breaths, it turned from a scrawny skeleton into a towering skeleton giant. What's that? Many alien candidates were appalled. Their jaws dropped as they stared at this giant skeleton. Devil transformation. Another devil transformation. This is the devil transformation of Devil Lord Wu Gu. Some people guessed what it was and exclaimed in astonishment. The other devil lords looked over too. Their gazes were flickering. No one knew what they were thinking. At this moment, the black light around Devil Lord Wu Gu was blossoming. The two balls of green light in his eye sockets twirled as he looked down at Wang Teng. The two balls of ghost fire were filled with ruthlessness, chaos, and corrosiveness. Anyone looking at it would feel a chill running up their spine as if all their vitality was frozen and replaced with a thick and dense aura of death. Wang Teng snorted. He activated the constellation force in his body and awakened his origin of life. At the same time, his planetary realm spirit also kicked off, igniting the power of his origin of soul. The two balls containing the foundational energy of one's life dispersed the coldness and the aura of death. Not bad. An oppressive and strange voice came out of the skull's giant mouth. Suddenly, he stretched out his arm. A large bone blade appeared in his hand along with a dazzling black glow. What is this? Wang Teng squinted. Die. The answer was a cold shout. Devil Lord Wu Gu swung his enormous blade, which gave off a glaring black light and turned into a powerful blade glow. Boom. The blade glow slashed toward Wang Teng. A violent explosion occurred, and the brilliant rays of black light swallowed him entirely. Chapter 8:28. Heart of Magnetic Essence. Activate. The giant black skeleton stood erect between the sky and the ground, wielding his bone blade and swinging it down on Wang Teng. The blade glow engulfed Wang Teng. Bang. The ground was chopped into two as a deep, dark crack scarred the land. There seemed to be no end to it, as if it was linked to hell. The earth was shaking violently. The vibrations caused the crack to spread further and further until it reached the peak of a mountain. Boom. The mountain split open, forming an antenna running straight into the sky. The entire mountain was split into two. Many alien martial warriors were shocked. How frightening was this attack? And it was just a single move. Devil Lord Wu Gu's ability rose by a level after the devil transformation. He was an entirely different skeleton from before. Even Argus, Cathu, and the other 5 great stars were shocked. They couldn't remain calm anymore. Wang Teng. Biluo's expression changed when she saw Wang Teng disappearing under the black blade glow. Did he die so easily? She bit her lips. It was hard to tell what she was thinking. The battlecraft from the various countries floating above the skies of the ocean around the central continent broadcasted the scene. The martial warriors' expressions changed and they gasped uncontrollably, frightening, extremely terrifying. One attack was enough to create a bottomless crack on land. Even the tall mountain in the distance was chopped into two. How powerful was this attack? How could a human resist this mighty dark apparition? The important figures from the various nations were appalled. They couldn't find their voices for a long time. as they stared absent-mindedly at the giant skeleton displayed on their screens through the projectors. In Country as Battlecraft, the leader of martial arts, the three great commanders, and the other martial warriors were shocked. They stared intently at the spot below the bone blade, trying to find signs of Wang Teng. Wang Teng was the hope of their country. If he was killed, Country Zaya would be annihilated. The entire Earth might even be destroyed. Above the central continent, Devil Lord Wu Gu raised his giant blade and laughed in a strange tone. Ha ha ha! This is the result of putting on an act in front of me. Before he could finish his victorious declaration, a calm voice sounded beside his ear. "It's too early for you to be happy." Yes, Devil Lord Wu Gu's expression changed. He turned his head abruptly and saw a figure stepping out from the space to his left. The person stared at him coldly. "Do you think you are undefeatable after turning bigger?" Wang Teng opened his mouth and spoke slowly. "How dare you?" Devil Lord Wu Gu's gaze turned vicious. He snorted angrily. "Do you think you're the only one who can increase in size?" Suddenly, Wang Teng hurled a punch at the mountain in the distance. A yellow ray of light shot out. Boom! The frightening force impact slammed onto the mountain, turning the tall mountain into countless broken rocks and stones that were thrown into the air. "What's this young man doing?" Devil Lord Wu Gu was puzzled. Wang Teng didn't hit him, but went to punch the mountain instead. The mountain must be crying. The other Devil Lords and the alien martial warriors were confused, too. They didn't understand Wang Teng's intention. However, Wang Teng wasn't affected. He shouted in his mind, "Heart of Magnetic Essence, activate." Instantly, Wang Teng's body turned into a magnet. A terrifying magnetic field was created, and numerous stones and rocks flew toward him. Boom! The rocks and stones started to piece around Wang Teng, forming a huge round ball of stones. The ball kept getting thicker and bigger. Within a few seconds, it was the size of a small meteorite. Even the giant skeleton felt pressurized. This brat Devil Lord Wu Gu squeezed the words out from the gaps of his teeth as he stared at the giant meteorite. One could tell that his mind was in a whirl. At this moment, changes occurred to the giant meteorite. Boom! A pair of arms and legs grew out from the round ball. Boom! Then a large stone head popped out. The head was round with two holes on it. Suddenly, two balls of yellow light lit up in the holes. Then a formidable aura exuded from this pile of stones. The rock giant had entered the arena. The Devil Lord's expressions changed slightly. They were obviously astounded by the rock giant. Argus, Kathu, Pulin, and the other alien talents were startled too. They stared straight at the rock giant, a special physique talent. They could tell what this was. Hence, they were even more mind-blown. The surprise in their hearts grew stronger. This earthling's talent was extraordinary. He possessed such a powerful physique talent. Biluo's gaze flickered slightly. She was as bewildered as everyone when she saw Wang Teng transforming into a rock giant. Boom! The rock giant jumped down from the sky and landed in front of Devil Lord Wu Gu. The ground shook violently. Dust flew into the air. The rock giant stood in front of the skeleton like a towering mountain. It was even a few heads taller than the giant skeleton. Devil Lord Wu Gu, come, let's continue our fight. Wang Teng's voice came from within the rock giant. He controlled the rock giant and raised his arms, displaying his chest muscles to Devil Lord Wu Gu. Devil Lord Wu Gu looked at his arm and wanted to cry. Why did he feel like a shorty who was going to be bullied by this muscular giant? Something didn't seem right. Die. Wang Teng didn't give him any time to ponder. Shouting loudly, he swung his giant stone arms at Devil Lord Wu Gu fiercely. The scene was majestic. Every move of this giant caused a huge commotion, much less a ferocious attack. The impact it caused was many times more frightening. The enormous fist swung through the air, compressing the air around it and creating a sonic boom. White airwaves were visible to everyone. Strength of Ultima. Suddenly, a dense golden ray of light shone around the fist while it was being hurled through the air. It turned into an outline of a huge golden blade. 10th level golden ray, earth-shattering sword conscious. Devil Lord Wu Gu's expression changed tremendously. His black bones started squirming as if they were melting and quickly formed a large bone shield in front of him. Boom, the enormous arm carrying the golden sword outline slammed into the bone shield. A thunderous boom shook the skies and the ground crack. Next, a crisp and clear cracking sound was heard. The golden sword cut through the bone shield and went straight for Devil Lord Wu Gu's face. Devil Lord Wu Gu was terrified. He didn't have the time to evade, so he hurriedly tilted his head to the side. Boom! The momentum of the huge giant sword didn't slow down, ramming violently into the right eye socket of Devil Lord Wu Gu. The sturdy and tough bones shattered. The green ghost fire in it, the socket was extinguished immediately as if it had suffered a destructive blow. Ah! A shrill and painful cry escaped Wu Gu's throat. He stumbled back with only half of his skull left. The green ghost fire in his left eye flickered as if displaying its agony. Chapter 829. These bone fragments are hurting my feet. Silence. There was dead silence. The Devil Lords and alien candidates were powerful beings, yet they were all staring blankly at the changes on the battlefield. Although they had witnessed stronger attacks, it wasn't often that they would see such an impactful scene. It was too violent. Wang Teng didn't look strong, but they didn't expect him to be a violent maniac. Many alien candidates started fearing him. They wouldn't have been able to withstand a strike like that. The eyes of several Devil Lords twitched faintly, and some of them even sympathized with him. That punch, it probably hurt, but would bones hurt? Well, it looked like it would. Otherwise, why would he scream so miserably? Strange thoughts were wandering in the heads of the Devil Lords. Ha ha ha, that was a good punch, Kathu laughed. Seemingly driven by Wang Teng, his body was filled with bloodlust as he charged toward the sheephead Devil Lord. They had stopped their fight because of Wu Gu, and now their battle continued. The sheephead Devil Lord was fearless. There was a glimmer in his eyes as he clashed with Kathu with black streaks of light. On the other side, the giant Devil Lord attacked suddenly, swinging his huge weapon at Argus. Die. With his expression unchanged, golden light erupted from Argus's body. The sword in his hand produced dozens of golden sword consciouses that enveloped the giant Devil Lord. They resumed their fight instantly as well. The other Devil Lords and alien candidates also resumed their own clashes. The tragic war started again. In an instant, the entire central continent was embroiled in a heated battle. Planetary-stage warriors were so fast that a single leap could cover 1,000 miles. Their attacks were even more terrifying. Every strike of theirs was devastating. To think that back then, Wang Teng yearned for such strength. Now he had set foot in this realm. The future was unpredictable. No one knew what could possibly happen in the future. The entire central continent was shaking as explosions engulfed the land, drowning several star beasts. It was a horrifying scene. Wu Gu's bones started rattling and squirming again, filling the void on his face. Very soon, a complete skull appeared in front of Wang Teng. Simultaneously, the ghost fire in his left eye socket split into two, filling up the one on his right. However, the ghost fires in his eyes had dwindled. With a sneer, Wang Teng strode forward. He waved the rock arms again and bombarded Wu Gu's skeletal body with punches. Boom, boom, boom. Devil. Lord Wu Gu kept retreating, but he was unable to avoid Wang Teng's strikes. Wang Teng's rock body was agile and flexible. It didn't seem slow at all. Punches landed one after another on Wu Gu's body as he roared. Devil Lord Wu Gu's body was battered. He couldn't withstand Wang Teng's fierce punches, and there were holes all over his body. Wu Gu let out an angry bellow. He had never been so aggrieved before. He was forced by a human into a situation where he couldn't do anything at all. Boom! I thought you were impressive. Wang Teng snorted and broke 3 of his ribs with a punch. Boom! What happened to our duel? Why are you not fighting back? Wang Teng sneered and broke his arm. Boom! Weren't you going to kill me? Why are you hesitating? Wang Teng shouted as he smashed his right thigh. Boom! Come on, kill me. Stop retreating. Why are you running? Wang Teng continued provoking him with every hit. The rock giant suddenly rushed in front of Wu Gu and grabbed his shoulders. Crack, crack. He then exerted strength, causing his body to make a scraping sound. Boom. The huge force acted on Wu Gu's body, and in an instant it was torn apart by Wang Teng, the skeleton shattered into pieces, the bones flying everywhere. The huge skull of Devil Lord Wu Gu rolled high up in the sky. His eyes were full of confusion. He was defeated just like that. Devil Lord Wu Gu couldn't believe it. He couldn't accept what was happening. Bang! In the end, his skull landed on the ground and rolled over. No, I will not be defeated. How could I be defeated? Wu Gu let out an unwilling roar. The ghost flames in his eyes shone brightly. The scattered bones flew in the direction of the skull as if they were pulled by an invisible force. You're still struggling? Just then, a contemptuous voice came from above. A shadow loomed over the skull before the rock giant appeared in the Devil Lord's eyes. Boom! Wang Teng controlled the rock giant and stamped on Wu Gu's skull, ramming it into the ground. Ah, you are going too far, human. Wu Gu let a roar in devastation. Who are you to bargain with me? Wang Teng scoffed and slowly stepped on his feet with force. The Devil Lord was horrified, as if he had sensed something. What are you trying to do? Stop! No, stop! Stop! Do you accept defeat? Wang Teng asked indifferently as he ignored the Devil Lord. Yes, I admit defeat. Wu Gu was silent only for a moment before throwing the towel, though inside his heart he was full of resentment and wanted to crush Wang Teng into pieces. That's good. Wang Teng nodded and slowly lifted his foot. The Devil Lord was overjoyed. The skull rolled away, trying to get away from Wang Teng's clutches. Boom. However, after just 2 rolls, the shadow reappeared over him, and the skull was stepped on again. This time, overwhelming force crushed him. Crack! The skull shattered. No. Wu Gu let out a shrill scream. The entire skull was smashed into pieces, and the ghost fire in the eye sockets was extinguished, disappearing into the sky. Since you admit defeat, I can send you on your way. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, he heard Wang Teng's voice. Why did I provoke this brat? With regret, Wu Gu's consciousness plunged into the darkness. The other Devil Lords in the distance saw what had happened and fell into silence. Wu Gu's strength was in the top ranks amongst the Devil Lords, yet someone of his caliber still fell into the hands of that human. The alien candidates were also stunned by Wang Teng's strength and found it incredible. A talent like this had appeared on such a backward planet. Wang Teng's strength might probably be on the same level as the 5 great stars. This was unbelievable. Just when everyone's heads were flooded with thoughts, an irritating voice boomed in the surroundings. These bone fragments are hurting my feet. Everyone. Chapter 830. A real stoneman with 8 arms, to hell with hurting his feet. Everyone stared at Wang Teng speechlessly. The rock giant raised its leg and looked at its soul. It was pierced by many bone fragments. The bones of Devil Lord Wu Gu were as hard as diamonds, and they were capable of expanding and contracting. They were very special. Yet Wang Teng stomped on them and crushed them into pieces. After a moment of speechlessness, the emotions of the formidable warriors were overtaken by disbelief. The death of another Devil Lord. The dark apparitions had already lost 2 Devil Lords, including Black Incubus. On the other hand, only 1 planetary-stage martial warrior was sacrificed from the human side. Moreover, Devil Lord Wu Gu was stomped to death. What an easy and brutal method. How frustrating, how lowly. This shouldn't be how a formidable Devil Lord should die. But this was the result. All of this was caused by this easygoing human martial warrior. The other Devil Lords found it unbelievable. However, they had to grit their teeth and accept it. This human must die. Killing intent blinked in their eyes. Wang Teng didn't seem to care that he was the must-kill target of Devil Lords. Now he remained entirely composed and stood there like a tall mountain with his giant rock body. No one knew that Wang Teng had released his spiritual power to collect the attribute bubbles around him. Planetary Realm's spiritual power was indomitable, As long as he evaded the other martial warriors, no one would discover him. It felt amazing to silently pick up the attribute bubbles. Large attribute bubbles had dropped along with the death of Devil Lord Wu Gu. All of them were picked up by Wang Teng, Constellation Force, Dark, 255, 50, Blackbone, 600. Emperor level Dark Talent 260, Imperial Realm Spirit 58, the 8 Devil Transformation 25. Wang Teng was surprised. A hint of astonishment flashed past his heart. There were a few good things. He had gained 2,550 points of Constellation Dark Force. Wang Teng's Constellation Dark Force made another leap. The 580 points of Imperial Realm Spirit were converted into 58 points of Planetary Realm Spirit. This was a sizable gain. There were another 260 points of Emperor-level Dark Talent. This was the 3rd Emperor-level Dark Talent. Wang Teng had received. His ultimate stage Dark Talent rose to the Emperor level instantly. Emperor-level Dark Talent, 260, 10,000. He immediately felt his love for his talents. He wasn't a dark apparition, yet possessed the purest form of dark talent. What a luxury it was. He turned to look at the 25 points of Devil Transformation attributes. Devil Transformation again. After receiving 10 points of Devil Transformation from Black Incubus, he received another 25 from Wu Gu. Devil Transformation, 35,100, Foundation. What is this? Are they trying to let me grasp the Devil Transformation skill? Wang Teng muttered to himself. His expression turned a little strange. But the transformation was too ugly. He refused to be ugly. Then there was one last attribute bubble, Black Bone. 600 points of Black Bone attribute. What was Black Bone? Once this attribute bubble merged into his body, Wang Teng felt the changes, or more accurately, the changes to his bones. Wang Teng lowered his head and activated his eyes of essence. His gaze penetrated his flesh and stared right at his bones. His bones were turning black at a visible speed. Within a few breaths, his bones had turned entirely pitch black. There were also golden patterns etched on the pitch-black bones as a result of the ancient god's body. They looked mysterious at the same time. Wang Teng also felt the difference in his bones. They had turned special. He felt that he was able to control his bones and change their shapes according to his thoughts. Flexibility. That was right. Just like how Devil Lord Wu Gu was able to turn his bones into bone blades and bone shields. Now, Wang Teng had the same feature. Furthermore, the toughness and tenacity of his bones had reached an extraordinary level. Wang Teng possessed many physiques and practiced the ancient god's body, which was an extremely powerful physique training scripture. Hence, his bones were already as tough as steel. After this recent change, his bones became even more powerful than Devil Lord Wu Gu. Wang Teng's expression turned ambiguous. Suddenly, he took pity on Devil Lord Wu Gu. The Devil Lord had fought with him for quite a long time, but in the end, before he died, he contributed his strongest talent. How pitiful. Wang Teng didn't know that the 5 great stars were looking at him with complicated expressions when he was picking up the attribute bubbles. These talents had no choice but to admit that this earthling was formidable. They would not be able to kill a Devil Lord Dark apparition as easily as him, but they had their pride, their competitiveness and arrogance were ignited when they saw Wang Teng killing a Devil Lord before them. Kill! Cathu from the Crimson Moon Galaxy released all his potential. The crimson beast on his body turned into a blood-red shadow circling his body. Then he charged towards the sheep-head Devil Lord ferociously. Boom! The sheep-head Devil Lord retreated, but he was unable to catch up with Cathu's current speed. He was hit instantly, and his entire body was thrown back like a sandbag. Boom! Another mountain collapsed and shattered into countless rocks amid the dust. Roar! The sheep-head Devil Lord flew out from a pile of rocks and flapped the flesh wings on his back. He bellowed in anger, and the muscles on his body buffed up instantly. He grew more than 100 feet in height. Not only that, 2 balls of flesh started growing on his neck. Along with the sound of 2 bubbles bursting, 2 heads popped out underneath the skin. They grew beside the original head and had sharp teeth and fangs. They were equally hideous and terrifying. The three heads were facing in three different directions. They looked weird and frightening. A few fleshy balls also bulged out on his back, accompanied by some more pops. 4 arms grew out, 3 heads, and 6 arms. Wang Teng was attracted by the situation on this side. He looked over in bewilderment. If he remembered correctly, the 8 Arms Devil General had 8 arms. Wang Teng had never used the 8 Arms Devil physique ever since he got it from the Devil Lord. If he beat this sheephead Devil Lord, would he drop a 3-head, 6 arms physique or something related? A strange thought popped up into Wang Teng's mind. Would he become Nija one? Wait, I might have stumbled on a secret. Wang Teng had a smart idea. He activated his heart of magnetic essence and attracted the broken rocks from the collapsed mountain. Boom, boom, boom. Numerous broken rocks merged into his giant rock body and gathered behind his back. Instantly, 6 rock arms grew out behind the rock giant. Wang Teng controlled the rock giant and activated his 18 tasks multitasking skill. He clenched all his 8 arms simultaneously. This felt amazing. A real stoneman with 8 arms. The Sheephead Devil Lord. Chapter 831. This is too much. Wang Teng. No one could imagine how exasperated the Sheephead Devil Lord was at this moment. After the devil transformation, he grew 2 more heads and 4 arms, yet Wang Teng immediately copied him and turned into an 8 arms rock giant. It was hard to believe that he wasn't targeting him. The Sheephead Devil Lord felt frustrated and furious. Was he planning to join the other martial warrior? Come on. Damn it, I will fight for my life. The Sheephead Devil Lord wasn't the only one who thought that Wang Teng wanted to join in the battle. Even Kathu felt the same way. He frowned and said hurriedly, "Don't interfere. This is my prey, Wang Teng." This time, Wang Teng was confused. He just wanted to see if his idea would work. Why did the alien martial warrior suddenly warn him against interfering? Do I look like I'm a busybody? Are you an idiot? What does that have to do with me? You can continue your fight. Wang Teng's irritated voice came from within the rock giant. He turned and looked away from Kathu. Kathu, the sheephead devil, lowered coincidentally. When Wang Teng turned, he faced Argus. Argus was fighting with the giant devil lord. He frowned and said coldly, "Stop, don't blame me for being impolite if you take another step forward." None of these arrogant talents wanted Wang Teng to interfere in their fights. After all, this fellow had just killed a devil lord. They wouldn't have any chances if he joined in their battles. Wang Teng was confused. What's wrong with the minds of all these aliens? Do they think I'm a busybody? Go away. Argus got impatient when he saw Wang Teng standing at the same spot without moving. What the fuck? Wang Teng's temper was ignited. His gaze turned sharp and he yelled, "Who are you shouting at you?" Argus replied, "Why must I listen to you? Who are you?" I was not planning to interfere, but since you mentioned it, I will do just that. Wang Teng scoffed. He controlled his rock body and dashed towards Argus and the giant devil lord. Boom, boom, boom. Loud explosions were heard as the enormous feet stomped on the ground. The land trembled under his might. It was terrifying. What did I do to deserve this? The giant devil lord's expression changed. He felt extremely wronged. He had gained a formidable opponent without doing anything. It's all this golden-haired human's fault. It has nothing to do with me. Don't come and look for me. Go away. The giant devil lord ranted in his mind. He was so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. Truthfully, Argus was powerful. The devil lord found it difficult to deal with him alone and was even at a disadvantage. If Wang Teng joined in, he would be in a dire state. Argus's face turned ugly. He realized that he had misunderstood Wang Teng. Damn it, you should have said earlier if you don't intend to interfere. Who should I blame for this huge misunderstanding? Ha 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 ha, Kathu gloated. Fortunately, his attitude was not bad, so he didn't provoke Wang Teng. If not, he would be the one feeling exasperated. Boom. Wang Teng didn't care about what they thought. He leaped up with his enormous body and covered more than 10 meters in the air. Raising all his 8 arms, he swung them down. The 5-element fist, conscious, formed a thick layer around the 8 fists. 5 different colors of light blossomed. At this moment, Wang Teng understood the real use of the 8 arms devil physique. He could only release its true potential and power after merging it with his 18 tasks multitasking skill and the various forces. The giant devil lord almost got blinded by the dazzling rays of light. His pupils constricted uncontrollably, and he was flabbergasted. 5 elements. Wang Teng possessed the forces of all 5 elements. Even Argus was shocked. He forgot to be angry at Wang Teng for interfering with his duel and stared at him absent-mindedly. How could this earthling possess such talent? As a renowned universe talent, he felt a little jealous. The other alien talents also noticed the situation on this side and were astounded. Was Wang Teng really an earthling? How could he be so talented? Everyone found it unbelievable. It was hard to imagine such a gifted martial warrior being born on this underdeveloped planet. The giant devil lord didn't dare to let down his guard when he saw Wang Teng pouncing on him. He retaliated instantly. His eyes turned bloodshot, and black light swarmed around his body. His killing intent was burning as if he had used some secret scripture. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from his body. This giant devil lord was a formidable figure too. Instead of retreating, he shot forward and welcomed Wang Teng's 8 fists with his thick arm. Boom, boom, boom. An intense battle ensued. This was a battle of fists. It was simple and crude. The giant race was known for their tough bodies, so they always used their physical body to suppress their opponents. Unfortunately, he met the unpredictable Wang Teng. Instead of having an advantage, he was the one getting beaten. The giant devil lord didn't have the time and effort to take care of all the 8 arms hurled at him. It was hard to fight against 4 arms, much less 8. This was too much. The devil lord was on the brink of tears. Boom! The giant devil lord raised his arms and stopped the attack from 2 rock arms. Just when he was about to pull his arms back, Wang Teng suddenly opened his fists and grabbed the giant devil lord's wrists. The giant devil lord's expression changed. All his muscles tensed up and strong energy exploded from his body as he tried to break free from the rock arm's control. The 2 rock arms seemed to have frozen in the air. They remained firm and tight. He couldn't pull his arms out. Your strength is too weak. You can't fight with me. Wang Teng snorted. The other 6 arms slammed down aggressively. Boom, boom, boom. As the 6 fists crashed into the giant devil lord's body, all 5 forces exploded. One of the arms even contained poison force. It invaded the giant devil lord's body while hiding within the 5 basic element forces. Wang Teng was indeed sly. The 5 elements weren't enough. He had to add more ingredients. Even a devil lord wouldn't be able to handle the poison of the demon lotus poison body. Ah! The muscles on the giant devil lord's body sunk in. He suffered a serious injury as the 5 basic element forces, along with the poison force, exploded in his body. He opened his huge mouth and bellowed in anger while struggling frantically. He wanted to break free from Wang Teng but couldn't. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Teng controlled the remaining 6 arms and attacked the devil lord again and again. All the fists landed squarely on his body. The frightening energy and the boundless force surged into the devil lord's body. No. The giant devil lord started to get frightened as Wang Teng's fists landed on him. Fear crept up his heart, and he roared in terror. His voice was soon overpowered by an explosion. Boom! The giant devil lord's body had exploded. Wang Teng blew up his body with brute force. Flesh and blood rained down in the air, splattering all over the ground. Everyone, there was dead silence. After the spectators saw this scene, Argus stopped in his tracks without a word. His face turned green, and he lost his voice. Chapter 832, Nija Wang Teng. Wang Teng forcefully caused a devil lord to explode. The scene was gruesome. All the devil lords pulled a long face. They were astounded and infuriated. Anyone who witnessed their fellow companion getting beaten up so badly would be dumbstruck. The other alien candidates were in awe too. They couldn't describe their emotions. They were planetary-stage martial warriors, but they knew they couldn't replicate what Wang Teng had done. He had destroyed the body of a devil lord. Moreover, it was a giant race devil lord who was known for his tough body. In the battlecraft floating around the perimeter of the central continent, the martial warriors from the various countries were staring at the image on the screen with their mouths agape. Their words seemed to be stuck in their throat. They wanted to speak, but there was no sound. This was a terrifying scene. The appearance of every single devil lord level represented catastrophe. The Xingwu continent had suffered greatly, so all the countries knew how powerful devil lords were. But these devil lords were being beaten by Wang Teng like sandbags. They had no chance of retaliating at all. How horrifying. The death of the giant devil lord showed how formidable Wang Teng was. This astounded all the general stage martial warriors from Earth Country, Xia. The important figures from the White Eagle Nation, Country Boar, Country Star, and other big nations turned to stare at Country Xia's battlecraft. They didn't hide the envy and jealousy in their eyes. Why was there such a huge difference? Why didn't an indomitable talent appear in their country? Why did Country Xia have one? The martial warriors had a mental breakdown. Their eyes turned red. After witnessing the power of planetary-stage martial warriors, they finally understood that a major shift was happening in the world. Just like the Industrial Revolution, this was a chance for civilization to take a major leap. The opportunity was right in front of them. Such a revolution also meant a reshuffling of the major powers. The rise of Country Xia, which had Wang Teng, was inevitable. They might even obtain the leading role after the dust settled. Many thoughts went through the martial warriors' minds. The battle in front of them hadn't ended, but they were already contemplating the future. This was the mindset of a politician, the leader of martial arts, and the other martial warriors in Country Xia's battlecraft were thunderstruck. Then boundless joy overcame them. Good. The leader clapped his hands loudly. He couldn't contain his excitement. "Ha ha ha! Wang Teng is getting stronger," Commander Hong laughed. Commander Yong and Commander Long nodded fervently. They couldn't suppress their happiness either. People in their generation had a strong national identity, especially since they were from Country Xia. This identity was ingrained in their souls, hence they were overjoyed when they saw Wang Teng rising up. This meant that they, or rather, Wang Teng, would bring their nation to achieve unprecedented glory in the sky above the central continent. This fellow, a strange glint flashed in Biluo's eyes as she muttered to herself. No one heard the rest of her sentence, only she knew what she said. He's very powerful. Kathu got excited and shouted uncontrollably, "Wang Teng, fight with me after this battle. Go away, you ugly freak." Wang Teng glanced at Kathu in surprise and replied to him in a cold voice. Kathu's expression froze. The corners of his lips twitched violently. Ugly freak. Am I ugly? You should give a better reason if you want to reject me, you bastard. Wang Teng couldn't care less about him. He was elated because he would receive many attribute bubbles since he killed another devil lord. He swept his spiritual power over and picked up the attribute bubbles around him. Constellation Force, Dark 2300. Imperial Realm Spirit, 520. Emperor Level Dark Talent, 240. 3 heads, 6 arms, 360. Devil Transformation, 20. Wang Teng felt that he had become extremely composed as the bubbles merged into his body. It was insipid. Wang Teng could face his gains calmly after picking up attribute bubbles from 3 devil lords consecutively. However, when he saw the 3 heads, 6 arms attribute, his expression still changed. Seriously, he did wonder if there would be a similar attribute, but he didn't think it really existed. It was worth killing that giant devil lord. He didn't know how to use these dark apparitions' physiques in the past, but he was enlightened now. This physique was extremely useful when combined with the Heart of Magnetic Essence. The Heart of Magnetic Essence had a high upper limit, so Wang Teng could use it for a long time. He might be able to continue using it even after he reached the celestial stage or higher. He recalled the feeling of smashing the giant devil lord to death. Although the method was crude and simple, it felt refreshing. Wang Teng focused on the changes in his body. The 3 heads, 6 arms attribute was similar to the 8 arms devil physique he had received in the past. They were both physique talents, but one had 3 heads. He wouldn't become smarter with 3 heads, but his vision would improve. There wouldn't be any blind spots. Well, that sounds quite useful. Please call me Neja Wang Teng in the future. After collecting the attribute bubbles, Wang Teng turned to Argus. He saw the anger on his face and said nonchalantly, "I'm sorry I killed him accidentally and forgot to leave a body for you." Argus felt his eyelids trembling. He wanted to curse, but he couldn't. It was so annoying. This bastard was definitely doing it on purpose. His attitude was a little bad, but Wang Teng didn't have to stimulate him like this. This fellow is narrow-minded. Argus suddenly regretted offending Wang Teng. This young man wasn't someone easy to bully. However, this thought only appeared in his mind for a split second. His pride as a universe talent forbade him from admitting his mistake. Argus stared at Wang Teng indifferently and sneered, "Don't think too highly of yourself. All you did was kill a devil lord? Really? You sure are talking big. Why don't you kill one?" Wang Teng sneered. "Open your eyes and look carefully." Argus snorted and turned away from Wang Teng. After locking on to a devil lord, he charged over angrily. The vampire devil lord was fighting with an alien candidate. The alien candidate was at a disadvantage and had suffered many serious injuries on his body. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. He looked miserable. "Move." Argus dashed over and shouted at the alien candidate. Then he threw his punches at the vampire devil lord. The alien candidate was mad at Argus for looking down on him, but at the same time he felt fortunate. He didn't linger around and retreated far away. Staying alive was the most important thing. Bang. Argus collided with the vampire dark apparition. He might have said that he didn't care, but Wang Teng did stimulate him. Thus, when he attacked, he used his ultimate move directly. A terrifying fist aura swept toward the vampire. Chapter 833, Destruction of the Land. 1. Argus was bathed in golden light. His fist was covered with golden light, too. It was a dazzling sight. Boom. A fist was released and thrown at the vampire devil lord. The vampire's expression changed. He flapped the wings behind him and turned into crimson lingering shadows as he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Argus left a trail of golden shadows as he chased after the devil lord. He stuck close to him while firing punches at the guy. "Tisk! This fellow likes to put on a show. Do you think that you're Super Saiyan?" Wang Teng pouted as he complained. He didn't lower his voice, so Argus, who was in the middle of a battle, captured his words perfectly. The corners of his lips trembled. He couldn't do anything to Wang Teng, but he could vent his anger on the vampire devil lord in front of him. A long spear suddenly appeared in his hand with golden rays of light blossoming at its tip. It shot through space and stabbed right at the vampire devil lord Splurt. The vampire devil lord resisted in a flurry, but the spear still pierced him. The golden spear glow penetrated his shoulder, bringing a splash of blood with it. One of his arms was crippled along with his shoulder. "Ah!" The vampire devil lord screamed in agony. Its pale face turned whiter and large drops of sweat dripped down his forehead. "Damn it, human, you must die." The vampire devil lord roared in anger. His eyes were filled with bitterness and hatred as he glared at Argus. Roar. Suddenly, rays of black light shot out from his body. The black light turned dense quickly and swallowed the devil lord. No one could see what was happening in the darkness. The black light kept expanding. It hung in the sky like a mini sun. Gradually, a terrifying fluctuation flowed out from the black light. Argus turned serious. The vampire devil lord was forced to execute his devil transformation because of him. Devil transformation shouldn't be looked down upon, no matter what kind of dark apparition used it. Argus stared at the black light firmly as the wrinkles on his forehead grew deeper. Swoosh! Suddenly, a pair of flesh wings pierced through the black light. The wings were extremely huge. They hung down from the sky, blocking all the remaining light there was. Everyone was attracted by the situation here. They were appalled. Next, a large head popped out of the black light. What kind of head was it? It looked exactly like a bat's head. However, it was gigantic, so it appeared exceptionally scary and gruesome. The enormous body lifted itself out from the black light. The vampire devil lord had turned into a giant bat. "Oh my, this big bat is so scary," Wang Teng exclaimed. The devil lord turned his head and looked at Wang Teng. However, when he saw the towering 8-arms rock giant, he turned his head back. Then his bitter gaze landed on Argus. A bellow came from the vampire devil lord's mouth. It resounded in the air and formed sound waves that drilled into everyone's ear, sounding shrill and unpleasant. Oh shit. Many alien candidates' expressions changed. They covered their ears hurriedly, but they were still affected by the sound waves. They felt dizzy. The devil lords in front of them grabbed this chance and started attacking violently. Wang Teng frowned. His spiritual power floated in his mind and dissipated the sound waves. He was surprised this sound wave was a spiritual attack. Interesting. Unfortunately, his spiritual power was too strong, so he wasn't affected. As the target of the vampire devil Lord Argus received the greatest impact from the sound waves, he felt dizzy too. He quickly retreated with a grim expression. The vampire devil lord grabbed the chance to launch his attack. He flapped his wings and swooped down on Argus at an incredible speed. Wang Teng's gaze froze for a moment. He stared at Argus. Was that all he had? Boom! A sudden loud explosion was heard. Wang Teng turned his head uncontrollably and saw an alien candidate getting stabbed by a devil lord. Before the martial warrior died, he self-destructed. The dark apparition suffered serious injuries too. The commotion caused by the death of a planetary-stage martial warrior was earth-shattering. Large cracks appeared on the ground. This was just the start. Soon after, many other devil lords and alien candidates started sacrificing themselves one by one. The entire central continent turned into hell. This was what a real battlefield should look like. A planetary realm battlefield. The central continent suffered a horrifying disaster. It was as if a magnitude 18 earthquake had struck this piece of land. The mountains collapsed, and bottomless cracks were visible on the ground everywhere. The seawater crashed onto the land, submerging parts of the continent. Constellation Force Dark 1200. Imperial Realm Spirit 45 Dev Transformation 25. Constellation Force Order 350, Constellation Force Water 2100, Constellation Force Fire 1600, Blank Attribute 15600. Wang Teng looked at the surroundings with a frown while picking up the attribute bubbles. The central continent would be in ruins after this battle. Fortunately, this continent wasn't densely populated like the others. Imagine how many people would die if it was. But the star beasts went through an unexpected calamity. They got caught in the battle. So many of them died. This was why Wang Teng managed to collect a large number of blank attributes. No effort was needed. On the other side, Argus and the Devil Lord's battle was getting heated. The vampire Devil Lord wasn't Argus's match and was almost half dead. There were many bleeding holes in his body. The poor guy looked horrendous. Chapter 834, Destruction of the Land, 2. He flapped his wings and soared towards the sky, trying to get away from Argus's pursuit. However, Argus's attacks were extremely fierce. He chased the fleeing Devil Lord wherever he went. It was as though he had vowed to kill a Devil Lord in order to prove himself to Wang Teng. Get lost, the vampire Devil Lord turned his head and roared. A black ball of light rapidly condensed in his mouth. Boom! In the next moment, the vampire Devil Lord closed his mouth, sending the black ball of light toward Argus. Argus snorted and thrust his spear forward. Boom! The golden spear collided with the black ball and caused a fierce force wave to spread in the air. The vampire Devil Lord was elated when the wave managed to slow Argus down. He flew away in a bid to escape. The talents from the universe are a tough bunch. They are all perverted. But next time I will make them pay. Ruthless thoughts were flowing in the vampire Devil Lord's head. The next moment, he suddenly realized that he couldn't fly. The vampire devil lord looked down, and his pupils shrank immediately. He was horrified, his leg had been caught, and he didn't even know when it happened. And the one who caught his leg was Wang Teng, the guy he didn't want to provoke the most. When the vampire devil lord was stunned, a rock arm stretched out from below, clasping the vampire devil lord's leg firmly. The devil lord then felt that there was a mocking smile on the rock giant's face. He couldn't tell if he was being delusional or not. The fight's not over. "Why are you running away?" Wang Teng's voice resounded from within the rock giant's body. The vampire devil lord didn't say another word and condensed a black ball in his mouth once again. He wanted to hit him with his ultimate move. Unfortunately, Wang Teng didn't give him an opportunity to do so. The rock arm suddenly exerted force and started swinging. The vampire's body spun wildly like a windmill. His whole world was spinning, and the black ball in his mouth dissipated. Boom! Wang Teng slammed the vampire to the ground. The land quaked and moaned under the impact. The scene was shocking. A huge bat was smashed into the ground by a rock giant. It felt painful by just thinking about it. Bang, bang, bang. Dull thuds continued to sound. The devil lord's body was slammed against the ground again and again. The poor guy was knocked out of his senses, even forgetting to scream. "I've never killed a huge bat like you. Let me try it today," Wang Teng said. The vampire devil lord suddenly shuddered, and he got goosebumps all over his body. Wang Teng didn't give him a chance to resist. When the devil lord's body landed on the ground, he placed his foot on his back and tore his wings with the rock arms. Hiss, a pair of fleshy wings broke off, splattering blood everywhere. It was a gory scene. "Ah!" The vampire devil lord let out a shrill scream and struggled frantically on the ground. Wang Teng didn't say a word. The entire rock body landed on the devil lord's body and held him in place while its 8 arms pummeled the guy. Boom, boom, boom. After a flurry of punches, the vampire devil lord blew up like the giant devil lord. Another dark apparition devil lord was defeated. Wang Teng's rock giant stood up and stretched its back. "Wang Teng." Argus's cold voice emerged from his back. "Oops, I'm sorry. I couldn't control myself." Wang Teng turned around and looked at him innocently. "You," Argus looked ashen. Calm down. Calm down. Just fight another one. There are a lot of devil lords besides this one." Wang Teng snickered. Argus was on the verge of vomiting blood. He had spent so much energy beating up the vampire devil lord. In the end, Wang Teng claimed the booty instead. Damn it. He shouldn't steal someone's glory like that. How shameless. Argus saw Wang Teng's despicable face and wanted to beat him up. Just then, a loud blare could be heard. Boom. The ground was shaking violently. The vibrations were much greater than when a planetary-stage martial warrior or a devil lord self-destructed. "What's happening?" Everyone looked up and down. Wang Teng frowned and flew up into the sky. Although his rock body was huge, he could ignore gravity by using Heart of Magnetic Essence to manipulate the rock body. His pupils shrank when he looked down and saw what was going on. At a glance, he could see the entire central continent collapsing. Large patches of forests were being destroyed as they fell into the dark cracks. Mountains were crumbling and caving in the midst of the vibrations. Boom! Over in the distance there was even a volcanic eruption. Hot magma spewed straight into the sky. The surviving star beasts in the forests were fleeing and roaring desperately, but they were quickly swallowed by the ground. Some star beasts were struggling at the edge of the cracks in vain. They soon fell and disappeared without a trace. The entire central continent is collapsing? Wang Teng's heart shook as if he had guessed something. The battle between the planetary-stage warriors and devil lords was too terrifying. It was going to destroy the entire continent and sink it into the ocean. That was the power of the planetary stage. Given the space and freedom, any planetary-stage warrior would be able to destroy a planet easily. That was nothing but the truth. Far away on their battlecraft, the leaders of various countries saw what was happening to the central continent and were speechless. This is too frightening. A continent was about to be destroyed and sink into the ocean. On Country Zay's battlecraft, the leader of martial arts struggled to swallow his saliva. How? He couldn't find any words to describe the complex emotions in his heart. If we let them do as they please, the whole planet would be destroyed. Commander Hong uttered in shock. This is bad. The sea levels will rise and there will be tsunamis if the entire continent sinks into the ocean. Commander Yong said anxiously. Everyone was horrified. Don't worry, the defense arrays that were completed by Wang Teng previously are enough to withstand the tsunami, the leader assured them. Yes, my memory is failing me. It's fortunate that Wang Teng has good foresight. Commander Yong slapped his head and replied with relief. But I didn't expect the arrays to be utilized so soon, Commander Hong said helplessly. I wonder if the other countries have made sufficient countermeasures. Commander Yong pondered. This tsunami should be enough to devastate them for a while. Look, the White Eagle Nation and Alliance's battlecraft are rushing back, Commander Long noted. No, the central continent hasn't sunk completely. It looks like it has stopped. The leader frowned. Everyone couldn't help but look. Sure enough, the central continent suddenly stopped after sinking to a certain level. What's that? Commander Long pointed at the screen projection and exclaimed. Someone of his age and status would have developed a calm temperament. However, he couldn't control himself and screamed. In fact, the leader and the others had also realized it. Everyone was flabbergasted as they looked at the projection. They saw something enormous gradually emerging from under the central continent. Those were historical remains of a large ancient civilization. Chapter 835, The Spectators from the Universe. The historical remains of a large ancient civilization rose from the ground. How majestic and unbelievable this scene was. All the structures were made of unknown metal with a unique style. It was different from anything seen on Earth. The martial warriors present had powerful eyesight, so they instantly saw the strange symbols carved on the structures. The symbol looked like a skull, but it seemed abstract. It gave off an ancient feeling. The important figures sitting in the battlecraft were shocked, too. They ordered their men to zoom in on the structures until they couldn't enhance it anymore. They stopped unwillingly. Oh my God, this is incredible. Cromwell from the White Eagle Nation exclaimed. He couldn't hide the astonishment in his heart. The other talents from the White Eagle Nation were beside him. Zhou Xuanwu and the other martial warriors stared at the metallic historical remains that had almost replaced the entire piece of land. Zhou swallowed his saliva and uttered, Commander, we should have been able to detect these historical structures if they existed below the central continent. What do you know? The condition beneath the land is complex. Before the martial arts era, humans only managed to explore 4.2% of the land below. The maximum range of our devices and machines is 1,000 meters. Some deep wells are special, so we can't conduct large-scale drilling on them. During the martial arts era, we increased the depth to 3,000 meters, but it still isn't enough for us to grasp the situation below the ground entirely. Commander Cromwell took a deep breath and explained. Yoke and the others nodded in deep thought. Based on the time and the intense vibrations of the ground when this relic was rising, it must have been buried more than 3,000 meters underground. Also, if I have guessed correctly, the historical remains must be from a great ancient civilization. We don't know what skills or technology they have. They might have had a way of concealing themselves. The battle of planetary-stage martial warriors was too violent, triggering a crustal movement. This might have caused the concealing method to lose effect and the historical remains to surface. Commander Cromwell added, a great ancient civilization. Everyone was shocked. Commander, this great ancient civilization must have many amazing technologies. We, Yoke said with shimmering eyes. Cromwell looked at him as if he was an idiot. Don't drag me if you want to die. Xuan, Marcia, and the others stared at him strangely, too. Yoke shivered as if their gazes had doused him with a bucket of cold water. The perfect way to describe him was a person blinded by greed. He knew that it was dangerous, but he couldn't control himself. However, the attitude of the other people made him understand that he was thinking too much. Since the remains have appeared in front of the formidable martial warriors, we can forget about it. Didn't you see their strength? They could destroy an entire piece of land. We will be seeking death if we interfere. We'll just pick up after them. There might be some gains. Commander Cromwell sighed. They used to be a strong nation, but now they could only pick up what others didn't want. Yoke moved his lips. In the end, he had to accept reality. Sai, country Jaya, will probably be the first in line because of Wang Teng. Cromwell ignored Yoke's expression and continued lamenting. No one replied to him. They stared at the screen with complicated expressions on their faces. The enormous rock giant was conspicuous even among the formidable martial warriors. Commander, we've detected a strong energy fluctuation below the remains. A staff member on the battlecraft shouted abruptly, "Energy fluctuation." Cromwell was stunned. He asked hurriedly, "Do you know what it is?" "We are not certain yet, but the intensity of the fluctuation is more than 100 times stronger than the purest force stones we know. Also, there's a great number of them," the staff member exclaimed. "Damn it!" Cromwell's eyes turned red before seeing the good things. He could maintain a calm facade. But after laying his eyes on the treasures, he couldn't control himself. He wished he could rush down and grab them immediately. His rationality stopped him, though. He would be killing himself by going down. He mustn't do that. Since the White Eagle Nation was able to discover the fluctuations, the other countries could, too. There was a huge uproar in all the battlecraft. The important martial warriors from the various nations were dumbstruck. They discussed what they should do with these ancient remains. In the end, all the countries decided to take no action. They would wait for the planetary-stage martial warriors in the sky to have their fill before considering if they should pick up the bones. Although helpless, they couldn't do anything. They could only swallow their frustration. At the same time, in the universe outside Earth, two figures were sitting opposite each other. They sat cross-legged while wearing unique-looking golden long robes. Their long hair fluttered, making them seem a little holy. A coffee table floated in front of them. There was a tea set on it. They disregarded the zero-gravity environment around them and enjoyed tea as if they weren't in space but in their backyard. They drank with each other happily and carefreely. There was a circular object that looked like a mirror made of light to their left. The situation of the central continent was shown within the reflection. These remains are interesting. One of the middle-aged men gasped softly. "This is a land of wakening. It's nothing strange." The other man glanced at the mirror indifferently. Then he teased, "Are you going to snatch the opportunities from the younger generation?" Cough. Am I that kind of person? The middle-aged man coughed awkwardly. "Who knows? But everyone knows that you, Ma Dai-wan, are shameless." The other man chuckled. "Ning Honglang, where did you get the courage to tease me? You're no better." Ma Dai-wan was infuriated. He glared at his companion. "No better? I'm much better than you." Ning Honglang snapped back. "Ma Dai-wan." In an instant, their harmonious image was destroyed. They almost started fighting in space. However, they understood their own ability. If they acted here, the entire solar system might be destroyed. After bickering for some time, they sat down quietly and continued drinking tea like some mysterious immortals living in the mountains. "Cough, if you ask me. I think that fellow from Earth will emerge as the winner," Ma Dai-wan said abruptly. "Wow, great minds think alike." Ning Honglang's eyes lit up. He nodded in approval. "Argus, Cathu, and the other talents will not be able to beat him. Look at how sly and cheeky he is. He's just like me when I was young." Ma Dai-yuan laughed. "Things are getting interesting." Ning Honglang glanced at him from the corner of his eyes as he smiled. He didn't refute. Chapter 836, Constellation Elixir, Central Continent. The appearance of the historical remains attracted the attention of all the planetary-stage martial warriors and the devil lords. They looked down. There were 13 planetary-stage martial warriors left, and 10 devil lords. Both sides were almost similar in combat strength. The atmosphere between the two groups reached a strange equilibrium with the appearance of the historical remains. Very soon, They felt the energy coming out of the historical site. It was too conspicuous. The balls of energy floated amid the ancient structures. They were giving off a fuzzy white glow. The energy they contained was tempting, even for a planetary-stage martial warrior. Moreover, this historical site was huge and well-maintained. No one knew if there were bigger treasures hidden underneath. Both sides went silent. Then they plummeted down in unplanned unison. Boom, 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 all the powerful beings shot out like cannons. They moved at the speed of light and bolted into the historical site. Everyone aimed for the closest ball of light. They reached their arms out and wanted to grab them. A devil lord caught a light ball and laughed happily when he saw the item clearly. Constellation elixir. It's a constellation elixir. The others who hadn't grabbed the light balls were astounded. Then they started beaming with joy. Suddenly, the devil lord noticed that the weight on his hand had disappeared. The constellation elixir was gone. The devil lord was stunned. Can you tell me what this constellation elixir is? An apologetic voice entered his ears. The devil lord turned in the direction of the voice and saw Wang Teng standing on top of the rock giant. He was looking at him from afar. He was holding a constellation elixir. It looked like the one that had disappeared from his hand. Veins started to bulge out on the devil lord's forehead. Then he turned directly and rushed towards another light ball, disregarding Wang Teng entirely. Wang Teng smirked. He ignored the devil lord and released his spiritual power. He swept all the balls of light over, collecting light bubbles. Wasn't that his profession? He was extremely skilled at it. The other people who had dashed towards the balls of light were shocked. They were just inches away from them, but suddenly the balls started flying in a certain direction. They could only stare at their empty hands. Their eyes widened in surprise as they stared in the direction where the balls of light went. Anger engulfed them instantly. Wang Teng! All the martial warriors roared indignantly. If looks could kill, Wang Teng would have been torn into pieces. The devil lords were infuriated too. They glared at Wang Teng. In the blink of an eye, everyone darted towards a certain area. The historical site was huge. The area they were at was just a small part of the entire site. There were large numbers of light balls to be collected in other regions. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He sniggered and disappeared. He didn't know what these constellation elixirs were for, but from everyone's reaction, he knew that they were good stuff. Thus, he should snatch as many as he could. Wang Teng shuttled back and forth within the historical site. His spiritual power swarmed out as he pulled all the light balls over to him. The martial warriors and devil lords were always a step too late. They could snatch 1 or 2 light balls sometimes, but it was nothing compared to what Wang Teng received. This young man was heartless. Wang Teng's move incensed everyone. He collected all the constellation elixirs at the historical site, leaving no chance for the others. Well, honestly, he left a few scraps. Everyone went mad. They searched frantically for Wang Teng, wanting to beat him up. Even the extremely talented alien martial warriors like Argus and Kathu were infuriated. A strong, malicious aura exuded from their bodies as they stared at the few balls of light in their hands. At this moment, Wang Teng was everyone's common enemy. Common enemy. He's here. Someone spot Wang Teng and shouted loudly, "Swoosh! Swoosh! Swoosh!" Numerous figures gathered in the direction where Wang Teng was last seen. They were like bees that had smelled honey. Feek, crazy. They are all crazy. Wang Teng got a fright. He increased his speed to the maximum and escaped into the depth of the historical site. There were too many people. It would be hard for him to fight with them, so he better run. Wang Teng, don't run. A shout was heard. A figure flew out from the side, slashing a blade glow at Wang Teng with bloodshot eyes. Don't run, you think I'm stupid? Wang Teng pushed his fist out and welcomed his opponent's blade glow. However, he didn't slow down. He continued charging forward. Boom. The blade glow and the fist glow collided and erupted. The alien candidate was in a slightly tragic state. He glared in Wang Teng's direction. Where's he? A figure caught up with him. This was one of the 5 great stars, Logins. There were already some grudges between him and Wang Teng. His expression was cold, and his gaze was sharp as he asked the alien candidate. In front? He went into that huge building in the middle. The alien candidate pointed in the direction and replied without any hesitation. Catch him, Loggins bellowed. He turned into a ray of light and disappeared. A hint of fear flashed past the alien candidate's eyes when he recalled Wang Teng's punch. However, he still gritted his teeth and chased after him. He didn't want to give up. The devil lords behind had caught up too. They headed straight for the huge building. The others followed thereafter. Soon, all the martial warriors and devil lords stopped in front of the large building. Wang Teng was standing in front with his back facing everyone. He was staring at the entrance of the building as if looking for something. He turned when he heard the footsteps and greeted them with a smile. Hey, everyone is here. Silence. The crowd was raging. When they saw his expression, they felt exasperated. It was as if they had punched a bag of cotton. They couldn't vent their frustration anywhere. Wang Teng, hand over the constellation elixir. You're too selfish. Loggins stepped forward and shouted furiously. Selfish? I don't think so. I was never a selfish person, Wang Teng replied in confusion. Silence. What do you mean? This fellow was pretending to be innocent. Are you going to hand them over? Loggins' gaze turned sharp. There are many people here. Are you planning to pocket everything? He wasn't stupid. He pulled the other people along to pressure Wang Teng. As expected, the others didn't say anything, but they looked at Wang Teng simultaneously. They seemed ready to attack him. So many people? Do you mean the dark apparitions too? Wow. Are you asking me to share it with the dark apparitions? What are you thinking? Wang Teng shouted. Pfft. Loggins' face turned black. I didn't say that. You're bullshitting. You did. I heard it. Everyone heard it. You're framing me. Loggins was enraged. Nonsense. You can ask everyone. Wang Teng pointed at Biluo and shouted, Pretty lady, did he say that just now? You must speak the truth. I saved you before. You can't go against your conscience. Biluo stared at him speechlessly. This fellow was threatening her because he was her savior. Seriously, she shifted her gaze between Wang Teng and Loggins. Her gaze was meaningful. Well, Wang Teng did save her life. Also, she was an honest person. Loggins' expression turned uglier when he saw her expression. He cursed uncontrollably. I'm going to kill you. Boom. He dashed towards Wang Teng at the speed of light. Thick rays of black light shimmered around his hands as he clawed toward Wang Teng's heart. His speed was incredible. He arrived before Wang Teng within a split second. Go away, the cheeky expression on Wang Teng's face vanished. His gaze turned cold, and he punched his fist out. Strength of Ultima, 10th level golden ray earth-shattering sword conscious. These two forces were released together. Boom! His fist collided with his opponent's claw and caused a terrifying explosion. Suddenly, a figure was thrown backward violently. He staggered a little when he landed. The ground below him cracked under the impact. Loggins' expression distorted. His hands were densely covered with scales, but they were all blood-stained. Some scales had already cracked while his hands were trembling uncontrollably. You're overestimating yourself. Wang Teng flicked his sleeve and glared at him. His tone was indifferent. Don't provoke me. If not, I'll kill you. Chapter 837. The Use of the Crystal Skull. You! Loggins' face turned green in anger. He was vexed. However, Wang Teng didn't plan to continue talking to him. He glanced around him and sneered. If you want it, you can come forward and take it. The crowd's expressions turned complicated. In the end, none of them acted. Their gaze landed on the large building behind Wang Teng. The entire structure was silver-white. The bottom part was flat, while the top was pointy. There were numerous pointy towers that merged together and pierced right into the sky. The design was unique. A large metal door stood erect in front of everyone. This was the entrance of the building. In the middle of the door there was a skull totem. It looked exquisite and was a different shape compared to a human skull. It was bigger, much bigger than a normal human's. The brain capacity was around twice that of a human's. This skull. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He thought of something. He felt a sense of familiarity when he reached this area. However, his thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of the other martial warriors and devil lords. After looking at the skull carefully, he finally remembered where he saw it. Crystal skull. This skull was surprisingly similar to the crystal skulls he had, to be safe. Wang Teng instilled his spiritual power into his space ring and compared his crystal skulls with the skull totem on the door. He realized that they were almost the same. There seemed to be no difference. They must be the same. So what's the connection between them? Many thoughts went through Wang Teng's mind. However, he maintained his indifferent expression and stood at the side without saying anything. The alien martial warriors walked forward and sized up the huge door. They seemed to be searching for a way to enter. Even the devil lords started moving. They stared at the huge door as if they were extremely interested in it. Well, to be more exact, they were interested in what was behind this door. No one was willing to act. They kept their distance and remained on high alert. After some time, someone finally touched the skull totem on the door, which started vibrating. Boom! The huge skull totem started shrinking into the door amid the vibration. Within a short moment, 13 holes appeared. Everyone was astounded. They looked over and realized that all the holes were shaped like skulls, but this time they were the same size as a normal human skull. They formed the outline of the giant skull totem. Oh my God! Argus's eyes shimmered. An object suddenly appeared in his hand. When Kathu, Pulin, and Loggins saw the item Argus was holding, they took out a similar item. The objects in their hands looked exactly the same. Wang Teng was already paying close attention to them, so he glanced at them secretly and saw what they were holding. His pupils shrank. Crystal skull. They were holding crystal skulls. If I'm right, these crystal skulls must have an intimate connection to this place. If any of you have this, please take it out. Argus scanned the crowd and said calmly. Everyone blinked when they heard him. A few more alien candidates took out their crystal skulls. They counted them carefully. There were 8 crystal skulls in total. Anyone else has it? We only have 8. We need 5 more, Kathu frowned. The alien candidates shook their heads. Argus and Kathu's gazes finally landed on the devil lords. Many alien candidates were killed in the earlier conflict. These devil lords might have taken their possessions. The devil lords were stunned. They silently checked the items they had gained a while ago and discovered a few crystal skulls. 3 crystal skulls appeared in the hands of 3 devil lords. We have 11 now. We need 2 more, Argus said. Where did you get these skulls from? Pulin asked suddenly. I got one from a museum in Country Bat. These earthlings are so stupid. This is a treasure that can raise one's spiritual power. Why are they displaying it? Kathu shook his head. What about you guys? Same, Argus replied calmly. I found mine under a deity sculpture in the imperial palace of Country Inca. They seem to be worshipping this crystal skull. Pulin played with the crystal skull in his hand and laughed. These earthlings hadn't discovered the use of these crystal skulls. I asked them in the past. They said that they found these crystal skulls in the remains of a civilization called Maya. However, it had laid forgotten for many years, so a few of them might have been destroyed. Another alien candidate who possessed a crystal skull added, damaged. Kathu's eyes almost popped out of his socket. He complained in frustration. Are these earthlings stupid? How can they destroy such a treasure? Fake. Wang Teng cursed instantly. This alien was extremely impolite. How dare he scolded his fellow earthlings in front of him? Kathu was caught off guard. He glanced at Wang Teng awkwardly. Who are you calling an idiot? You are the real idiot, Wang Teng yelled back at him. Oh my, look at my short temper. If earthlings are not idiots, why did they destroy the crystal skulls? This is all your fault, Kathu glared back at him. Bullshit. Who says that the remaining 2 crystal skulls are destroyed? Do you believe in rumors? Wang Teng took out the 2 crystal skulls he possessed and waved them in front of Kathu. He had heard the same rumor that some crystal skulls were destroyed. In the past, he believed it. However, with all 13 crystal skulls in front of him, he had to accept this reality. He was just a little puzzled. Kathu was dumbfounded when he saw the 2 crystal skulls in Wang Teng's hand. He stuttered. "You have 2 of them? Why didn't you take them out earlier?" "You didn't ask," Wang Teng said righteously. Pfft. Kathu almost fainted from anger. He rolled his eyes in annoyance. Argus frowned at Wang Teng. His gaze was filled with contempt. He said indifferently, "All right, since all 13 skulls are here, let's try to open the door." He stuffed his crystal skull into one of the holes on the door without any hesitation. It fitted perfectly, without any gaps. The others quickly placed their crystal skulls into the holes when they saw this. After all 13 crystal skulls were fitted into the holes, the large crystal skull totem lit up. Rays of dazzling silver light shot out.
Boom!
The door trembled and opened gradually. A great hall that had been sealed for who knew how many years was revealed to everyone. Chapter 838. Record it in your little notebook. As the door opened gradually, everyone looked into the great hall. It was pitch black. Nothing could be seen from the outside. The darkness seemed to have the power to swallow all sources of light. Even the planetary-stage martial warriors couldn't see anything with their powerful eyesight. "Let's go." Glances were exchanged and everyone made their decision quickly. Seeking wealth and risk. Since they were already here, it was worth exploring, even if there was danger. Hence, everyone, including the Devil Lords, walked into the Great Hall. Biluo suddenly came beside Wang Teng and walked along with him. She used voice transmission to speak to him. "I feel that something isn't right with this historical site. The appearance of the constellation Elixirs is strange. It seems to be luring us here." "Why are you telling me this?" Wang Teng asked, in surprise, using voice transmission. "I just want to find an ally." "You're an alien, and I'm an earthling. Why are you asking me to be your ally?" Wang Teng stared at her in disbelief. "Can't I?" Biluo asked. "You can. I'm honored to be accompanied by a beauty," Wang Teng replied, using voice transmission as he blinked. "Don't fool around. I'm being serious." Biluo rolled her eyes angrily. "Okay, I'll be serious." Wang Teng turned stern. "What do you think?" Biluo asked again. "I'll think on my feet," Wang Teng answered. The corners of Biluo's lips trembled. She almost lost control of her emotions, thinking on his feet. What happened to being serious? "I'm going to kill you. Cough. Okay, I'll be serious." Wang Teng coughed awkwardly when he saw her death glare. "Go on." Biluo took a deep breath. "We'll solve whatever comes our way," Wang Teng said with bright eyes. "I regret asking you." Biluo was speechless. "This is the only way now." Wang Teng's expression changed. He sounded embarrassed. "Be careful of Argus." Biluo nodded and stared at Wang Teng intently. "What do you mean?" Wang Teng was stunned. Biluo walked forward without responding. Wang Teng suspected that she did it on purpose. This was her revenge for teasing her. She was so narrow-minded. Biluo glanced at Wang Teng from the corner of her eyes. The edge of her lips lifted up a little when she saw his exasperated expression. The 2 of them followed the others and entered the great hall. Boom. The door behind them shut abruptly with a loud bang. Glaring white light lit up the great hall brightly. Wang Teng squinted for a moment and got used to the sudden glare quickly. He scanned his surroundings and his pupils constricted. He turned to Biluo. "Leave." He was already dashing towards a passageway straight ahead in the great hall. Biluo's expression changed. She instinctively caught up with Wang Teng without thinking too much. She raised her speed to the maximum and followed closely behind him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! Blinding beams of white light shot out from the walls around the great hall. They were aimed at the people who came in. These beams of white light traveled at the speed of lightning. Within a split second, they were inches away from everyone. The crowd could only put up a hasty defense. They were in a state of panic. Swoosh. One beam of white light pierced through the abdomen of an alien candidate. It was able to penetrate the body of a planetary-stage martial warrior with ease. This was unbelievable. A cry of agony rose in the great hall. The alien candidate's reaction slowed down because of the serious injury. Soon another beam of white light reached him, splurt. Multiple beams of white light pierced through his body, one of them even puncturing his skull. A gorgeous crimson flower blossomed in the air. This was the flower of death. The alien candidate died unwillingly, refusing to close his eyes. He didn't die during the battle with the dark apparitions, but he was killed by this strange great hall. Moreover, his life was taken by a beam of white light. How frustrating was that? He wasn't the only one. Many other alien candidates suffered heavy injuries, too. They executed their strongest defense skills to resist the onslaught. Roar! A furious roar echoed in the hall. A devil lord slumped to the ground, dead. His heart was stabbed by a beam of white light, and he lost all his vitality. On the other side, Wang Teng and Biluo were rushing towards the passageway in front. However, the beams of white light seemed to be able to sense their presence. They changed direction and headed for them. Wang Teng snorted. Spiritual power gushed out and formed a defensive wall to block the beams. Planetary realm's spiritual power was a mighty weapon. The invisible shield it formed caused all the beams of light to stop in mid-air. Wang Teng used this chance to escape from the encirclement of the beams. Thick light force surged out of Biluo's body, turning her into a beam of white light too. She dodged her way through the white light rain. Swoosh. However, there were too many beams of white light. Two of them scraped her arm an inch closer, and her arm would have been penetrated. Biluo's face turned pale. Cold sweat poured down her forehead. She didn't dare to let down her guard and kept a close distance to Wang Teng. She only had one thought. She couldn't stray too far away from Wang Teng. If not, she would die. Wang Teng bought her some time when he blocked the beams of white light. If she was a step too late and the white light shot over again, she would have been hit. Wang Teng darted among the beams. He realized that spiritual power was extremely effective in blocking the white light. He managed to move closer to the passageway quickly with the help of his spiritual power. Almost there. I'm almost there. Swoosh. Wang Teng stared intently at the passageway. Suddenly, he took a leap and evaded the last beam of white light, successfully landing in the passageway. Sigh. He let out a long breath. On the other hand, Biluo wasn't as lucky. The beams of white light started shooting out faster, as if they had detected an invader getting close to the passageway. She couldn't keep up with the speed of the attacks and slowed down. Shit! Her face was pale as she stared at a beam of white light heading straight for her forehead. She couldn't evade it. When the beam of white light reached half a meter away from her, it paused in the air for a moment. It seemed to have stopped. Biluo thought she was having an illusion. "Come over quickly!" Wang Teng's shout woke her up from her stupor. Biluo was astounded. She found it unbelievable, but she didn't have the time to think too much. She hurled herself at the passageway and covered the remaining distance. Swoosh! She stopped beside Wang Teng while panting. Large drops of sweat rolled down her forehead. "Are you all right?" Wang Teng's calm voice entered her ears. Biluo raised her eyes and looked at Wang Teng, shaking her head. She said, "You saved me again." "It's all right. You'll get used to it. Remember to record it in your little notebook," Wang Teng said. Chapter 839, More Confidence to Brag. 1. Shameless. Thick-skinned. Biluo was speechless. She felt grateful to him for saving her life, but she also felt helpless when she remembered his eccentric personality. In the end, she turned and looked out of the passageway. She didn't want to see Wang Teng anymore. Swoosh, swoosh. Rays of white light continued shooting through the great hall with great force. The alien martial warriors and the devil lords executed various skills and charged towards the passageway. Argus and Cathu protected themselves with battle armor. Argus's golden armor had a metallic reflection. It was dazzling and brilliant. On the other hand, Cathu's armor was crimson. It was a little dark and gave off an eerie feeling. The style of their battle armors was totally different. Argus's armor was like the black tailcoat one wore to a banquet for the upper class. It was refined and noble. Cathu's was rough and savage like a coat made from wild beast's skin. Swoosh! Swoosh! The two of them were moving at the same speed. They evaded the blockade of the rays of white light like two bolts of golden and crimson lightning, heading straight for the passageway. Although these light beams couldn't penetrate their armor, every single strike caused them to pause for a moment. If they had nothing to step on, they would have been pushed back forcefully by the impact. Fortunately, they were well prepared. If they were caught off guard, the terrifying force would have thrown them off their feet. The others behind noticed them and copied their actions. Their bodies started glowing, and an armor appeared around them. Even the Devil Lords were wearing different black armors. They braved the light rain and flew toward the passageway. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sonic booms were heard continuously. Argus and Cathu were the first to escape from the range of light attacks and reach the passageway. The others lagged behind and came one by one. Surprised, Wang Teng looked at their battle armors. These armors were quite unique. Search freewebnovel.com. They covered the entire body, including the head, and protected the wearer from all sides. There were 2 plates of crystal in the eye area. The eyes of the martial warriors and devil lords could be seen behind them. Wang Teng also realized that besides Argus, Cathu, and the devil lords, the battle armors on the other martial warriors were like uniforms. Some of them had the same style with the same symbol. For instance, 2 of the martial warriors had a phoenix symbol on their left shoulder, while 3 other martial warriors had a special symbol on their chest. These symbols were exactly the same in terms of color and design. "This is the constellation armor," Biluo said, using voice transmission when she noticed his gaze. "Constellation armor?" Wang Teng was puzzled. Then he remembered the constellation armors of the Holy Knights. However, there was no point in comparing the two. The divine constellation armors of the Holy Knights could be damaged by the attack of a general-stage martial warrior. On the other hand, this constellation armor could withstand powerful light beams. Although there were many marks on the armor due to the attacks, the wearer wasn't injured. This was enough to prove the armor's defensibility. It's made using various precious ores and special forging techniques. It boasts amazing defensibility and has an energy consolidation rune device that is able to gather the strength of many powerful attacks and use it as an ultimate move, Biluo introduced. There are also special runes carved in it to make it easier to wear. Once the owner of the battle armor activates the runes, he can wear it directly. It's a convenient and great support during a battle. The armor also has a special trait. It's made using memory-type ores. Along with the power of runes, it can restore the damage inflicted on it. As long as it's not too serious, the armor will heal by itself. Of course, the higher the level of the armor, the greater its restoration ability. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. Indeed, he saw the battle armors restoring at a visible speed. It was amazing. This constellation armor seemed like a good item. "Are these armors common in the universe?" Wang Teng asked. "Yes. You'll be able to buy it if you're rich enough." Biluo smiled. "Of course there are different grades of battle armors. Argus and Cathu's are custom-made. They used many precious materials the common man can't afford. Look at the others. Their armors are mass-produced. There are many similar battle armors in the market. The defensibility is not bad, but they will still break under a formidable attack. Of course, this is just in comparison. Argus and Cathu's armor might be better, but they can only withstand a first-level celestial stage attack. It will be used when faced with anything more powerful." Wang Teng nodded. He sized up Cathu and Argus while touching his chin. "They are very rich." "What's with that expression?" Biluo asked. She felt speechless. For some reason, she felt that he was up to no good. "Nothing. I'm just taking a look. I'm not planning to snatch their armor. I'm not that kind of person," Wang Teng said firmly. "Biluo, can you be a bit more obvious when you say that?" Chapter 840. More confidence to brag. 2. Biluo was speechless. This guy really spoke without any restraint. He had no qualms about Argus and the other talents, even thinking about stealing their items. No one else would dare to think of it. Wang Teng was too shameless. "Oh yes, if they all have their own armor, why do you not have one?" Wang Teng suddenly asked. "I have one," Biluo answered. "Shouldn't you be wearing it? Are you stupid?" Wang Teng glanced at her in disbelief. "Oh, I forgot," Biluo said with embarrassment. Wang Teng looked at her strangely and sized her up a few times. This woman was attractive, but she wasn't very smart. "What's with that look of yours?" Biluo glared fiercely at Wang Teng as she blushed slightly. "Cough, nothing. I was just surprised." Wang Teng coughed awkwardly. "Scram," Biluo rebuked. Wang Teng smirked and stopped teasing her. Turning around, he looked inside the hall. There were several corpses. 3 of them were alien martial warriors, while the other 2 were devil lords. 5 planetary-stage warriors died all of a sudden. It was unbelievable. Biluo also noticed Wang Teng's gaze. She said solemnly, "I didn't expect a powerful trap here. Those were probably laser attacks emitted by the rune devices which stored force. They are several times stronger than ordinary laser weapons and can kill planetary-stage martial warriors. They were all caught off guard and killed before they could even react. It isn't that I didn't want to use my armor. There was just not enough time for me to think of it. If I was a step late, I might be dead as well." Wang Teng nodded and accepted her explanation. The white beams of light were very fast, and they had appeared abruptly. It was normal to have no time to react. Sometimes, a thought could mean the difference between life or death in a critical situation. Don't think that planetary-stage martial warriors are strong. In fact, the planetary stage is just the bottom of the barrel in the universe. There are just too many things that can kill a planetary-stage martial warrior, Biluo added. "I thought you didn't know." Wang Teng glanced at her. These alien candidates thought so highly of themselves, acting all haughty when they descended on Earth. Fortunately, they knew that they were just at the bottom on the universal stage. Biluo felt gloomy. She gave him a kind reminder, but got dissed instead. How ungrateful. However, when she saw Wang Teng looking at her, she became a little embarrassed. In the universe, the planetary stage was nothing. But on Earth, someone in the planetary stage was formidable. It was not unusual for people to look down on Earth's martial warriors. But she was rescued by Wang Teng twice. She couldn't really refute him. "They gave us quite a big, welcoming gift. Looks like there are more dangers waiting for us." Wang Teng didn't take it to heart and laughed. "You're still joking around." Biluo rolled her eyes. 5 planetary-stage warriors died just after entering, and more would follow later. The more dangerous it is, the greater the opportunity. Wang Teng chuckled. Biluo's eyes flashed. She had to admit that Wang Teng was right. There was definitely a great opportunity here. Wang Teng saw Biluo's gaze and smiled. He then released his spiritual power, collecting the attribute bubbles around him. There was already a small opportunity here in front of him. A pleasant surprise. Another pleasant surprise. A bunch of attribute bubbles was dropped when the planetary stage warriors and devil lords lost their lives. It was a good thing for Wang Teng. Constellation Force, Fire, 1700. Emperor Level Fire Talent, 210. Imperial Realm Spirit, 6660. Imperial Realm Enlightenment, 53. 10th Level Fire Sword Conscious, 780. Constellation Force, Wood, 200-100. Imperial Realm Spirit, 680. Imperial Realm Enlightenment, 55. Constellation Force, Earth, 1850. Imperial Realm Spirit, 560. Imperial Realm Enlightenment, 490. Star Alps Blade, 100. 10th Level Earth Blade Conscious, 1100. Constellation Force, Dark, 2050. Imperial Realm Spirit, 600. Emperor Level Dark Talent, 120. Constellation Force, Dark, 1900. Imperial Realm Spirit, 570. Devil Transformation, 30. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body. The gains were impressive. Boundless force attribute bubbles merged into his body and flowed into his limbs and meridians. Then they swarmed back into the constellation stars above the sea of nihility like swallows returning to their nests. Fire, wood, earth, these constellation forces skyrocketed instantly. His spirit and enlightenment increased simultaneously as well. The deaths resulted in a large number of spirit and enlightenment attribute bubbles being dropped. Moreover, they were all Imperial Realm attributes. Although they were just a fraction of what a planetary stage attribute was worth, it was still a lot. There were a total of 3,070 Imperial Realm Spirit attributes, which could be converted into 3,007 Planetary Realm Spirit attributes, Spirit 566 10,000 Planetary Realm, a total of 1,570. Imperial Realm Enlightenment attributes were converted into 157 Planetary Realm Enlightenment attribute points. Wang Teng's enlightenment had already reached the planetary realm after all. Several planetary stage warriors had fallen, and he managed to obtain many enlightenment attribute bubbles. He just didn't have the time to check the number. He absorbed large numbers of enlightenment attribute bubbles, and his tally increased by 157 points. Enlightenment, 357 10,000, planetary realm. Wang Teng's mind was invigorated with the improvement of his spirit and enlightenment. The corner of his mouth revealed a slight arc. "Why are you smiling?" Beluo asked when she saw him smiling for no reason. "I feel like I've become a little bit smarter today." "Amazing." Beluo's lips trembled. Her impression of Wang Teng worsened. "This guy seemed a little narcissistic." Wang Teng ignored Beluo. Mortals could never understand him. He continued looking at the attribute bubbles. Emperor-level fire talent was an attribute that Wang Teng didn't have. Out of the 5 elements, only the wood talent had achieved the Emperor level. Now, Wang Teng had Emperor-level fire talent too. Fire talent was different from wood talent. It was a force attribute with extremely high attack power. An improvement in fire talent would help in the control of the fire force. Next were 2 conscious attributes. Wang Teng didn't expect to see the 2 10th level conscious attributes here: 10th level Fire Sword conscious, 10th level Earth Blade conscious. After obtaining the Golden Ray Earth-Shattering Sword conscious, Wang Teng now had 2 more 10th level Sword conscious attributes. This was good news for him. After all, he had more confidence to brag now. Not just that, he even obtained a planetary stage blade technique, Star Alps Blade. Wang Teng felt emotional. He finally obtained a battle technique that wasn't macho like Mountain Cleaver Battle Axe. It wasn't easy. He didn't want to be a brawny man. He wanted to be elegant and unrestrained. Wang Teng was elated after gaining a planetary stage blade technique. He felt stronger again. The remaining attribute bubbles, Constellation Dark Force, Emperor-level Dark Talent, and Devil Transformation, were all dark attributes. Despite getting a lot of dark attributes, Wang Teng didn't take a closer look for now. He decided to check them after everything was over. Besides collecting the attribute bubbles, Wang Teng also used his spiritual power to take the space equipment from the dead planetary stage warriors. Of course, this was done without anyone noticing. Now that their owners were dead, the space equipment no longer belonged to anybody. Wang Teng immediately used his spiritual power for his benefit. He realized that the planetary stage martial warriors had constellation armor and placed them inside his space. It was convenient for him to wear the armor. He just had to activate it. There were a total of 5 constellation armors. 3 were from humans, and 2 were from dark apparitions. Wang Teng sniggered. Now he had an armor as well. However, it was a pity that they had died. Even though they had their armors, they were still killed by the white beam. Wang Teng pretended to lament. At this time, the others had regained their senses and turned to look at the situation in the great hall. The armor covering their faces slowly faded away, revealing their distorted expressions. When they saw that Wang Teng and Beluo were unscathed, they felt as though their hearts had been pierced by arrows. Chapter 841. FK, I know how to shoot too. Oh my, is everyone all right? Wang Teng asked worriedly when he saw their plight. Everyone's faces turned black. Fake. He wasn't worried. No, this fellow was definitely laughing at them. It's all my fault. Everything happened at once, so I didn't have the time to remind everyone. My bad. Wang Teng continued blaming himself. as if he didn't notice their expressions. Argus and Cathu were even more infuriated. Their faces were now as black as the bottom of a pot. Flames of anger almost shot out of their eyes as they glared at Wang Teng. The Devil Lords also shot him with cold gazes. Biluo felt awkward for him as she stood beside him. She pulled the edge of his clothes silently and winked at him. "Stop talking. Can't you see that they want to murder you?" Biluo was at a loss of words. She felt that this fellow loved to provoke people and was extremely enthusiastic at earning murderous gazes. Suddenly, a Devil Lord who was shrouded in mist opened his mouth and said in a hoarse voice, "Wang Teng, you talk too much nonsense." "Huh, mister? Why are you hiding? Are you ashamed to reveal your face?" Wang Teng commented softly. The Devil Lord behind the mist went silent for a moment. "You make people want to kill you, really?" "I don't think so. I treasure my little life," Wang Teng replied in confusion. Phantasma, Devil Lord, felt that he couldn't communicate with this fellow when he saw Wang Teng's pretentious expression. He snorted and took the lead to walk into the passageway. He wanted to ignore Wang Teng. "Seriously, why do you have to curse?" Wang Teng muttered. He looked at Biluo and continued, "Let's go. There's no time to waste." Biluo was speechless. "So you realize that you're wasting time? You're the one wasting the most time, you bastard." Of course, she didn't say anything aloud. Based on Wang Teng's character, he might continue the conversation if she replied to him. The others followed them hurriedly and explored the depth of the tunnel. They were more vigilant this time. They took each step with caution and carefully observed their surroundings. This was a silver-white metallic passageway. It was 5 meters wide, and the walls were extremely smooth. There was no unnecessary structure. Dust piled on the ground. When they stepped on it, it would fly into the air. This passageway wasn't long. It was approximately 40 meters in length, so they reached the end very soon. Nothing happened along the way. However, when everyone stepped out of the passageway, rays of red light lit up in the dark, and shrill sounds of the air compressing were heard. Swoosh, swoosh! The sounds were concentrated, and red rays of light cut through the air like lasers. Everyone was already on their guard. They reacted the instant they heard the sounds. No one had taken off their battle armors. They didn't dare to relax. They wore their armors to prevent any other accidents from happening. Argus and Cathu started moving. They clutched their weapons and charged toward the source of the sound. Boom, boom, airwaves crashed in this small space. Explosions sounded continuously. Wang Teng felt a strong gust of wind behind him. He moved his thoughts and activated the constellation armor he had obtained from a dead planetary-stage alien candidate. Instantly, a red-blue battle armor appeared on his body, covering him from head to toe. The battle armor was extremely fitting. There were no gaps anywhere, and he didn't feel any discomfort. He only felt something cool pasted on his skin. It felt cozy. This was a mass-produced battle armor. There was a phoenix carved on his left shoulder, just like the other 2 alien candidates. He turned around and released his fist. Boom. Powerful energy surged out and knocked the attacker away. One of the alien candidates took out a luminous object and lit up the small space. To their surprise, this was actually a huge room. Ice-cold metal mechanical bodies appeared around them. They stared at the invaders with their blood-red electronic eyes. Once they got knocked back, they would fly toward the invaders again. Metal robots. Wang Teng frowned. He didn't expect the ones stopping them to be robots. The technology on Earth wasn't advanced enough to create such powerful and agile robots, yet he saw them in this historical site that had been sealed for who knew how many years. This was unbelievable. Boom! A metal robot charged toward Wang Teng again. Its arm changed and turned into a sharp metal blade. Force gathered on it, forming a blade glow as it struck Wang Teng. The ground started shaking. The other robots dashed towards their target and launched their ultimate attacks. Metal robots? Biluo locked her brows. She spoke quickly. "Be careful. These metal robots are hard to deal with. They're inflexible and have no thoughts. All they do is obey the order given by the system." Their attacks are simple, but there's one problem. The material used to create them is tough and sturdy. It's difficult to break their bodies. With a sharp gaze, a blue sword appeared in Wang Teng's hand. This was the sword he had snatched from the blue-haired young man / In the next second, his body disappeared as he shot toward the robot. Boom! A sword glow flashed and collided with the robot's metallic sharp blade. Force shimmered around the weapons as they resisted and corroded each other. Wang Teng's expression didn't change. He released a punch with his other hand. It was aimed at the robot's head. Boom! The robot reacted quickly. It tilted its head and evaded Wang Teng's attack. However, Wang Teng was faster. He turned his wrist and changed his fist into a claw, stabbing his fingers right into the robot's left eye. Splat! He pulled out the blood-red electronic eye immediately. Sparks flew everywhere unexpectedly. Even after receiving such damage, the robot continued moving normally. The other robotic arm turned into a black muzzle directed at Wang Teng's head. They were extremely close, so the muzzle was only inches away from its target. "Damn it!" Wang Teng cursed uncontrollably. He noticed that force glow was already gathering in the muzzle at a fast speed. A scorching heat exuded from within. He lowered his head and evaded the aim of the muzzle without much thought. Boom! A beam of fire shot out. It flew past the battle armor on Wang Teng's head with almost no space in between. "Fack! I know how to shoot, too." Infuriated, a rune gun appeared in Wang Teng's hand. He pointed it up and pulled the trigger while aiming at the robot's chin. As force gathered, the rune gun was charged within a split second. A force bullet formed from fire constellation. Force shot out, leaving a trail of flames behind it. Boom! Half of the robot's head was engulfed in flames. The robot paused for a moment in mid-air before crashing to the ground. Chapter 842. We're adults. We need to be considerate. As the robot collapsed, Wang Teng turned to look at Biluo and blew the muzzle of his gun pretentiously. Then he said, "What did you say just now? This robot is tough and sturdy." Biluo was fighting with another robot. She almost choked on her own breath when she heard Wang Teng's words. Boom! The robot seized the chance and attacked furiously. "Go away. I don't want to see you," she shouted as she hurriedly defended herself against the robot's attacks. She didn't even look at Wang Teng. Wang Teng chuckled. He wondered if he was a little out of line here. She was fighting, but he still talked to her and distracted her. This wasn't good. Cough. All right. I won't disturb you. Please continue. Wang Teng became a spectator. He squatted down and sized up the robot curiously. The technology involved in making this robot was highly advanced. Although Wang Teng had destroyed it, he admitted that it was powerful. Look, the other people were having a hard time dealing with them. One could only admit that Wang Teng was too powerful. Yes, that was right. Well, I should bring this back to my country and let them study it. The technology on Earth might take a huge leap because of it. Wang Teng touched his chin and mumbled. He kept the robot in his space ring directly. Then he raised his head and glanced at the duels around him. There were many more robots compared to the human martial warriors and devil lords. He counted approximately 30 of them. Many people were being attacked by 2 to 3 robots. Wang Teng was luckier since only one robot had charged at him. He didn't plan to help them, though. He was perfectly happy watching them battle violently with the robots. He also took the chance to observe the robots' attacks. Just like what Biluo said, the robots' attack pattern was simple. They either changed their arms into sharp blades or guns. There's nothing much to see. The robots are disappointing. Wang Teng shook his head. Swoosh! At this moment, 2 laser beams shot out from one robot's eye. The martial warrior opposite couldn't react in time. The armor in front of his eyes was penetrated by the laser, which then hit the martial warrior's head. Bang! The planetary-stage martial warrior slammed to the ground and died. Huh, they can shoot lasers out of their eyes. Wang Teng was shocked. It looked like the eyes were a weak spot of this armor. It would get easily damaged by external forces. He wondered to himself. Everyone was astounded when they saw this scene. They became vigilant of the robot's eyes. Wang Teng released his spiritual power and picked up the attribute bubbles dropped by the planetary-stage martial warrior. Constellation Force, Water, 1800. Imperial Realm, Enlightenment, 600. Imperial Realm, Enlightenment, 540. 10th level Water Sword, Conscious, 400. 10th level Water Sword, Conscious. Wang Teng was elated. This was another 10th level Conscious. What a great gain for him. Swoosh, a sonic boom shot through the air. Wang Teng raised his head and saw the robot who had killed that planetary-stage martial warrior dashing toward him. "Be careful," Beluo called out spontaneously. Her expression changed when she saw Wang Teng still squatting there. "Do you think I'm easy to bully?" Wang Teng frowned and scoffed. This time he had the experience of fighting with a robot and had been observing it for some time. He knew how the robots attacked. Getting rid of one was just a piece of cake. In the next instant, a few rays of light flew out from his body and headed for the robot. He used his spiritual power to control numerous flying daggers, targeting the robot's weak points, joints, eyes, etc. Wang Teng's spirit had reached the planetary realm, so the flying daggers became even more powerful under his control. They moved as fast as lightning. Boom! The flying daggers crashed into the robot's knee. It staggered and fell forward. However, its outer layer was extremely tough, so the flying daggers couldn't penetrate it, even with Wang Teng's spiritual power. The quality of these flying daggers is not good enough. Wang Teng frowned and wondered to himself. Boom! Boom! Along with two explosions, two of the flying daggers hit the robot's eyes. After seeing the laser attack, it only made sense for Wang Teng to destroy its eyes first in case the robot gave him a death glare. Once its eyes were destroyed, the robot turned sluggish. It couldn't lock onto Wang Teng's position and started attacking frantically in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The martial warriors around it were in trouble. The robot's random attacks didn't hit Wang Teng, but them. Damn it. Wang Teng. Get rid of it quickly. The martial warriors bellowed in anger. Their resentment towards Wang Teng was extremely strong. Wang Teng felt awkward. He shrunk his neck and complained to himself. It's not my fault. The robot is the culprit, however. He didn't dawdle. He took a step out, appearing behind the robot instantly. He wanted to use his fist to smash the robot's head, but he remembered that he had to bring it back for research. So he kept his fist and twisted the robot's head by 180 degrees. Crack. The robot froze on the spot. Then it started jerking as if there was an error in its circuit. Wang Teng kept it in his space ring. One robot was taken care of quickly. The other people were stunned. They suddenly wondered if the robot attacking Wang Teng was of the same kind as the one they were fighting against. Why did it seem so simple for him? Argus Cathu and the 5 great stars were the first to realize the issue. They stopped using brute force and copied Wang Teng silently. Very soon, they destroyed the robots, too. Beluo dragged a robot over and threw it at Wang Teng. "This is for you. You seem interested in it." "Thank you." Wang Teng kept it instantly. "You don't even pretend to be polite," Beluo complained. "There's no need to be polite with someone you're close to," Wang Teng said in an intimate tone. "How am I close with you?" Beluo was speechless. "I know you don't mean what you say." Wang Teng shook his head. Ignoring his reply, she asked, "Are you planning to study the robots?" "I'm just going to dismantle them for fun." "You don't have to hide your plans." Beluo rolled her eyes and continued, "Studying them will be a waste of time, manpower, and resources. Y'all might not be able to get results in the end. The technology on this planet is too backward. A better option will be to buy some technology patents from the Olent Federation directly to raise the level of your civilization first." "Sai, you don't understand because you're not in our shoes. Earth doesn't have the money to buy patents from the Olent Federation. They must be expensive." "Well, not that much. Basic patents are easy to get. Earth's technology is too far behind, so you just need to get some basic ones. It won't cost much." "Is it cheap? Why don't you donate some?" Wang Teng's eyes lit up. "In your dreams!" Beluo glared at him. This fellow was thinking too much. Wang Teng noticed that the other people had gotten rid of their robots too, so he flew over quickly to recycle the trash. "Do you want this? Do you want the robot? Can you give me this robot? Wang Teng asked everyone he met. The alien martial warriors were arrogant and couldn't be bothered about the robots. They were lazy to reply to Wang Teng, too, so they flew away directly. Without minding it, Wang Teng kept the robots happily. Hey, do you want this robot? Wang Teng came beside Kathu and asked. He was already planning to keep it. I'm sorry. I actually like this robot. Kathu pressed the robot down and stared at him bitterly. Wang Teng looked back at him. When their eyes met, sparks flew in the air. You can keep it then, I thought. You didn't want it since you left it on the ground. You need to throw your own rubbish away. We're adults. We need to be considerate. Wang Teng pulled his hand back and said seriously. The edge of Kathu's eyes started trembling. He had cursed multiple times in his heart. Wang Teng was shameless. He had never seen someone as thick-skinned as him. Kathu kept the robot with an angry snort. He moved away from Wang Teng and stood at the side. What he couldn't see wouldn't hurt him. Wang Teng turned and looked at Argus. Argus immediately kept the robot. He didn't give Wang Teng a chance to speak. Tisk, keep it all you want. It's nothing, Wang Teng murmured. He didn't stay on the issue. After clearing up, everyone's gaze landed on the huge door in front. Chapter 843, It's Best to Be Prudent. It was an exquisite golden gate with peculiar carvings. They were not of any rare plants or animals and just seemed to be patterns. No one paid much attention to it and came to the gate. There won't be any traps here, right? Kathu frowned. No one replied to him, as they were unsure what would happen after they went past the gate. A deep light flashed in Wang Teng's eyes as he used Eyes of Essence. He stared right through the golden gates. At the beginning, the Eyes of Essence worked well. He could see through the internal structure of the golden gates, layer by layer. However, he soon realized that the gates had a strange quality. They actually had a hindering effect on the Eyes of Essence. The further he went, the more difficult it was to continue. Just as he was about to see through the gates completely, a golden flash suddenly appeared and blinded him. Wang Teng frowned. A hint of astonishment appeared in his heart. His Eyes of Essence had been upgraded to the intermediate stage and could even see through the essence of spiritual contracts. But now he couldn't look past the gates. Was there something strange about them? Should I upgrade it? Wang Teng was hesitant. He had spent a full 10,000 blank attribute points upgrading the Eyes of Essence from the beginner stage to the intermediate stage previously. To take it to the next level, it would cost him 10 times more. That was 100,000 points. Wang Teng's vision went dark, and he almost fainted. He spent so long saving up more than 300,000 blank attributes. They were from the Star Beast riot and the battle in the Central Continent. He could only collect so many blank attributes when large numbers of Star Beasts died. Otherwise, he didn't know how he could save over 300,000 blank attributes. And now he was going to spend 100,000 points like this. His heart was bleeding. Wang Teng took a deep breath and finally decided to spend the blank attributes on the Eyes of Essence. There wouldn't be any gains without losses. The more imperceptible the gates were, the more it meant that there was something special in them. Spending 100,000 blank attributes was akin to buying insurance. It was best to be prudent. In an instant, 100,000 blank attribute points were cleared, and there was a change in Eyes of Essence. It had upgraded to the advanced stage. Eyes of Essence, 1,000, advanced stage. At this moment, Wang Teng was full of self-confidence. He felt that he had the eyes of a hawk. A bright light flashed across his eyes, and he looked at the gates again. Now, the gates seemed like tofu. His gaze penetrated it easily, and even the golden flash couldn't stop him. It's the power of runes. Wang Teng got a surprise as he saw through the essence of the golden flash. He could finally see the situation behind the gates. It was actually a spacious command room surrounded by various instruments. However, they were all desolate. It had been years since they were last used. The astonishing thing was the command room was spotless and immaculate. Are these remains of a huge spacecraft? Wang Teng almost scared himself with his own conjecture. The remains covered the entire central continent. If it was a spacecraft, how huge would it be? Wang Teng shook his head and continued the scan, the command room. Suddenly, his pupils shrank abruptly. What did he see? There were people. Wang Teng was bewildered. There were people behind the gates. No, that's not right. He couldn't detect any life in them. They were already dead. Wang Teng looked at the bodies and found no aura of life. All 6 bodies were dead. These were corpses. He finally heaved a sigh of relief. The remains had been here for a long time. If there were still living beings inside, it would have been absurd. Wang Teng finally had the mood to study the bodies after calming down. He didn't know how long the bodies had been dead, but they maintained their appearance. Otherwise, Wang Teng wouldn't have mistaken them for living people. 3 of the corpses looked like regular humans, but they had different hair colors and were wearing damaged battle armor. There were several fatal scars without any signs of decay at all. He could even see a trace of red blood. As for the other 3 corpses, one was fully clad in scales and looked like a lizard. It even had a horn and a long tail covered in scales. Lizard? Wang Teng was curious. He had seen enough aliens, including one with tentacles like Haydock. A lizard wasn't something he couldn't accept. Speaking of Haydock, Wang Teng was wondering where he and that fatty had gone. When fighting against the dark apparitions, they lured a devil lord away and hadn't appeared since the continent collapsed. Wang Teng wasn't worried about their safety. They were cunning and wouldn't die so easily. The second corpse had a dark blue body with snake-like skin. Its arms were like scythes and were flashing with a cold metallic light. It was leaning to its side, and its chest had collapsed in with 3 clear and large fist marks. The last corpse was the most intact. He was sitting on the seat at the center of the command room with his hands clasped under his chin. He was looking at the screen in front of him as if he was deep in thought, and the appearance of the corpse was very peculiar. He was huge and was more than 6 meters tall. His muscles were bulging and seemed to be full of strength. He had a huge head, and there were several tentacle-like organs growing on his chin. The most bizarre thing was that there was a vertical eye on his bald forehead. Wang Teng inadvertently looked into the eye and felt a creepy feeling in his heart. He trembled all over, and his back was immediately soaked with cold sweat, frightening, extremely terrifying. Wang Teng took a breath of cold air. He couldn't calm down for a long time. He actually felt an uncontrollable fear, which was unbelievable. It was an overbearing pressure from a greater life form. No matter how strong his will was, there was no use. What level of power is this? Wang Teng forced himself to calm down and averted his eyes quickly, muttering to himself. It was really unimaginable that a corpse could exude such pressure. If he was alive, how horrifying would he be? Chapter 844, A Million Years. Wang Teng calmed down and observed the last corpse carefully. Huh? There are no wounds on this body. How did he die? After watching for some time, Wang Teng noticed something strange. He was puzzled. He activated his eyes of essence and looked at the body, hoping to find the reason for his death at the microscopic level. He scanned the inside of the corpse but didn't discover anything. When he reached the neck, he hesitated. He would have to face the eyes if he moved further up. Wang Teng was in a dilemma. In the end, he gritted his teeth and moved up. The pressure given off by this corpse was frightening, but it was still a corpse. He mustn't be a coward. Boom. When Wang Teng saw the vertical eye, his mind trembled. He felt an immense pressure dawning on him. His face turned white, and large drops of cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Spiritual power tossed and turned involuntarily in his consciousness, churning as it tried to resist the pressure. Sigh. Wang Teng let out a huge sigh. Fortunately, the planetary realm spirit was powerful, so he was barely able to withstand the pressure. This was only the residual pressure. If this formidable warrior released his entire force of presence on him when he was alive, Wang Teng wouldn't be able to resist it. After blocking the pressure, Wang Teng finally had the time to observe the brain. He didn't expect to see a faint ball of soul glowing through his eyes of essence. He was stunned. His spirit hasn't disappeared completely? This was mind-boggling. Biluo noticed Wang Teng's strange expression and asked, "What's the matter?" Her voice pulled Wang Teng back to reality. He shook his head and replied, "I'm fine." Biluo stared at him in confusion. She didn't believe him. Wang Teng's face was white and his forehead was filled with perspiration. He even gave a look of disbelief. How could he be all right? But she couldn't probe further if he didn't want to speak. "Be careful when you go in later." Wang Teng spoke to her using voice transmission. Biluo's eyes shimmered. She stared at Wang Teng in surprise. He did know something. Crack. Wang Teng looked away and walked forward. He pushed the huge golden door open. The thick and heavy door opened gradually under Wang Teng's huge strength. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw Wang Teng using brute force to open the door. They were still thinking about how to open it. So simple. Kathu looked at Wang Teng and asked, "What do you think?" Wang Teng threw the question back. "Fk," Kathu cursed instantly. The others were speechless too. They felt stupid in front of Wang Teng. Smart people like to think too much, so this simple solution didn't occur to them. They kept lingering around the door, searching for a way to open it. They even took out the crystal skulls to see how they could help. In the end, all it needed was a simple push. They felt as if someone gave them a tight slap on their faces. It hurt so much. "Why are you standing there? Are you not entering?" Wang Teng turned to look at the crowd. Silence. No one replied to him. Argus, Kathu, and the others were staring at the command room with serious expressions. As the door opened, a patch of bright light lit up the command room, illuminating the entire space. They scanned the room and immediately noticed the 6 corpses. Their pupils narrowed, and their expressions turned terrified. "Oh my God. 6 corpses. Gasp. What a frightening gaze. They're so scary. How powerful must they be when they were alive?" There was a huge commotion. Someone noticed the intact corpse's eyes and gasped in fear like Wang Teng. His face turned pale, and there was only astonishment left in his heart. None of the talents from outer space were able to escape from the impact of the corpse's pressure. All of them were staggered. Fear crept up to their hearts, and they started trembling. Biluo's face was pale too. She turned to look at Wang Teng with bewilderment in her eyes. Did this fellow know about the corpse already? Wang Teng didn't notice her gaze, but his expression changed slightly. A ray of light suddenly shot out of the single eye of the corpse. Then the hologram of a figure appeared in mid-air. The figure was exactly the same as the corpse. Everyone was appalled. They instantly turned vigilant. The figure glanced around him and suddenly sighed in a weather-beaten and distant voice. "It has been 1,000,000 years," the figure was speaking in the common universal language. Thus Wang Teng and the alien candidates understood what he was saying. Their mind went black for a second. 1,000,000 years. What did that mean? Was he saying that he had been around for 1,000,000 years? The alien martial warriors knew that indomitable martial warriors had extremely long lifespans, but they were still at a loss for words when they heard 1,000,000 years. 1,000,000 years. What concept was that? Their lifespan was 1,000 years since they had reached the planetary stage, but currently they were only around 30 years old. It was almost negligible when you compared it with the long and unimaginable 1,000,000 years. To be able to have a lifespan of more than 1,000,000 years, this figure must be an unbelievably powerful martial warrior. Wang Teng tried his best to calm down, but no matter how much he controlled his emotions, they were still forming waves in his heart. 1,000,000 years. How incredibly long was that? Was an indomitable martial warrior able to survive for so long? At first, Wang Teng didn't have a clear grasp of the different powerful martial warriors in the universe. Now he understood a bit better. The lifespan was enough to prove everything. A normal person was said to have a long life if he lived for 100 years. But eventually he would still decompose into a part of the soil since ancient times. Our ancestors had been lamenting the passing of time. Time flew in the blink of an eye. It was impossible to grab it. The emperors sought the path of longevity. Now the rich and powerful searched for this path too. However, it was all in vain. Only martial warriors were able to escape the normal route. As long as they continued to become stronger, they could experience a rise in their level of life and possess unimaginably long lifespans. What a huge temptation this was. Wang Teng felt that he couldn't resist it either. The ability to live forever and freely was the ultimate aspiration for everyone. Just when everyone was reeling in astonishment, the figure opened his mouth again. Someone finally came before me after 1,000,000 years. Everyone regained their senses and looked at the figure again. They were on their guard, but they wanted to listen to what he had to say. The figure sized up the martial warriors and nodded. It looks like heaven treats me well. It sent a bunch of talented young people to me just before my soul dispersed. There was too much information in this sentence. Everyone's eyes shimmered as they tried to guess what he meant. Let me introduce myself. I'm a baron from the great Qian Empire. The figure started introducing his background. The instant he started speaking, he was interrupted by Argus's surprised exclamation. Great Qian Empire, Chapter 845, Senior, do you need any sidekicks? All the alien candidates' expressions changed entirely. They were filled with shock and disbelief. Great Qian Empire, is it that Great Qian Empire? Yes, there's only one Great Qian Empire in the vast universe. The figure smiled gently when he saw everyone's expression. How is that possible? A baron from the Great Qian Empire enjoys a noble and high status. Why will you come to this remote and underdeveloped planet? Argus took a deep breath and asked. He still couldn't believe it. It's not impossible. 1,000,000 years ago, I was ordered to chase an escaped convict. I pursued him through multiple galaxies for 300 years and finally killed him on this planet. However, I suffered heavy injuries and couldn't leave. In the end, I died here. The figure spoke slowly. There was no emotion in his voice, as if he wasn't talking about his death. Chased him through multiple galaxies. 300 years. Everyone was dumbstruck at the figure's words. They could imagine how terrifying and intense this multi-galaxy battle was. All the talents were mind-blown. They couldn't find their voices for a long time. The Devil Lords exchanged glances with one another at the side. They couldn't hide the bewilderment on their faces. Even the powerful Devil Lords felt jittery in front of this indomitable presence. They felt a tinge of fear creeping up their hearts. This figure was a formidable human martial warrior. Would he kill them when he saw them? He might be just a floating soul in the air, but they didn't know if he possessed any incredible skills or methods. Excuse me? While everyone was lost in awe, a voice broke their chain of thoughts. Everyone, including the figure, turned to look in the direction of the voice. Wang Teng was raising his hand like a primary school student wanting to make a statement. His eyes were filled with the innocent desire for more knowledge. Argus, Kathu, Biluo, the Devil Lords, the figure. I'm sorry, I want to ask what the Great Qian Empire is. You all seem really astounded, Wang Teng asked cautiously. Silence, an unnoticeable hint of frustration, flashed past the figure's face. So who did he put on a show for just now? Fortunately, the others knew how powerful the Great Qian Empire was. If they didn't, he would have felt awkward. Extremely awkward. Loggins frowned and said with contempt, An earthling is indeed an earthling. The Great Qian Empire is a dominant presence in the universe. How can you not know about it? Wang Teng glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. Are you asking for a beating? What? Loggins glared at him. Argus opened his mouth and interrupted them, explaining calmly, The Great Qian Empire is one of the few oldest high-tier civilizations in the universe. Do you understand what a high-tier civilization means? It rules countless galaxies, including 1,000 middle-tier civilizations in the universe. A middle-tier civilization rules a few thousand galaxies and a few hundred low-tier civilizations. The Olant Federation is just a low-tier civilization, yet it controls the 9 main galaxies. Every single galaxy has hundreds of thousands of life planets with different cultures and living beings on them. The Milky Way your planet is in is one of the 9 main galaxies controlled by the Olent Federation. Earth is just one of the most inconspicuous planets among the few hundred thousands of life planets in the Milky Way. Now, do you know what the Great Qian Empire is? Earth is worse than a speck of dust when compared to it. Argus's voice was calm, but the disdain and contempt in it were apparent. Calm and scornful, everyone's gaze gathered on Wang Teng's face. They were looking at him with ridicule and waiting for a good show. Wang Teng's question showed how stupid and ignorant he was. This guy from an underdeveloped planet was an idiot. Biluo glanced at Wang Teng worriedly. This piece of news might be a huge blow to a normal person. Their perspective of the world might shatter, and it could leave an indelible mark on his heart. After all, his birth planet was insignificant in front of the Great Qian Empire. Not talking about a normal person, even the alien candidates couldn't accept it calmly. They were fortunate to be born in the Olent Federation, so they had heard of this concept before. If they had received this piece of information suddenly, they might not be able to accept it either. Argus's intention wasn't pure. He was using this opportunity to cast a shadow on Wang Teng's mind and create an obstacle on his martial arts path. Maintaining a fearless attitude was essential for a martial warrior, especially one who was striving to reach a higher level. If they suffered psychological trauma, even if it was just a small one, it would be amplified in the future when they progressed further and become their Achilles' heel. Argus was attacking his mind. However, after a moment of astonishment, Biluo saw Wang Teng giving a small smile. The expression on his face reverted to normal. It was a composed expression. At this moment, composure meant confidence. This fellow is able to regain his composure so quickly, he didn't seem affected at all. It looks like I underestimated him, Biluo wondered to herself in surprise. The other people noticed Wang Teng's expression too. They were shocked and found it a pity. Many alien candidates were fearful of Wang Teng's talent. They were happy to use this chance to stimulate him. Unfortunately, he didn't fulfill their wish. Wow, this great Qian Empire is such a powerful presence, Wang Teng suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Silence. Everyone was speechless. They found his performance a little exaggerated fake. Did he think that they were all stupid? Who would believe such a fake performance? Wang Teng disregarded everyone's gaze and looked at the figure excitedly. "Senior, do you need a sidekick? What does that mean?" the figure asked in confusion. "Take me under your wings." Wang Teng rubbed his hands and sniggered. Everyone was shocked by Wang Teng's shamelessness. How could there be someone as shameless as him? The figure glanced at Wang Teng helplessly. He had never seen someone with such thick skin. Coughing awkwardly, he replied, "I'm dead. I can't keep you under my wings." "You're dead." Wang Teng appeared astounded. "But you're still here." "This is just an image I left behind. I left a legacy in hopes that my successor will appear one day," the figure explained. Chapter 846. Boss, I'm willing to. "Please bestow me the legacy." Successor? Everyone was stunned when they heard the figure's words. Then their gazes burned with excitement. The successor of a baron from the Great Qian Empire. What did this mean? They didn't need to think to know the implications. Although the baron was just the lowest title of nobility, the Great Qian Empire was a high-tier civilization. The baron of a high-tier civilization must at least be a cosmos-stage martial warrior. The alien candidates knew what the cosmos-stage meant. Planetary-stage, celestial-stage, cosmos-stage. There was only one cosmos-stage martial warrior in one galaxy. They could rule over an entire galaxy. For instance, there were 9 galaxies in the Olent Federation, so there were 9 cosmos-stage martial warriors. Each of them guarded their galaxy and acted as a governor. The figure in front of them was a baron from a high-tier civilization. His position was even higher than a cosmos-stage martial warrior from a low-tier civilization. Hence, his legacy must be incredible. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. Honestly, he didn't understand the stages of the martial warriors in the universe, but from the expressions on the alien candidates' faces, he could guess how much weight this successor position held. Also, based on their description of the high-tier civilization, it wasn't hard to imagine how high a baron's status was. In summary, the bait given by this figure was extremely tempting. At this moment, Beluo spoke to Wang Teng using voice transmission. She seemed afraid that he didn't understand what this baron position meant. "Aren't you afraid that I'm a strong contender?" Wang Teng asked in surprise. "He will choose between us. We will fight fairly," Beluo replied calmly. "Arrogant lady." Wang Teng smiled in his heart. "Who are you calling arrogant?" Beluo snorted. Wang Teng chuckled. "Are you choosing your successor among us?" Argus controlled his excitement and asked carefully. "Yes. I've waited for a long time before I finally met talented youngsters like you. If I miss this chance, I don't know when I will be given another one." The figure nodded. "I scattered some constellation elixirs outside to attract martial warriors over. Did you all get it?" Everyone turned to look at Wang Teng. "Why are you guys looking at me? It's just a few constellation elixirs. You come from the universe. Why are you fighting with an earthling over them?" Wang Teng raised his eyebrows and said with disdain. Everyone glared at Wang Teng. "Just a few constellation elixirs. That was a pile of it. You make it sound so simple. Why don't you take them out and share them with everyone? They might have wealthy backgrounds, but they hadn't reached the stage where they would look down on such a treasure." "Huh. You got all the constellation elixirs?" the figure asked in astonishment. "No, how is that possible? I left a few for them." Wang Teng shook his head hurriedly. "Yes, it was just a few," Kathu said bitterly. "I see, so you did snatch all of them." The figure was even more surprised. He sized up Wang Teng and asked, "You said that you're an earthling, right?" "Yes. Do you need a sidekick?" "My potential is not bad." Wang Teng nodded. The figure, "Can we end this topic?" He was too lazy to complain, so he changed the topic quickly. "It looks like the Earth gave birth to a rare talent. In the past 1,000,000 years, a few people managed to get into this room, but they weren't talents. Hence, they couldn't inherit my legacy. This planet is too underdeveloped. There are no gifted martial warriors here." The figure sighed. He seemed to be releasing his emotions after wasting 1,000,000 years of his life. The others looked at Wang Teng. "Look, even the big boss says that your planet is underdeveloped." Wang Teng's expression didn't change. He remained composed. "What do other people have to do with me? What a joke. I, Wang Teng, am a rare talent. I don't have much time. Let's go straight to the point. I have one question for you. Are you willing to accept my legacy test?" The figure turned serious and asked. The alien candidates got excited. The gazes of the 5 great stars burned with enthusiasm as they nodded fervently. "Yes, we are!" Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He shouted, along with them, "Boss, I'm willing to please bestow me the legacy." The formation was broken at once. His voice stood out among all the others. Everyone glared at him furiously. This fellow loved to be in the limelight. Could he have some shame? The figure nodded in satisfaction. He turned to the Devil Lords and said with a cold gaze, "My legacy is not for dark apparitions. Please leave." You're just a dead person. You don't have the right to decide if we can earn your legacy." Phantasma Devil Lord scoffed with a sharp gaze. The other Devil Lords stood behind him vigilantly. They sounded fearless, but they weren't sure if this dead formidable warrior had any powerful attacks hiding up his sleeve. "Ha ha, even a Devil Lord dares to look down on me. I've been dead for too long." The figure mocked himself. Everyone felt the sorrow of his helplessness. This was a cosmos-stage formidable warrior. Yet he was getting trampled upon after his death, just when everyone thought that he couldn't do anything to the Devil Lords. The single eye on the corpse behind the figure released a glaring beam of golden light. The Devil Lords' expressions changed before they could react. They were enveloped by the golden brilliance. Boom! They felt their minds trembling violently. The spiritual power in their consciousness had no way of resisting the invasion. They collapsed instantly and fainted. Bang, bang, bang. The Devil Lords fell one by one. None of them escaped. Oh my God, everyone was terrified. They stared at the scene in disbelief. I might be dead, but I can still deal with you, devil lords. What a waste of my remaining spirit. The figure shook his head. Senior, you're amazing. Long live Senior, Wang Teng shouted. The figure, everyone. They didn't know how to express their speechlessness as they stared at the weirdo. Senior, are they dead? Argus hesitated and asked. No, they're just unconscious. However, they won't be able to wake up for half a month. The figure replied. What are we waiting for? Let's kill them quickly. We mustn't miss such a good chance. Wang Teng was about to make his move. Don't waste time. I wasted a bit of my sealed spiritual power, so I can't last for long. Accept my legacy test first. The figure seemed a little urgent. Wang Teng stopped and turned to look at the figure. No one knew what he was thinking. He smiled and said, In that case, why don't we take the test first? How is this test going to proceed? Kathu asked carefully. No one dared to underestimate the figure anymore. The attack he used to knock the Devil Lords unconscious was enough to prove that they wouldn't be able to resist him, even though he was just left with a fragment of his soul. It's simple. I'll bring out the spiritual maze I created before I die. You just need to release your spirit and find the maze's exit. If you find it, you will pass the test, the figure said. Release our spirit. Argus and the others hesitated. Don't worry, if I want to do anything to you, do I have to beat around the bush? The figure smiled. He knew what they were thinking. Everyone was enlightened. Any more questions? The figure asked. If not, cross your legs and sit down. Release your spirit. The martial warriors stopped hesitating and sat cross-legged on the ground. The figure nodded in satisfaction. A golden glow shot out from the single eye on the corpse. It was many times thicker than before, covering the martial warriors completely. In the next instant, everyone closed their eyes and sank into their consciousness. Suddenly, they appeared in a huge magical maze. At this moment, the figure gave a sinister smile and disappeared into the air. Chapter 847. Spiritual Labyrinth. After a moment of weightlessness, Wang Teng realized that his feet were on the ground, and he was surrounded by stone walls that were over 5 meters tall. The stone walls were covered with unknown vines and blooming gorgeous flowers. It looked like a magnificent garden entrance. However, Wang Teng knew that this was the labyrinth that the figure spoke of. A labyrinth constructed by the spirit. Is this a cosmos stage technique? Wang Teng was a little surprised. There was a glint in his eyes. He yearned for such power. He looked around and saw no signs of Biluo, Argus, and the others. It was clear that they were all separated. It was within his expectations. There was no need to panic. Wang Teng thought for a moment and flew up into the sky. He was planning to see if he could just fly to his final destination. Unfortunately, no. When he neared the top of the stone walls, he couldn't ascend anymore. That was also within his estimations. However, Wang Teng was still disappointed. It seemed that there was no shortcut available. He landed on the ground and walked towards the entrance of the labyrinth. A fork in the road then appeared in front of him. There were 3 paths. Which one is better? Wang Teng muttered. A coin suddenly appeared in his hand. In the spiritual world, he could do simple materialization. It was an ordinary spiritual power technique. Heads means right, tails means left. If it lands upright, it will be the middle. All right, let's do it this way. Wang Teng muttered to himself and tossed the coin into the air. A crisp sound was heard. The coin landed on his hand. It was standing right on the edge. It couldn't be more stable. Very well, since you are as steady as I am, let's walk in the middle. Wang Teng nodded solemnly and slapped his right hand. The coin vanished and he headed for the path in the middle. Silence. The individual monitoring the entire labyrinth was dismayed. Was he seriously so hasty? Simultaneously, the other alien candidates were also entering the labyrinth from the other entrances. This was a great opportunity for them, so they would try their best to pass this assessment. At a certain entrance, Argus rushed towards the labyrinth at an extreme speed, leaving behind after-images of himself. When he encountered the fork, he didn't hesitate and picked a path immediately without caring about whether it was right or wrong. Without a doubt, he chose to clear the labyrinth with speed. As long as he was fast enough, no matter how complicated the labyrinth was, he would be able to find the correct path among the countless wrong ones. Kathu's method was simple as well. When he encountered the fork, he didn't hesitate either. All he did was bombard the stone wall in front of him with his fists as he tried to create a shortcut by destroying his obstacles. However, things weren't as simple as he thought. Normal attacks could not break through the stone walls that were constructed by spiritual power. No matter how hard he hit them, the stone walls wouldn't budge. Kathu's face was grim. He could only choose a path and find a way out. Bilua was standing at another entrance. There was a thoughtful look in her eyes as she looked at the fork. The labyrinth would have its clues, or maybe some kind of law. As long as she knew what they were, it wouldn't be difficult to reach the end. While thinking, she entered the labyrinth and tried to find a way forward. Every alien candidate had their own method of clearing the labyrinth and moving towards the end. Once sealed for many years, the labyrinth now welcomed its guests like a sleeping behemoth that was slowly awakening. After half an hour of walking around in the labyrinth, Wang Teng had to stop. A stone wall blocked his path, and there was no road ahead for him. He had hit a dead end. Wang Teng frowned and pondered. He didn't plan to take a detour again. He condensed his spiritual power into several thorns, which floated in front of him. Spirit penetration. Wang Teng had a clear idea. Since this was a spiritual labyrinth, the most effective method would be using spiritual attacks. Fortunately, Wang Teng had one up his sleeves. Go. In the next moment, Wang Teng's eyes flashed as he added some sound effects. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! The thorns turned into cold lights and shot out. Boom, along with an explosion, a hole was blasted in the stone wall. A path appeared for Wang Teng. I'm so smart, I actually thought of a perfect solution. Wang Teng smiled and gave himself a pat on the back. Huh? Just as he was about to pass through the big hole and head deeper into the labyrinth, several attribute bubbles caught his attention. There are attribute bubbles. Wang Teng was surprised and overjoyed. This was not what he had expected. Pick them all. Planetary Realm Spirit 120. Planetary Realm Spirit 100 Spirit 100 Spiritual Labyrinth Fragments 10. As the 3 attribute bubbles entered his body, Wang Teng's eye flashed with joy. 20 points of spirit attributes. And these were Planetary Realm Spirit attributes. As expected of a spiritual labyrinth constructed by a cosmos stage warrior, there were Planetary Realm Spirit attributes. Wang Teng didn't expect to have such a harvest. Of course, the last attribute bubble was the one that made him the happiest spiritual labyrinth fragments. When the attribute bubble merged into his mind, Wang Teng understood how to construct the spiritual labyrinth a little. This was an extremely rare spirit technique. Feeling the enlightenment in his mind, Wang Teng took a deep breath and looked around him. There was a flame in his eyes. This labyrinth must be destroyed. If it was not destroyed, there wouldn't be any attribute bubbles. Wang Teng was eager to try, but his face suddenly darkened, and he sighed. He thought of something. It was impossible to destroy it completely. That figure wouldn't allow him to do so. Based on his calculations, the entire labyrinth was probably under his control. If he went too far, the figure would definitely get him. After pondering for a moment, Wang Teng smiled again. He didn't tarry any longer and continued walking in front. Several spikes appeared in front of him again. Boom. This time he didn't wait for a dead end to appear. He aimed directly at the center of the maze and drilled in that direction. Planetary Realm Spirit 80. Spiritual Labyrinth Fragments 10. A big hole appeared, and Wang Teng walked toward the heart of the labyrinth while picking up the attribute bubbles. At the same time, a figure was sitting leisurely on a reclining chair at the heart of the labyrinth and watching the progress of the alien candidates. When he saw what was happening over at Wang Teng's side, he jumped out of his chair, and his eyes almost popped out of his sockets. Damn, this kid can actually destroy the spiritual labyrinth. Chapter 848, Wang Teng, I Hate You. The Baron from the Great Qian Empire felt unhappy, very unhappy. The spiritual labyrinth was his way of testing this bunch of talents and weakening their spiritual power. Anyone who wanted to reach the end of the labyrinth would have to exhaust a large amount of their spiritual power. This was his real aim. Yet Wang Teng destroyed the labyrinth and took the shortcut. He was cheating. However, he also realized that Wang Teng best matched his requirements. His spiritual power was powerful enough, and he hadn't reached his 20th birthday. He was still very young. He seemed to be the perfect candidate sent from heaven. Squinting slightly, he muttered to himself, "I mustn't let him reach here easily. Let's give him more trouble." The labyrinth started changing silently. The stone walls on the original dead ends moved. They turned into opened paths, while the opened paths became dead ends. Some unconnected roads got linked up based on the figure's arrangement. Argus, Cathu, Loggins, and many other people's path overlapped with the paths Wang Teng had to pass. That meant that they would definitely meet. Wang Teng didn't know what was happening. He was still immersed in his attributes picking work. He destroyed the labyrinth wherever he went and turned everything into ruins. Boom, boom, boom. This labyrinth wasn't soundproof. When he destroyed the stone walls, the noise echoed in the air and landed in the ears of the people who were getting closer to him. What is going on? Who's bombing the labyrinth? Idiot, this labyrinth can't be destroyed using brute force. Everyone was appalled. They turned in the direction of the sound as they guessed which idiot was smashing the labyrinth. After pausing for a second, they continued dashing towards the center of the labyrinth. The voice sounded close. This meant that the other martial warrior was just nearby. They didn't dare to waste any time in case someone beat them to the draw. Only one person didn't move. This person felt that the explosion was extremely close. It was just a wall away. He stopped in his tracks and turned around, staring intently at the stone wall behind him. Boom! The next instant, the loud bang was heard again. It couldn't be any nearer. The stone wall collapsed violently, and a figure strolled out amid the dust. "Hey, it seems like I can't avoid my enemy." A cynical voice rang in the air. "Wang Teng." Loggins squinted. He said each word with great emphasis. He recognized the voice. At the same time, he was astounded that this fellow was able to destroy the walls of this labyrinth. He couldn't maintain his composure. "Don't be nervous, I'm not going to eat you." The dust dispersed, and Wang Teng's figure appeared before him. There was a faint smile on his face. "Don't put on an act since we met. We should have a duel," Loggins said with a cold expression. "You're straightforward," Wang Teng nodded. He hooked his fingers and continued. "Come, I have an advantage in this place, so you can make 3 moves first. You're tempting fate." Loggins felt humiliated. Anger burned in his heart as he stomped his feet on the ground. Boom. He dashed towards Wang Teng, leaving a trail of shadows behind. There were no weapons here, so they could only attack in the most basic manner. He released his fist ferociously and hurled it at Wang Teng's head. Wang Teng seemed relaxed. Tilting his head, he evaded the attack and counted calmly. 1. Loggins was fuming. He turned his body and swept his leg at Wang Teng's head. No one could use their force attacks in this spiritual labyrinth, but they knew the basic fighting skills. As a talented martial warrior, Loggins was skilled in this area too. His attack was violent and fast. Unfortunately, his opponent was Wang Teng, whose basic combat skills were all at the peak level. He could evade Loggins's attack without any effort. 2. Wang Teng counted again. Bastard. Loggins's face turned as black as an ink bottle. He wanted to catch Wang Teng off guard, so he flung his head towards Wang Teng's head when he attacked. Wang Teng moved his body and disappeared on the spot. Loggins's attack failed again. 3. Wang Teng suddenly appeared behind Loggins and said calmly, "You have a hard head." Loggins's expression changed and he panicked. He took a step forward without much thought and spurted out. A gust of strong wind followed him, striking him at the speed of lightning. Bang, a dull thud was heard. Loggins felt a sharp pain on the back of his head, sending him into a daze. He stumbled and almost fell flat on the ground. What was that? Why was it so hard? Numerous questions popped into his mind. He could tell distinctively that it wasn't a fist. It felt like a huge metal brick. Before he could think further, Another gust of wind struck him. Bang Loggins didn't have any time to react. The object smashed the back of his head again. Boom, this time he couldn't withstand it and collapsed to the ground. Don't you have a tough head? Why are you collapsing after just 2 blows? Wang Teng's calm voice entered his ears. Loggins turned hurriedly and saw a golden brick in Wang Teng's hand. He was shocked. You, what about me? Wang Teng played with the brick in his hand with a smile. Are you surprised? How's the hardness of my brick? Is it harder than your head? Why do you have a weapon? Loggins asked in disbelief. Oh, I took one from the wall. Wang Teng came up with a random excuse, silence from the wall. Do you think I'm stupid? Loggins almost went mad. His expression turned ugly, and he said, you're cheating. You won't be able to prove that you're stronger than me even if you win. Idiot, who cares? Wang Teng rolled his eyes, deciding not to waste any more time. He raised the brick and brought it down on Loggins's head. Loggins's pupils constricted. He kept retreating to dodge the brick, but it was all in vain. Bang, bang, bang. The emotionless brick landed on Loggins's head several times. Damn it! Where did he get the courage from? Loggins was infuriated, but this emotion was soon overpowered by the pain in his head. He started screaming uncontrollably. Ah! Bang, 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 stop, stop. Bang, 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 bastard. You shouldn't hit a person's face. Bang, 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 stop hitting. Bang, bang, bang. Ah, Wang Teng, I hate you. Bang, bang, bang. After some time, Loggins's voice died down. He wasn't able to scream anymore. I'm getting out of practice since I haven't been using this brick lately. Not bad, I can practice it on you, Wang Teng said slowly. He finally stopped and let out a long sigh. Loggins hadn't fainted yet. He felt like vomiting blood out of frustration. This brat was using him as practice. Wang Teng stared at Loggins's badly bruised face and touched his chin. He said guiltily, Look, why do you have to use your head when fighting with me? You got me excited. I wanted to know which one is harder, the brick or your head. You can't blame me. It's your fault. Pfft. Loggins spat out a mouth of blood as boiled in anger. Feek, you beat me up badly only to tell me that it's my fault. This devil. Loggins detested Wang Teng, but at the same time, fear crept into his heart involuntarily. He finally understood that the bastard in front of him never went by the book. Any reason was a valid reason for him to attack. He felt regret. Why did he provoke this fellow in the past? Why did he have to step out first? No one else did. He also regretted using his head. His head wouldn't have been beaten up so badly otherwise. Tears of regret flowed down Loggins's face. The top talent from the Euros galaxy cried after getting beaten up by Wang Teng. No one might believe this news if they heard it. Hey, why are you crying so easily? You're acting like a lady. Wang Teng felt speechless when he saw the tear at the edge of Loggins's eye. Loggins couldn't speak, but his heart's exasperation flowed endlessly like the water in a river. He couldn't beat him in a fight or contest of words, so he decided to close his eyes and pretend to be dead. All right, I shall send you out. Wang Teng shook his head and raised his feet. Before Loggins could react, he had already smashed his head. Loggins's spirit dissipated gradually. As a universe talent, his head was crushed by Wang Teng's single step. In the final moments, Loggins felt extremely humiliated. Killing the spirit might not kill the person directly, but it would still cause great damage to the physical body. Loggins's main body would be unconscious after suffering such a heavy blow. He wouldn't be able to wake up anytime soon. At the same time, he had failed the assessment. Wang Teng remained indifferent. He continued moving forward. The Baron at the center of the labyrinth was astounded. He killed one of them. As expected of the person I chose, it's rare that such a talent got born on Earth. Then he sighed. If he had appeared earlier, I wouldn't have been stuck here for 1,000,000 years. Fortunately, heaven treats me well. They gave me hope when I'm almost at the end of my life. This is the silver lining. However, this fellow is a little strange. What an odd way to kill his talented opponent. I have never seen anyone like him in the universe for as long as I've lived." The figure shook his head. He was caught between laughter and tears, rocking his chair. He looked at the screen light-heartedly. "This fellow isn't easy to deal with. My current state is too weak. All right, let's release the souls of the star beasts. Let it be a waste if it must be." The figure waved his hand, and numerous star beast souls appeared in the labyrinth. They darted in Wang Teng's direction. Chapter 849, Soul of Star Beast. If anyone looked at the labyrinth from a bird's-eye view, they would see a complicated and magical maze situated in a space shrouded in mist. There was a faint golden mist hovering around the labyrinth, making it look like a heavenly palace. Only the people inside knew how dangerous this labyrinth was. Half a day had passed since they entered the labyrinth. They could already feel the tiredness on the spiritual level. Finding a way out of the labyrinth exhausted much of their spiritual power. Moreover, other life forms had appeared in the labyrinth. No one knew when they came. They were powerful star beasts that attacked them ruthlessly the instant they met them. In the spiritual labyrinth, no one could use their force, so there was a lack of battle techniques they could use. They realized that they were in an extremely dangerous position when they faced the star beasts. One mistake and they would be brutally mutilated to death. These star beasts were different. They possessed attacking skills. However, they didn't use force attacks either. It was a pure light sphere attack. These light spheres would explode when they got near and cause serious injuries to the martial warrior's spirit. It was a spiritual attack. The labyrinth suddenly became even more dangerous. Everyone shuttled back and forth frantically as they rushed towards the center. The star beasts must be part of the assessment too. Once they reached the end of the labyrinth, they could escape from these star beasts. Boom! A loud explosion suddenly rang through the labyrinth. A gigantic beast that looked like a lizard pasted itself on the stone wall as it spurted a light sphere out of its mouth. Wang Teng's expression turned grim. He moved his body like a cat and dodged the light sphere. It crashed into the ground and exploded. A powerful spiritual impact swept through the path. Wang Teng felt the strength of the explosion and understood the power of the attack. A sharp gaze flashed across his eyes, and his lips lifted at a sinister angle. He stared at the lizard star beast. The lizard shuddered for some reason. It felt a chill running through its body. "Little lizard, it's my turn now." Wang Teng smirked and stepped on the ground, which cracked as he shot out like an arrow leaving the bow. The lizard wasn't afraid. It hissed and leaped up from the stone wall, pouncing on Wang Teng. Boom. Wang Teng punched forward. His spirit was much more powerful than the other alien martial warriors. Contempt appeared in the lizard's eyes. It seemed to be mocking Wang Teng for overestimating his strength. It opened its wide mouth and wanted to bite him. In terms of size, it was many times bigger than Wang Teng. It would be able to munch him into two with its mouth. But when it closed its maw, there was nothing inside. Wang Teng had disappeared without a trace directly in front of it. The lizard was stunned. It widened its eyes in confusion and glanced around it. What did it bite just now? "I'm here." Wang Teng's voice came from above it. The lizard looked up and its pupils constricted. Countless sharp spikes were reflected in its pupils. It started to feel a little frightened. Boom! Wang Teng waved his hand. His spiritual power turned into sharp beams and rained down. Spirit penetration. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Boom. Multiple spiritual spikes pierced through the lizard's gigantic body, pinning it firmly on the ground. The lizard roared in pain. It struggled frantically, but it soon started to lose its vitality. A few moments later, its body turned into countless dots of light and dispersed in the air. As expected, it's a soul. Wang Teng landed on the ground. His gaze was sharp. This lizard reminded him of the holy knight called Margus from Mount Saint. There were similar souls in his death space. However, this lizard star beast was stronger than those souls. If Wang Teng didn't possess spiritual skills, he wouldn't be able to kill this star beast easily earlier. Wang Teng had executed the spiritual illusion skill and created an illusion of himself to fool the lizard. This was how he was able to catch it off guard. Wang Teng looked at the area where the lizard disappeared. There were a few attribute bubbles floating there. Origin of Soul 50, Planetary Realm, Spirit 100, Spiritual Missile 10. 3 attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body. He was stunned for a moment before happiness overtook him. 50 points of Origin of Soul. The lizard had dropped 50 points of Origin of Soul. He knew how difficult it was to drop the Origin of Soul attribute. This was the energy stored in the depth of one's soul. It was extremely precious. 50 points of Origin of Soul merged into Wang Teng's Origin of Soul. It felt so comfortable that he almost moaned. The tremble came from his very soul. It felt incredible. His spirit and enlightenment attributes rose slightly too. There were 100 points of planetary realm, spirit attributes too. It caused a rise in his spirit attribute. 2 consecutive increases. Amazing. Lastly, there was a spiritual skill, spiritual missile. This was the light sphere the lizard used a moment ago. It was a powerful move. Most importantly, it could cover a wide range. Once it exploded, anything within a certain area would be affected. Perfect. 10 points of spiritual missile. Wang Teng looked at his attributes panel. A new line had appeared in the spiritual techniques portion. Spiritual missile, 100 and what nth. Well-versed 10 points of spiritual missile were enough for him to advance from the foundation to the well-versed stage. Wang Teng's eyes shone brightly. At first he felt that he was a little unlucky to meet the lizard, but now he realized that his luck was not bad. He received a rare spiritual battle technique so easily without spending a single cent. Others couldn't experience this amazing feeling. There must be other star beast souls. Let me find all of them and kill them. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He moved his feet and started running. The stone wall in front collapsed as Wang Teng rushed out. He pushed forward with brute force all the way until the end. Very soon, he saw another star beast soul. This was a hideous dog with 2 heads. Before Wang Teng came, it was staring at another alien martial warrior. The alien martial warrior was in a poor state. His forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his clothes were a mess. He must have suffered greatly because of this double-headed dog. When Wang Teng appeared, both parties turned and looked at him. The alien martial warrior was elated. It ran towards him while the double-headed dog was focused on Wang Teng. The instant the alien martial warrior moved, the double-headed dog started charging toward Wang Teng too. Both of its heads barked simultaneously. Chapter 850. You're more like a beast than I am. 1 man and 1 beast. 1 in front and 1 at the back. Both rushed towards Wang Teng. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. It was laughable how the alien candidate wanted Wang Teng to contribute his strength. Wang Teng, this double-headed star beast is very strong. Quick, help me, or we'll both be eliminated. The alien candidate sped over. How strong? Wang Teng stood still and asked. The alien candidate was stunned and confused for a moment. Why are you asking me that question when I've already told you it's very strong? There must be something wrong with his brain, however, he still replied quickly. Very strong. Even if we team up, we might not be able to beat it. If that's the case, I'll retreat. Bye. Wang Teng turned and ran, leaving him behind. What? The alien candidate was stunned again. Director, this script isn't right. He went crazy the moment Wang Teng ran away. Just at that moment, a couple of barks sounded behind him and a foul wind swept over. Damn it. The alien candidate didn't think much and rolled to the left to avoid getting bitten. Crack! Crack! 2 crisp sounds could be heard when the double-headed dog closed its mouth. Its gaze turned even more ferocious when it missed. It stopped in its tracks and twisted its body. It kicked its hind legs, pouncing toward the alien candidate from a height. The alien candidate couldn't care more about his status. He continued rolling around on the ground to avoid the star beast. There was no way better than this. He felt helpless and aggrieved. He was cursing Wang Teng in his heart. But it was all in vain. Woof. The double-headed dog barked. It was too agile and fast, even though the alien candidate was rolling and dodging. He was clearly in its grasp. The two heads attacked at the same time and caught the alien candidate's arms with their fangs. Ah! The alien candidate screamed in pain. Hiss. His arm was bitten off immediately. However, there was no blood. His arm just turned into light rays and dissipated in the air. The other head of the dog then bit the alien candidate's thigh and yanked again. Hiss. In the midst of all the screaming, the thigh was tossed into the air and was swallowed by the double-headed dog. Howl. The double-headed dog raised its head high and let out a contented and satisfied howl. Having lost an arm and a leg, the alien candidate lay on the ground. He was on the verge of death and had completely given up. Damn, how miserable. A voice sounded amid his despair. The alien candidate turned and looked up and saw Wang Teng squatting there. He was looking at him with sympathy. You. The alien candidate's eyes widened. He was about to burst into anger. Didn't this bastard run away? Why is he still here? I'm sorry. While I was escaping, I suddenly felt that it was not very nice to leave you alone. That's why I came back. But I didn't think you would be defeated so quickly. This puppy has really taken care of you. Wang Teng scratched his head and said, Pfft, the alien candidate wanted to vomit blood. Look at what he was saying. Defeated so quickly. You can try it yourself, bastard. The double-headed dog noticed Wang Teng and turned its heads to look at him. It grunted and exposed its fangs, looking ferocious. Wow, what a fierce puppy. Wang Teng patted his chest and took a few steps back. Bark, the double-headed dog, was an intelligent star beast. When it heard Wang Teng calling it a puppy, it felt offended. It barked and threw down the alien candidate before it bolted towards Wang Teng. Whoa, so fierce, I'm so scared. Wang Teng jumped back, but he didn't dodge. He stared at the double-headed dog as it charged over. The double-headed dog opened its enormous mouths and bit Wang Teng. Bang, it missed, only managing to bite the air. Wang Teng's body had disappeared. The double-headed dog was confused. It glanced around, trying to search for any signs of Wang Teng. Suddenly, it felt something heavy on its body. The human's voice floated into its ear. Not bad, little puppy. Your broad shoulders are comfortable. You can be a mount. Woof! The double-headed dog was outraged. It swung its body violently as if trying to throw Wang Teng down. Don't be nervous. Let's have some fun first. Wang Teng sniggered. The double-headed dog ignored him and continued swinging its body. Its heads twisted at an exaggerated angle as it tried to tear at Wang Teng. Ha ha, you can't bite me. Wang Teng leaned back and dodged the double-headed dog's mouths. The alien martial warrior was stunned. Was it this simple to deal with the double-headed dog? He didn't dare to believe his eyes. It felt unreal. Wang Teng didn't do much. He just sat on the shoulders of the dog and the beast couldn't do anything to him. He should have done it if he knew how effective this method was. All right, stop spinning. I'm getting dizzy, Wang Teng said after some time. The double-headed dog bellowed. It wanted to bite Wang Teng to death, so it didn't listen to him. Looks like I have to do it the hard way. Wang Teng sighed. A golden brick appeared in his hand. He didn't waste any time and slammed it on the double-headed dog's heads. His hand speed was amazing. Bang, bang, bang. The double-headed dog's mind went blank from the beating. Its heads throbbed violently, and it could see stars in all its 4 eyes. How can you be so fierce as a little puppy? Wang Teng mumbled as he hurled the brick down ruthlessly. He seemed extremely skilled at it. Woof, woof. The double-headed dog yelped in pain. Anyone who heard its cries would tear up. Bang, bang, bang. However, Wang Teng showed no signs of stopping. He continued smashing until its head swelled up like balloons. Are you going to listen to me? Wang Teng asked. Howl, the double-headed dog, lay on the ground and growled weakly. What? You're not going to? Bang, bang, bang. Are you going to listen? Howl, the double-headed dog groaned in a low and flattering tone. It didn't dare to resist any more. I didn't know a little puppy like you could be so stubborn. Wang Teng sighed and shook his head. Bang, bang, bang. The double-headed dog, oh, it cried because it felt misunderstood. Burying its 2 heads on the ground, it wailed pitifully then. It used its claw and carved a huge word on the ground. Yes, huh? You can write? Wang Teng stopped and exclaimed in surprise. You could have done it sooner. I wouldn't have beaten you up so badly. My hands feel sore, too. The double-headed dog. You're more like a beast than I am. Thank you so much for listening. That's the end of this episode. I'll see you all in the next one. Until then, take care and happy listening.